Friends, please take your seats. The program will begin in 5 minutes. Please silence your mobile devices. The program is about to begin.
All right, I hope you all enjoyed that 34-second video. Hello, Truman. Welcome to TruCon 2024. My name is Bali Kumar, and I am a security fellow from the class of 2019. Greetings to our members and friends joining us in person here in Washington, D.C., and to the people watching us online from around the nation and around the world. For those who may be less familiar with TruCon, this is the Truman Center's flagship annual conference, an event that the organization works throughout the year to plan. And for anyone who may be less familiar with Truman, we are two organizations: the Truman Center, an organization promulgating nuanced solutions to complex national security issues, and the Truman National Security Project, an organization composed of thousands of brilliant national security members and professionals working across a wide range of sectors and disciplines, many of whom are in our audience today. I'm proud to be one of the members of the Truman National Security Project. What unites us as members is a shared commitment to designing and advancing thoughtful, timely, innovative, and principled solutions to complex national challenges. And that's what TruCon's all about. What you'll see today is a series of conversations about some of the most thorny, but ultimately the most important national security issues and opportunities that our country confronts. We confront these challenges with a set of shared values. One, we believe that national security is a nationwide conversation, not just a conversation for DC. Two, we believe that elevating diverse voices in policy conversations is critical, and it's a competitive advantage of ours. Three, we believe that national security encompasses a broad range of issues, including, but not limited to, the defense sector. You'll hear about some of these issues today, like immigration and the health of America's democracy. For those of you who have been to TruCon before, you'll note that this one is a little bit different, a little bit special. Most of this TruCon is built and executed by our very own Truman National Security Project members. Each of the 4 panels you'll see today was designed by a Truman member, and members will share their expertise up and down today's agenda. Truman members are the organization's greatest asset, and we are excited and proud to elevate them on our biggest stage today. We are also very excited to welcome back old friends and get to know at least 34 new ones. Later this morning, you'll hear from Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg, who is one of our very early Truman members. And then this afternoon, you'll hear from Dr. Colin Kahl, one of our newest board members, as well as Representative Justin J. Pearson, the latest recipient of our Award for Exceptional Moral Courage for Public Service. So without further ado, let's jump right into it. Our first panel is going to explore one of the most salient issues in our national discourse, immigration. For several years, the Truman Center has been a leading voice in making the case that immigration is a core national security issue. And this panel is going to unpack exactly why that is. This panel will be moderated by Camille Mackler, who is both the Truman Center's visiting senior fellow for immigration and an esteemed Truman Security Fellow from the class of 2019. Please join me in welcoming Camille and her fellow panelists to the stage.
That was a far more poetic introduction than I was expecting. How's everyone doing today? Come on, guys, this is Truman. How's everyone doing today? All right. Somebody refill the coffee out there. Right before coming up on stage, I turned to Bali and I just said, I love TruCon. Every time I'm in a room full of Truman members, I feel so energized and like we're going to change the world, and I can't wait to see how we're going to do that this weekend. So it's so good to see all of you. For everybody joining us online, thank you so much. I'm really excited to have this panel. You know, when I started my fellowship 3 years ago, I also want to point out I'm the OG visiting senior fellow. Immigration was our very first topic, and I was so grateful that I had found a place place that recognizes the importance of the intersection of immigration and national security, and gave me a place to talk about it, anchored in our values, but in a very real, pragmatic, and actionable way. So immigration as a national security imperative. Heading into this election year, once again, immigration is one of the top issues and probably one of the most divisive issues that we are facing as a country right now. For more so than ever that I can remember, and I've been doing this work for about 20 years, we are seeing a very explicit link between immigration, national security, and border policy. And that conversation is happening through sound bites and headlines and 240-character tweets, but it is so much more complex and nuanced than that. So this panel, we are hoping to shift those perspectives and explore a little bit how immigration and border policy intersects and can enhance national security. Immigration is not just a border policy issue, regardless of what you might read in the news these days. It touches every aspect of our life in the US and abroad. It is something you deal with whether you know it or not. And we are hoping to examine the facets of that issue on all levels. We'll be talking about legal immigration, undocumented immigrants, and of course, all the humanitarian considerations that we're seeing at the border right now. Thank you so much for being here and being willing to embark on this journey with us. Our panelists are so impressive that I'm not going to read their bios because we would be here all morning just doing that. But they are in the programs if you want to see them. But I'm delighted to welcome Secretary Caldera, a senior lecturer from Harvard Business School, former Secretary of the Army and advisor to President Obama, and currently co-chair of the President's Alliance on Higher Education and Immigration. Then next to him, Andrea Flores, the Vice President of Immigration Policy and Campaigns at Forward.us. Retired Ambassador Cindy Corville, the former ambassador to the African Union, and finally, Dr. Manuel Orozco, the Director of Migration, Remittances, and Development Programs at the Inter-American Dialogue. Thank you all for being here today. So I'm going to start by asking our panelists a series of questions aimed to sort of set the stage for the conversation we're going to have. Then I will ask them all a few panel conversations and encourage them to engage and agree and disagree, because that's also the point of this panel. It's okay if we don't all agree. We can have this conversation regardless, and we can all agree on what the outcomes are that we want in the long run. And then we'll open it up to all of you. So I'm going to start with Andrea. Andrea, if you could just maybe give us a little bit of the current challenges in U.S. border policy, especially at the U.S.-Mexico border, and immigration writ large.
Sure. So thanks so much for having me. Really excited to talk about what is one of the most maybe unpopular or popular issues to talk about in America right now. So the state of immigration policy. We are at, I think, a very fascinating point in this issue where the two political parties are looking a lot more similar on this topic of the border security, and the future of immigration than they ever have, really, since the post-9/11 era. The last time you saw this much unison was probably post-9/11. Immigration was seen as a national security threat that needed to be regulated differently. And now again, we're on year 4 of the Biden administration. You're seeing what will likely come next week as a formal shutdown of the U.S.-Mexico border, a shutdown of the humanitarian protection system, and a really tremendous change. So why are we here? How did we get here? I actually really like to start 10 years ago to understand the current moment, because 10 years ago, after the last 2013 comprehensive bipartisan immigration reform push, we saw the demographics sort of coming to the U.S.-Mexico border change significantly during the Obama administration. And we saw that the asylum system that had been designed in 1980 was sort of not equipped to manage that humanitarian sort of moment. And what Americans experienced at that time was perceptions of chaos, was a number of vulnerable people at the border and border communities. I grew up in a border community. It really felt like it was a changed moment. And it really, in many ways, those images, those perceptions gave rise to, I think, a much stronger immigration restrictionist movement that was channeled by President Trump at the time in the 2016 election. You can't really downplay what 2014, 2015 and border policies did to the politics. If we look back now, it makes a lot more sense than it did on the 2016 campaign. But now we, again, under the Trump administration, the public was really galvanized against the type of border policies Trump put forward, right? They saw them as cruel, they saw children and detention facilities that we had not seen really before in the US, tender-age children, children under the age of 5, family separation, Muslim ban, and those were big public moments. And when you looked at the polls and where Biden was going into, when I joined the administration, the public was overwhelmingly supportive of reversing that, right? Of saying that isn't who we are, it does not align with our values. But then you also get into the shift of migration. We have 20 million people, over 20 million people displaced in this hemisphere alone, and we're dealing with the same immigration system that we've been dealing with since 1990, right? So those migration patterns that started in 2014 when people started to come, they intensified, right? Because it became a common path for people to take because they had no alternatives. And so there are no alternatives really to the asylum system for all of the displaced people I just named. And so we're seeing totally different migration trends and a system unable to adapt and a Congress also unable to agree upon how to update that system. So what does the politics of that mean? Less public trust, perceptions of chaos, feeling that no matter what the administration does, they're not getting a handle on the issue, and once again strengthening sort of immigration restriction and dropping out issues we used to talk about like DACA, the undocumented, and for the first time you saw an immigration bill that had nothing for the long-time undocumented be supported by Democrats fully and by some Republicans. So that's kind of where I think we are, which is a threshold moment and in a moment, an opportunity to, I really think especially for Democrats and non-immigration restrictionists to articulate a different policy vision.
Thank you so much, Andrea, for that. And so let's take an opportunity to drill down a little bit into all of these issues and especially why we should care, especially why this community should care. So Secretary Caldera, one thing that we don't talk a lot about is the role of immigration in the military, something that matters a lot to this community. So how does the inclusion of immigrants and immigration policy in military and defense sectors benefit America's national security?
Thanks for the question, Camille. Thank you also for being here and for inviting me to be with you today. It's a really, really important topic, and I've been in public life for a lot of my career and in higher education, and there's policy and then there's politics. And I work a lot in immigration policy, even though the politics aren't very good, because we have to wait for those moments when we have the opportunities to actually accomplish something, and at that point, having put forward policies that we've been thinking about, working on solutions. And sometimes we accomplish things through regulations, through lawsuits, through other kinds of ways when the political process is a little jammed up. So I work a lot on that on behalf of college and university students, undocumented immigrant, asylee, refugee, international students. On the national security front, obviously, I can go back further to the founding of our country. At that time, most people were foreign-born, and a lot of individuals came to assist our country. Kosciuszko from Poland, and Farragut from Spain, and Lafayette. And immigrants have been part of our military and have contributed in every one of our nation's wars since its founding. And have incredible acts of heroism and contributions. Often people who were not were challenged here domestically in terms of the vindication of their own civil rights or their status in the society, but when they put on the uniform, they went to fight for our country. We're actually living in a period today where we have among the lowest immigrant participation in our military because of policies that have been put in place to deter immigrants from serving. This is a problem because we're actually having trouble recruiting people to our armed forces. The Army, the largest service, the one I know best, that has the most individuals it has to recruit every single year, is having trouble meeting its recruiting missions. Interest in military service among young Americans is incredibly low. And yet, I know because I've talked to a lot of them, there are a lot of young men and women from immigrant families, particularly those who are undocumented, and therefore, because they're undocumented, they can't serve. You can't legally recruit someone into the military who doesn't have a status and a work authorization to be here, but who have said, I want to serve my country. They grew up here. They're dreamers. I put forward this idea more than 20 years ago. Why don't we have a transition process by which these young men and women who were brought here as children have the opportunity to normalize their status, through military service. And we can leverage their desire to serve. I also know, because I'm a West Point graduate, I'm wearing our crest, a lot of our cadets at our service academies, they don't just want to serve in the enlisted ranks, they want to serve in the officer ranks. And they want to give back to the country that created this opportunity for their families. I was one of those. My parents were immigrants from Mexico. I wanted to serve my country. I wanted to serve in uniform. So let me give you an example of the kind of policies that harm our ability to have people serve in uniform. We've had people in uniform who have had deportations proceedings started against them because they enlisted under one immigration status, it changed, and the Department of Homeland Security doesn't talk to the Department of Defense, and so one part of the government starts an enforcement proceeding while the other person is deployed in Iraq or Afghanistan. We've had people serving in uniform in areas of conflict whose spouses, they start deportation proceeding against their spouses. By the way, one part of the government can't sue the other part of the government, so the government says, you're on your own to go get a lawyer, hire a lawyer, pay for someone to try to sort this out for you and for your family. That's not treating people the right way. We used to say, once you enlist, that you could get the naturalization process while you were in basic training. But by the way, you had to serve your entire enlistment to continue to be, to retain that citizenship. So you couldn't just do it and then leave. And the last administration zeroed out that program. We had a program called Military Accessions Vital in the National Interest to find individuals who had cultural competency, language skills that we need in our military because of our worldwide mission. By the way, we also need them in our State Department. And so if you had a status, it would allow you to join the military. And when DACA was created, there was a thought that DACA recipients would be able to serve in the military. A lot of them wanted to do it. And yet through policy decisions in the Department of Defense, that opportunity was zeroed out. And then in the last administration, MAVNI completely was zeroed out. And so our opportunity to access people with the skills that we need for our national security was zeroed out. So I'll end by saying immigrants today are about 18.5% of the US labor force. They're about 5% of our military labor force, okay? So if you just think about those numbers, there are a lot of people who would be willing to serve if we would open the opportunities for them to serve, and in serving, they would strengthen our military and our security in the world.
Thank you. Thank you, Secretary Calderon. So going from defense to foreign policy, Manuel, how can immigration help or be shaped by foreign policy in America?
Thank you very much. I think, you know, the discussion of immigration and migration, as you say, is a complex one. It brings up existential issues because migration is about, to a large extent, defining the self and the other, who you are and who they are. But at the end of the day, if you are a nation of migrants, then how can you draw that line? And it becomes an existential problem. It's always been a policy problem and a political problem at the same time for many decades. There is also an institutional framework problem in the sense that although immigration policy falls within the jurisdiction of national security, alone is not the sufficient tool to deal with migration itself. You have foreign policy issues, you have defense-related issues that also fall into the aspects relating to migration. For example, the current migration wave that followed what Andrea was talking about from 2014 to 2012, the post-global recession initiated a global migration flow. And it accentuated just before the pandemic, but really exploded to the extent to which between 2020 and 2024, we have almost 12 million people arriving at the border. On an annual basis, it's 1% of the population of the United States. That's unprecedented, but it's not the same pattern. It's a pattern that is occurring globally. The United States is not the only host that is receiving migrants. In fact, we still have 20% of the global migrant population today as it was in 1990. It hasn't changed because mobility continues to occur in our global landscape. But 16 countries that are arriving at the border come from nationalities from politically difficult countries. They represent 90% of the entire flow of people that are coming in. The HNV countries, for example, Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, Venezuela, they are a particular category that belongs to serious politically difficult countries that are represent to some extent an existential threat to the US policy, the democratic values that we hold. We have the countries from the Northern Triangle, complexity of issues that are shaping the reasons why people want to migrate. They have to do with development. They have to do with rule of law. And then you have other countries that are challenging our national security, Russia and Ukraine. So 16 nationalities are fundamentally bringing into attention a foreign policy problem that is arriving at the border. That means that you cannot alone work with immigration policy because immigration policy is about three components: protecting the border, deciding who enters and who doesn't, and managing integration. That's what immigration policy is about. But it's not about addressing the risk factors of why people migrate. That's foreign policy, and that's where the Population, Refugee, and Migration Unit of the State Department has become one of the busiest agencies in the US government right now. So you need to understand with precision where the problem is coming from and how to tackle it. Why do we need to have a much more proactive foreign policy on Venezuela, for example, on Nicaragua, or on Cuba, that breaks out the foreign policy mutism that we're dealing with right now? There are serious problems in how our foreign policy has been basically captured only by problems with China. And the rest is like, well, mute. So you do need to have an economic approach accompanied also by a robust diplomatic engagement. And I think that those are some of the key elements that we need to consider when integrating the relationship between migration and immigration policy. You need to pair migration policy with foreign policy and with national security policies, with defense in particular, because some of the migrants, some of the people or the nationalities that are coming in, take, for example, the case of how Nicaragua is allowing the country for charter flights coming from nationalities that are unknown to the rest of the world, to the United States in particular. More than 200,000 people have arrived to Nicaragua who sees the United States as an enemy to come to the US border in a matter of 1 year. And these nationalities represent a challenge. If not, you might have some threatening issues. So you need to pair those three elements together and then find the policy responses for each of these nationalities that you're dealing with.
Thank you. And Ambassador Corville, bring us home. How does this all tie together? How does all of these foreign policy concerns, national security concerns, especially when we're thinking about dealing with countries, as Manuel just pointed out, that are politically unstable and are driving a lot of migration here?
Well, no, my panelists have really explored a breadth. Instead of my ambassador hat, I spent 4 years at the National Security Council. So policy, I will start with the need for an effective and all-encompassing policy because immigration and national security is political, economic, social, defense, security, but today, as you talked about migration, climate change, all of these things impact. And so it is fundamentally important to develop a policy that addresses those broad issues. Caldaro, thank you so much. You talked about the conflicts of one agency not talking to the other. And that depends on an administration, how you make it talk to each other. So I happened to be at the time at the NSC, the Special Assistant to the President for Sub-Saharan Africa. But I also understood that I had to talk to defense, and I also had worked in defense, so I understood the language. So I found myself being a translator. So if we're going to translate immigration, we have to talk about the political impact it has on us, the economic, the labor force that we probably need, some by choice and some who are undocumented, but a labor force that we need nonetheless and utilize and don't always acknowledge the significant contribution that it makes to our economic well-being. And so you have to consider actionable policy. You can't do everything. Part of our whole political system is that we change from one regime to the next. That means you need to have legislation that makes it permanent. It also means you need to have a functional Congress, but that's a whole nother discussion that we're not going to get in. So there are, I see, three major levels: the strategic role and impact and how to define immigration, the operational, how do you put it into practice, and then, in using military terms, the tactical. So yes, we need them at all points. We are a nation of immigrants. We don't teach our history to our own people. So if you start at the very beginning, it depends on which ship you came on. And that discounted the people who were already here. So when you start to look at it in that context and understand that immigrants are fundamental or of strategic importance to the creation of what we know as the United States of America, and hopefully the continuing of the United States of America, and I'm trying not to go down my negative path here. So it is so important in the interagency process how we talk about this, the language, translating what state means by one term to what DOD and what commerce means, and what DHS means, Homeland Security, which is a whole nother component, and the legislation that allows us to go across. But this starts at the White House. And if the White House doesn't take the lead to construct a comprehensive policy, and it's challenging, so I'm not putting blame, but it means even within the White House, you have to talk to each other and have the conversation. So, competition for resources happens between the interagency. Who has the ability? DOD has almost more money than God. So state borrows from DOD, and DOD knows they're never going to get paid back. So you have to have an integrated policy. Reality, we cannot take everyone. So I like what you talked about, the issues that we're dealing with immigrants or undocumented immigrants coming from other countries. We have a responsibility, like it or not, to be one of the beacon in terms of that shiny, city on the hill, to be what we need to do in terms of other countries and policies. You cannot afford to let Ukraine fall. You cannot afford to let Sudan. So there are people who aren't coming from the Sudan, who have been displaced. I was in Darfur back in the 2000s, and the same tragedy is still going on today. The same refugees and displaced people are in those same camps, and that's horrifying to think about that. Haiti should have never fallen. That was a failure of U.S. foreign policy from day one because we failed to recognize it. So we have to go back and look at the historical context. But the policy is not just about an immigrant coming in. What are their contributions? And also, how could you make it possible for them to live in the homes that they were living in? Because most of them don't want to leave their countries. And so, unfortunately or fortunately, the United States has that responsibility. So, competition for resources is going to be critical too. And educating our own American populace to remember, only a handful of people were ever indigenous to this continent. And so what is an American but an amalgamation of multiple different groups of people?
Thank you so much, Ambassador. Thank you all for that. So we're in a room full of doers. We don't like to just talk about things around here. We like to, stand up and do something about it. So to the panel, let's start. And you all sort of started hinting at this, but in the context of the growing instability around the world right now, how do we design an immigration policy that supports our foreign policy objectives and our international alliances? I'll open it to the panel.
One thing I think is that there's a part of this, if I could add just one more element to the discussion. You may know, but our country, our birth rate is below replacement level. So in order to have a strong economy, we need to have immigrants who are coming in and joining we have to have open doors for immigration. Also, 85% of the graduate students in AI are foreign born. 60% of those in computer science, mechanical engineering, all sorts of technical fields, graduate students, are foreign born, and most of them want to stay here. Some of them want to go back because they see great opportunities in India and other places, but many of them want to stay here, right? So this is real, and that is also part of our national security, because these are the people designing everything from weapon systems to how do we secure our computer systems, et cetera. So we are a little schizophrenic as Americans. On the one hand, proud to be a nation of immigrants. On the other hand, a xenophobic view that raises its head from time to time. And I think those of us who believe that immigration is a net plus for our country need to speak out when we hear those things and at times like this. But I think no one's talking about open borders. No one, right? But but we need an immigration system that works, that deals with the reality of our times, which is that there's going to be climate migration, that there's the greatest number of displaced people in the world, and that has entry points for people to come in, and that has investment and cooperation internationally, so that fewer people feel those push pressures to come back. I think we can design that. I think people of goodwill from both parties can figure this out if we can lower the temperature on the corrosive dialogue.
I think on the labor force side, it has to be multi-tiered. Yes, the intellectual to develop AI is important, but we also need at all levels, whether it's from the fields to, to the White House. And it needs to be honorable at all levels and people taken care of there. So I lectured to a group of seniors, those who are 20 years older than me. So they tell me I'm a youngster, so I'm liking this. That I said, you don't want your grandchildren to work in the field, okay? So who do you think is doing the work? It is honorable work to work on the farm, to produce the food, to provide for the needs of the nation. And so, I will date myself, you probably have heard of John Deere, but you haven't heard of International Harvester, who, I'm an IH girl because my father worked for International Harvester in Louisiana, so I was used to riding on the combines. My siblings all worked in the fields, and we were born here. I'm the only one who did not in a generation of 4 children. So understanding that it is not just at the most high intellectual level, that doesn't mean that someone in the field isn't intellectually capable, but there almost is a joy in the farming and the production. So I hope we take into consideration that we have to be very specific, because unless you're going to mechanize with AI, which means you're going to displace a whole lot of people in the fields and other places. And I've seen that mechanization and the negative impact.
Thank you. If you don't mind, I'm just going to move us on because I want to make sure we have time for questions. But maybe to Manuel and Andrea, given the divisive nature of immigration in the public debate right now, how can policymakers and influencers communicate the foreign policy and security benefits of generous immigration policy to a skeptical public?
I'll just start on the pure politics of it. We need pro-immigration surrogates again, and we need them ideally to come from the Democratic Party and the White House, and for there to be an alternative narrative. We don't have that, and that really worries me in the context of this election year, because there's no case being made why there is any foreign policy or national security consequence to Trump's immigration agenda. There's no case being made as to what are potentially the dangers of the U.S. shutting down its humanitarian protection systems. And there's really no one looking at, so let's just talk about the upcoming shutdown of the border. So for a political reason, it feels really compelling, right? It's something that Americans understand. They say, it's gotten out of control. Can you pause it? Can you just make people stop coming? That's not the way the law works. It's not the way, I'm a former DHS person, that CBP processes people. It's not the way, we don't even have the facilities to turn people away at the rate you would need to close down the border, because we've never built that infrastructure on the border, because we've never really had a coherent border security policy, right? So we're starting there. And when you look at the arguments for or against shutting down the border, what I look at is also, what are these authorities that are being used? And it's a 212F authority that not only was the basis of something like the Muslim ban, but it was also the basis of far less covered pandemic restrictions that impacted the entire legal immigration system. So we saw under the Trump administration 212F to justify banning international students, legal immigration categories. It could be expansive, and if you strengthen the national interest arguments, right, you could see how we're sowing the seeds for something that we don't want. But if we don't start doing some positive arguments as to why, like, we need immigrants, and that no party is saying that, I'm really, really concerned about what that means for rural population decline. Vermont is formally a state in rural population decline. And what I find, I'll take the cities situation, right? That's another we've never thought about what it means for new arrivals to integrate into cities, how they get there, what their integration is like, mainly for asylum seekers. So that's a federal policy failure right there. And I point that out because even while that was happening, you had the mayor of Erie, Pennsylvania, you have the mayor of St. Louis, you have the governors of Utah saying, we would love to welcome some of these new arrivals, we need them. But there was no federal or political mechanism to get people there, to reorganize. And so instead, you're seeing these acute situations in New York, Denver, Chicago, and I'm sending to policymakers back when I was in the Senate and in the administration, I'm like, wait, I found another mayor who, if we could just figure out how to do this. So we really need all of you to feel compelled in some ways to provide some of that counter narrative, because once again, if you just look at the pure political campaign messaging, that's not gonna get us to a place, to the policies that we need, and we have to bring down the temperature, and we have to remind Americans why they do benefit, and that can get hard because I come also from the border communities, and I want to say I shouldn't have to justify this person's presence in a way, but we do have to hold Americans' hands in some way and say, this is why we still want this system, and this is why we want it to work. And I'm very passionate about, like, this is why I want a process of the border to work. Because as a border community member, the city's crisis has been our reality for a very long time. And it just wasn't in New York City, right? And we've been asking for the same federal policy solutions. So I'll just say, I'm sort of trying to recruit all of you to help bring down the temperature and provide some pro-immigrant arguments.
Thank you, Andrea.
A lot of these issues have to do with accountability. 2/3 of Americans actually think that migration is a good thing for America. And this has been going on for more than 30 years consecutively. If you look at the Gallup polls on opinions on immigration, 2/3 of Americans think it's a good thing. And only 1/3 of Americans think that immigration should be reduced at the current level. There is disagreement as to how immigration policy is being handled. And I do agree. I mean, I'm among those who think that, is really fucked up. Let me start with this. The State Department's second foreign policy goal is democracy. The first one is national security. But we are not complying with our own goals when it comes to the foreign policy objective of addressing democracy worldwide. So someone has to hold the administration accountable over that. Someone has to hold, Andrea talks about narratives or counter-narratives. Somebody has to hold accountable the rhetoric of immigration as a problem in Congress. Because it seems to me that Congress is the one that is talking about one thing when the people, the American people, are talking about something else. So where is the disconnect? Well, we're near an election, so we must hold people accountable over those issues. And at the same time, it's important to hold accountable all the policy establishment and give them some tools too. For example, when it comes to, you mentioned many times the issue of the labor force, that we need workers, etc. I don't know if you know, but for example, only 4% of the US labor force is in construction. Half of that labor force is foreign-born. So, the people who are helping to build equity through your real estate investments are actually people like me, migrants. So, we build your homes, and yet we are demonized. But what's interesting here is that the mechanism to bring labor into the United States, not in agriculture, because agriculture is only 1% of the total population in the labor force. But people under the H-2B visa category, it's only 60,000. It went up to 70,000 after fighting so much with this administration that they needed to change that. So there is a huge disconnect, and a lot of it is, I think it's more than a narrative issue. It's more about being informed and informed about the policy priorities when it comes to the labor force and why it does matter. I mean, domestic work, that's another example. More than 2/3 of domestic workers in the United States, nannies, babysitters, etc., are foreign-born, female foreign-born workers who have no labor rights. None whatsoever. Because once you enter into someone's privacy of your home, you don't have labor rights. So, we do need to have an informed thinking about how to deal with migration, both in terms of the integration process, but also in terms of the risk factors that lead people to come. Andrea was talking about asylum cases. There is a very strong correlation between the 16 nationalities we talk about that come to the border and the nationalities that are applying for asylum. There is a positive correlation. It's people from El Salvador. More people have migrated from El Salvador, for example, during the current government of Nayib Bukele, who he called himself as a cool dictator, than in the past 30 years. And we say nothing. We eliminate sanctions to dictatorships. Why? Because we're afraid more people will migrate. Actually, the opposite is happening. The lower your sanctions, the higher your migration rate is taking place. Case in point, Venezuela. We didn't have migration from Venezuela until basically 2020. Now it's more than 1 million Venezuelans that have come here because they have nowhere else to go. So we do need to have a holistic approach to these issues.
Thank you. And I do want to leave time for a question. I know better than to be in a room full of Trumans and not give you guys a chance to talk. So I would like to ask, we have danced a little bit around the economic security implications, and I did want to name that because that's an important point, and I'll get more to that at the end. But I would like to give every one of you an opportunity for final thoughts, 30 seconds each. I'm looking at the clock, and then we'll open it up to questions. Secretary Caldera, let's start with you.
Yeah, I addressed some of those economic issues, but I want to, you should go to the Niskasen Center and look at their evaluation of the proposed Trump immigration plan. It would be devastating to our economy and devastating to our national security. There are a lot of things that are being proposed that are counter to what our country stands for.
Okay, it's hard to pick, but I'm going to second this idea of the comprehensive sort of vision on immigration policy. I'm very concerned that Republicans have successfully reduced it all to like whether we should have an asylum system or not, and it's so much broader than that. And they're winning, and right, they cut out DACA recipients, foreign students, like every single other group we've talked about. And I only see one party and one probably group putting forward that combined foreign policy domestic vision, because there's nothing set up in government right now to actually execute that, as you said, unless the White House pushes it. So I really think civil society is going to have to like lead on this one and how to give a more compelling foreign policy domestic sort of urgency to figuring this out.
Thank you.
And I would, echo that too. What are the policy objectives? What are the end goals? What is doable? What is the timeline and an integrated policy strategy? There's enough brain power in this room and online. I will challenge you to write the policy, and it has to be bipartisan. Things will shift from one party to the next. But I think that reality is that we have to have goals that are doable and a timeline. Pick the top 3 you think you can get done during an administration, and that was one of the things we were taught. What can we do now? And you have no policy without funding. It's just pretty words on a page. So you have to have the money. Think PEPFAR with HIV/AIDS, $15 billion. We knew you had to have the money or it wouldn't happen.
Thank you. Manuel, last one.
I think we need to look at the things that have worked. One of them is we need to have like a bipartisan task force on migration and immigration policy, led, housed by the National Security Council, but with a broad set of members that are outside Congress. We have had that before. Barbara Jordan led one of these task forces before, and I think it works. It helps you shape your policy on migration from the more comprehensive set of this, and we don't have that. And with the polarized Congress that doesn't want to make legislation, at the very least, they should appoint a bipartisan task force on immigration that will last for 18 months, beyond the current administration and the next one.
Thank you all. All right, True Fam, let's get to work. We got some work to do. We've got some questions. There's mics on either side. Okay. And we're going to start with our Truman doer-in-chief, Sean Van Diver.
Write that down. Trip, do you hear that?
Don't get me in trouble with Trip.
White change. Hi, folks. My name is Sean Van Diver. I lead Afghan evac. We've been working extensively with the administration. And Andrea, everything that you just said is right. Everything all of you said is right. Yesterday, we were at a meeting with the White House making the exact case that you just said, saying, help us get the word out. 89% of the American public support Afghan relocation and resettlement. 70% of evangelical Trump supporters support this. And we said, hey, can you help us? And they said, ooh, pitching is really hard for us. And then 8 hours later, I got a text saying, hey, can you help us get the word out on the Welcome Corps? And I wanted to throw my phone in the fucking ocean. So I agree with everything you just said about integrated policy across the enterprise. And they don't talk, they're not talking. So I agree with you. How can Truman help? How can Afghan evac help? How are you being received at the White House when you're bringing these questions to bear? And who can we just heard a conversation about picking up the phone and saying, hey, dude, we have a lot of connections at the White House. We have a lot of connections across this government, a lot of Truman members in significant offices. What can we do to pick up the phone and say, hey, dude, who should we be talking to? And how can we support you? And what has been the reception?
Yeah, I'll try and take that one. So I am a former Biden admin alum, and I did leave the administration around sort of concern about the vision broadly and being concerned that we would get to a point where we were not articulating this sort of justification for why our immigration system still needed reform. And so I've tried a number of tactics, some, more critical, and some, I think in the last year and a half, something I think it has been helpful is actually doing, and Truman can do this too, like there are a number of really creative and novel things this administration has done. Welcome Corps is one of them. Operation Allies Welcome, as many mistakes as there were, it like completely transformed the way we receive new arrivals. Did you know there were 70,000 people temporarily housed? At the same time, we had an emerging cities crisis, but that the federal government was housing, matching, coordinating with civil society in a way we never heard of, saw, and it was Afghan arrivals, right? I find that fascinating. I find it fascinating that they were able to, we talk about border processing. Take what happened with Haiti, Del Rio, if you remember 2021, the images of over 10,000 Haitians there saying we couldn't process them, we needed to expel them, there was no way to do it. 3-4 months later, 20,000 Ukrainians at the San Diego border. And I saw tools move that I never thought were possible to move. I saw a port of entry be open that had not been open in 3 years. And I saw this engagement, once again, with civil society to find solutions to this federal problem. So what I am trying to do is remind them, I'm like, you've done these, creating the Uniting for Ukraine is incredible, creating the parole pathways for CHNV, that has been the most sustainable policy that has actually reduced unauthorized migration that I have seen since we've been in this modern migration trend. You don't hear that from the administration though, right? You hear we still have to shut down the border even if we've reduced unauthorized migration by X percentage. They have the lowest borders numbers right now that they have had during this presidency. You don't hear about that was a foreign policy push with Mexico. So I am actually trying to tell their story, and I find at least like if all of us can tell a story and say there is this vision, I find that's like an effective way. And to remind them, you know, if I can create a resource that shows, look at the progress you have made, I'll do that. If we can like use our voices to sort of articulate when maybe they may be hesitant. And I want to say, I understand why they're hesitant. I see all of the internal polls on this issue. They are very scary. You see Americans supporting mass deportations. You see them naming border security, but if you think about that, what does that even mean to the voter? And I think we have to get into that because I don't think it necessarily means all one thing about asylum. I think they just want to see a system that functions.
Can I just jump in on that, on the answer to that question, because the question was, what can we all do? One of the things we're trying to do in the higher ed world is just build a broader-based coalition, right? It's got to include the faith-based organizations. It's got to include American Business Immigration Council, the business community's interests. It's got to include the tech community's interests. It can't just be the traditional immigrant advocates' rights organizations. And anything difficult that's been done in this country legislatively was done by a very broad grassroots coalition. And we have to make it safe for moderate Democrats and moderate Republicans to solve this problem. And so unfortunately, part of what also needs to happen, which I hope and I'm sure you're probably involved in, is democratic reform so that we don't have these incredibly polarized districting plans that send people for whom compromise is an anathema and is the thing that results in you being primaried in your next election. The hallmark of the legislative process was always compromise, and we need to get back to that.
Thank you. We've got Aaron and then Tim and then, I'm sorry, the light is right in my eye, but the last three questions. So Aaron, go ahead, and then we'll go that way.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for being here. Aaron Brennan, Truman, San Diego. My question is this. You're in charge for a day. What's the first thing you fix in your sort of respective areas? You get to write the policy, you get to make the rule, whatever. What's the thing you do for one day? You're in charge. What is it?
I get the legislative leaders in the room and I say we're not leaving this room till we have a solution, right? Because you can't get there without the votes. And so I want to make them do the work. I was an elected official. I think there are people who are in public life to solve problems. There are other people who are in public life to do partisan warfare. Keep those people out of the room. Get the ones who want to solve problems in the room and leverage what they know is the right thing to do and then support them.
I'd say before you get to that, the White House has to write the policy. So if the policy is this is the group, the three groups we're focusing on, these are the three political economic needs that are most salient and important to our national security. You define that, and then you say it's doable. And the earlier question, corporate council on malaria. As the NSC rep, I help organize 20 energy companies and NGOs who for the first time sat in a room and disclosed how much money they were paying on malaria, what they were doing, and still exist today. So it didn't belong to a party, and then work with Congress to get the appropriation, because policy belongs in the White House.
Thank you. Tim?
Thank you all very much for this panel. This has been a tremendous discussion. My question is for all of you, what are some of the lessons that we can learn from policy failures around Dreamers, around DACA, that we may ultimately end up having to apply to these large populations of humanitarian parolees who may risk being in legal status purgatory, in perpetuity if we don't sort of address the, sort of the long-term consequences. Obviously, we need humanitarian parole, but what sort of medium to long-term future can we offer folks who are very unlikely ever to return back to their home countries? Thanks.
Okay, I'll try. I'll say it was a major mistake to leave DACA out of the latest Senate negotiation, right? It was months of not talking about the undocumented, and it gave permission now where that's the starting point, and that's what reform looks like. And I want to say their inclusion of the Afghan Adjustment Act, those things are really important in that bill. But if we did not talk about even DACA, the most bipartisan popular category, we are in trouble. So I'm very worried about the temporary status question. What I found from my time in the Senate, though, is that there is no political pressure right now on Republicans to even have a stance on DACA, to have a stance on parole recipients, to ask them what they'll do with Ukrainians. And so there does have to be that bipartisan civil society work too, right? So there's very few bipartisan immigrant rights organizations, and that historically kind of makes sense, but we kind of have to get back to getting commitments right now. Parole reform is probably in our future. Parole has become a stopgap because we haven't created new visas since 1990. That's really unstable. When I think about what I do in a day, I'd create all of these different visa categories. But if we don't start bringing it up in the debate and reminding people, I think there's something, like, if we lose DACA, which you probably will in 2025, there's going to be an estimated 1,000 people losing, like, being pushed out of the workforce every day. Add people who have parole, and that's going to go up. Every single day, employers are going to be losing thousands of workers in a labor shortage economy. That story has to be told right now during this election, but also we have to be going to Tom Cotton and different Republican senators and saying, how are you going to stabilize this population?
There are 500,000 DACA recipients. They're probably going to lose DACA because of a decision by the Supreme Court. So that's sort of the future we're facing. No child graduating from high school today is eligible for DACA. It was time limited. So for several years now, all of those undocumented students, 75,000 to 100,000 a year, are graduating without the benefits, even of DACA, as limited as it was. What we hear when we go talk to senators and members of Congress is, we really care a lot, but we can't do DACA until we've done border security. And so that linkage, and honestly, you're not going to do DACA if the well was poisoned. So if we don't create that narrative, and if we don't create that safe space for moderate Democrats and moderate Republicans to be able to do some thoughtful things, then even if they wanted to, they can't do it because of the backlash that they would get. So we have to create that safe space.
Thank you. And I just want to get to our last question.
Hi, I'll try to make it very quick. First, wonderful opportunity to be here. I'm Tahina Montoya, part of the newest class of 2024 Defense Council, and just really excited to be here. Thank you so much for the mention of Operation Allies Welcome, which I think was a huge example of how we can apply lessons learned to this very topic. And I also wanted to make a plug for bipartisan policies that do have allocated funding, like the Global Fragility Act, that could be leveraged to address these issues. But my question is, is there any countries that are doing it right, or any countries that we can pull lessons learned from? I recognize that it's unique, every country is unique, and the circumstances are different, but how can we leverage policies that are currently out there globally on an international scale to see what it might look like for the U.S.?
Manuel, do you want? Oh, I'm sorry.
No country is doing it.
Sorry, Manuel.
But it's not because they don't want to. I mean, here we want to make things right. The polarization aside, the major problem in the U.S. Establishment is moral risk, moral hazard. People are not making decisions and living to inertia. The future of DACA is going to be the same as it is today. It's not going nowhere. And there is one country that took the risk to make sound policy decisions with migration, and that's Colombia. And they developed a whole strategy of integrating, regularizing Venezuelan migrants. They are now the first largest minority in Venezuela. There used to be Afro-Colombians, now it's Venezuelans. So there is a little bit to learn from that. But my best recommendation is, let's look at what Barbara Jordan did that led to the immigration reform, the last immigration reform. And second, what Silvestre Reyes did on border security, Operation Hold the Line, that helped to really improve the border management. And there are success cases. They are both based on bipartisan accomplishments. But you do need other actors, think tanks, different sectors, the business sector. I mean, there is a much more broader community when it comes to migration today that is not the same that it was 30 years ago. And we have to be realistic that you need that. But you need to basically mandate and entrust in them a decision of set of checklist issues, DACA being one of them, but it's not, I mean, you have DACA, you have TPS, you have the parole, the humanitarian parole problem, because it's not a solution. It may look like a solution in the short term, but it's not. And then provide a blueprint of what the 21st century immigration policy should be.
I think one of the things that we have done right is that we actually assimilate immigrants have historically very effectively. And the fact that we have things like birthright citizenship and free public education regardless of your immigration status means that people who came here regardless of their circumstances could thrive and contribute. And I think the worst thing we could do is demonize immigrants as they're coming to this country. Can you imagine if you're a young Muslim man and the message is, you are welcome here, you can create a future for yourself here, you can provide for your family, or if the message is, you're not welcome here, we suspect you of being a terrorist, we're going to try to deny you and try to force you out, or not even ban you from coming in. So I think we can. It's hard. It's not easy. It is not easy being an immigrant. There are a lot of bumps and bruises on the way, but the first generation can create opportunity for the next generation, and their kids end up in college, and they end up giving a lot back to our country.
Again, we're at time, so unfortunately, but maybe we can continue this conversation during the break and outside. I just want to, first of all, I want to thank all the panelists for being here this morning and engaging in this lively conversation. I want to thank the Truman staff. You guys, it is not easy to pull off this incredible event year after year, and they really just deserve all of our applause, all of our thanks. I want to thank the policy and program team, especially John, Max, Chris, and all of the fellows for giving me the space and the encouragement and putting up with my nuttiness while I explore these topics in maybe a slightly new way, but a way that is energizing nonetheless. And if you want to hear more about what Truman is doing on immigration, we have a great panel tomorrow that's being co-led by Sunil Varghese and Denise Bell on migration in the Americas and the LA Declaration, which is specifically about how we support cities managing migration. We have a lot on our website, including our framework paper, white paper on how to talk about immigration as a national security imperative. We're currently working on a toolkit, to Andrea's point, about how to get cities to work better together to promote better and more inclusive policies. And we have the return of our San Diego trip. For all Truman members, you're eligible to apply. Please apply. It's an incredible opportunity. It's 3 days at the border. We go to Mexico. We meet with folks on both sides. We get to see all the sites spearheaded by our cultural chaperone, Sean Van Diver, who's about to do a dance for us in his seat. And it's all expenses paid. Well, we pay for airfare and accommodations and most of the meals. So we hope that you'll apply for that. And please stick. And yeah. We'll talk about Tijuana later, Sean. So we're heading into a break, and then please come back. One of our very own, Secretary Buttigieg, has filmed some remarks for us, and you don't want to miss them. So we'll see you all back here in 10 minutes. Thank you.
program is about to begin. Please silence your mobile devices. The program is about to begin.
All right. Welcome back. Let's get folks back in their seats so we can get back on the agenda. I hope everyone is well caffeinated. I hope people have had the agua fresca or whatever drink of their choice, and they're all ready to hop back into it. Before we move on, I want to let you know that Truman received a letter from Vice President Kamala Harris, and the Vice President expressed gratitude to all of us for our thoughtful leadership. Here's a QR code if you want to read the letter from the Vice President. And she expressed gratitude to all of us for our thoughtful leadership and commitment to advancing the national interest of the United States. So thank you to your letter, Madam Vice President. Of course, you're welcome, and of course, the pleasure is all ours. This is what we live for. And speaking of people who need little introduction, especially to this audience, next we will be hearing recorded remarks by Secretary Pete Buttigieg. Secretary Pete Buttigieg was one of the very early Truman members. He went on to do a few other things, including serving as an officer of the United States Navy Reserve, serving 2 terms as mayor of South Bend, Indiana, and of course, serving as secretary. He has helped deliver the world's leading transportation system for the American people and the American economy. We have been working long and hard to bring him to TruCon for a while now, and we've succeeded finally, at least in virtual form. But please enjoy these following recorded remarks from Secretary Buttigieg.
Greetings, TruCon. I wish that I could have been there in person, as I often have in years past, but I'm grateful for the chance to share a few thoughts with an organization that I've known since I first turned up in Washington, 22 years old, looking for a community to talk about ideas, policy, and values with. Truman played an important part at a formative time in my life, played a role in informing my worldview, and led to what are still some of my most important friendships. I hope you all are finding something similar. The people to your left and right are remarkable, not just for their experience and skills, but for their values, their leadership in communities inside and outside of Washington, and for a shared ethic of values and ideas over ego. This year, you're marking 20 years of impact, the very kind of impact that Truman's founders hoped for when this organization first took shape. Truman members have saved lives during the Afghanistan evacuation and relocation efforts. Truman members helped to safeguard the Iran nuclear deal when a wave of misinformation was being deployed to try to derail it. In person and at scale, you shape events for the better and help people in the truest spirit of public service. That ethic is needed more than ever, because we can all recognize that this is a tough moment in the world, a moment causing anxiety and pain for so many, in challenging communities like this one, communities of people who care deeply about the relationships between what happens here and what happens around the world. People who see the world at once in terms of its complexity and its universal truths. Organizations like this, where trust has been built deeply enough to have hard and candid conversations, are vital to illuminating ways forward through problems that may not be solved in our lifetime but must be managed in our moment, with wisdom, compassion, and courage. In the face of everything happening in the world, even something as large-scale as the reshaping of U.S. infrastructure sometimes feels like just one piece of a much, much bigger puzzle. But it is a piece of the puzzle that touches many of the things that Truman Project members care about. So I want to give you a short update on some of what we are up to in the Department of Transportation. As always, so many of the global, almost cosmic issues that we discuss in venues like this are connected back to the local, concrete things happening closer to home. I often felt this as a mayor in the industrial Midwest, calling for a kind of foreign policy that would benefit and speak to places like South Bend, Indiana. And I certainly see many things in the scope of this department's work that make clear the importance of the relationship between the immediate and the global. Some of it is on display in our bilateral and multilateral work as an agency. We led efforts in the International Civil Aviation Organization, or ICAO, to update global aviation protocols to keep air crews and travelers safe during the pandemic. We hosted the transportation track of the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation, or APEC Summit in Detroit, to advance cleaner forms of transportation on the roads, seas, and airs across Pacific economies. We worked through the G7 to strengthen supply chains, respond to Russia's attacks on Ukrainian transportation, and adapt to attacks on shipping in the Red Sea. We're dealing with a new form of challenge in the form of infrastructure cybersecurity, and there's more going on along these lines. But beyond those examples, I would point to some broader frames showing how America's national security is tied to the strength of our transportation and infrastructure, and what we're doing to make it stronger. First, infrastructure is a foundation for our economy and our efforts to create more fairness in that economy. Through President Biden's infrastructure law, we're making the most sweeping improvements in generations to modernize America's roads and bridges, rail and transit, ports and airports. Over 50,000 projects are already moving forward. From the cathedrals of our infrastructure, projects like the new Gateway tunnels under the Hudson River that might represent the largest transportation public works project in the eastern United States in our lifetimes, to projects like a small airport in Chamberlain, South Dakota, where we're replacing the manufactured home that currently serves as their terminal with a brick and mortar building. Each of these investments is an investment in the durability of American leadership and in the foundation of American competitiveness. Second, the transportation sector is our economy's biggest contributor to climate change. So those of us who work in transportation must aspire to be furnishing some of the biggest parts of the solution. We are delivering the first federally funded network of electric vehicle chargers across the country and helping more zero-emission buses get on the road. We're making it safer and easier for more people to walk, bike, take the bus or train to where they need to go, and we recognize that good transit or active transportation options will free more Americans from having to bring 2,000 pounds of metal with them everywhere they go. And I'll note for this audience that you will no longer have to go to Europe or Asia or North Africa to ride high-speed rail. Last month, we broke ground on a line between Southern California and Las Vegas that, if it opens by its target date of 2028, will be the first high-speed rail in operation on U.S. soil. And I'm convinced that it won't be the last. Third, President Biden believes, and I do too, that delivering good transportation and infrastructure results is actually key to vindicating the democratic model itself. When people don't see their government deliver, especially deliver on the basics, the credibility of that entire system of government comes into question. It creates a temptation to romanticize authoritarian models. It's happened before, like in the 1930s when people making excuses for Mussolini said that he made the trains run on time, though that's not quite true. I saw for myself, driving on the streets of Kabul as an officer, how the Taliban could take advantage of weaknesses in public services under the Afghan government and compete over basic delivery as a way to win legitimacy. So part of what's at stake in ensuring that we can deliver on the efficient, safe movement of people and goods is to demonstrate that a free and democratic society can better do things than some of the non-democratic forces that we're competing with internationally, or, disturbingly, right here at home. Let me stop there, and I just want to end with another thank you recognizing this extraordinary group. You are among the leading minds and practitioners of a new generation, a generation that has grown up with wars and rising inequality, a worsening climate, and over the course of our lifetimes, especially prior to this administration, far too many examples of policy failure. The fact that you are here now means that you have taken that challenging generational experience and let it energize you with a commitment to public policy and public service. You have insisted on being part of the solution, and we're all better off because you choose to be the women and men in the arena. So please, keep lifting each other up, keep moving us forward, and have a great conference.
All right, we will now turn to our second panel of the day. Diversity across the national security workforce is a cornerstone issue for Truman. We believe that diversity is essential to America's success on the global stage. That is especially true in the tech sector, where the United States faces competitors with roughly equal access to advanced technology and talent within their national defense communities. So, how do we compete and win? This panel will explore how leaders across government, academia, and the private sector are working to identify, inspire, upskill, and onboard technological talent from all corners and communities around the nation. So that way we can maintain America's technological edge. Please welcome the panelists to the stage, including our moderator, Brandy Vincent, the Pentagon correspondent for Defense Scoop.
All right, can everyone hear me? Hello, as you heard, I'm Brandy Vincent, Defense Scoop's Pentagon reporter, and I'm so thrilled to moderate this panel. Thank you to the Truman Center for hosting and inviting us, and for all of you for being here. As you heard, today we are going to explore how these innovative leaders across the Defense Department and the intelligence community, academia, and the private sector are really working to understand, identify, inspire, upskill, and onboard tech talent from communities around the nation. We're also going to discuss how they're using real-time data to track Let me try that again. We're going to discuss how they are tracking real-time data trends to inform their actions and ultimately maintain America's technological edge in the years to come. We have a stellar lineup of longtime leaders here, also very techie experts. I could go on and on about their expertise, both professionally and personally, and the impacts that they've made to date, but I have to be brief for time, so please Google all of them. I will tell you what their current roles are, though. We have Dr. Stacy Dixon. She serves as the Principal Deputy Director of National Intelligence. Dr. Daryl Pines, who is the President of the University of Maryland and the Glenn L. Martin Professor for Aerospace Engineering. We've got Mr. Maynard Holliday, who's performing the duties of the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Critical Technologies in the Department of Defense. And we've got Dr. Jarrett Riddick, who's currently a senior fellow at Georgetown University's Center for Security and Emerging Technology, CSET. And formerly, he was the principal director for autonomy in DoD's Office of the Undersecretary for Research and Engineering. So welcome to our lovely panel, and let's go ahead and dive right in. I want to kick off and talk a little bit about some of the challenges that you guys have faced. I want to let the audience know I've prepared a little bit of questions to start off with, and then we're going to go into a Q&A that I'll invite you up. So please be thinking up your questions along the way. But starting with the challenges that you guys have faced and continue to overcome in your careers, they're layered, they're complex, and they've come at every stage. And so, Mr. Holliday, I want to start with you on this. When you studied mechanical engineering at Carnegie Mellon University, you were one of only 15 African American engineers in your class at the time. Can you talk to us about what your career has been like as one of the first Black men in America to innovate, as you have, in the government and the robotics realm, and why you wanted to help bring this group of innovators together today?
So Brandy, thank you for that. If you Google me, you're going to find out how old I am and how long ago that was. And that experience, being at CMU and watching my peers attrit, for one reason or another, and 15 started, only 3 of us graduated. And it was baptism by fire, but we had, the support mechanisms that are now currently known as DEI, but they were on campus helping us with course files and old tests, all things that the fraternities had that we also were able to partake of. And so my career took off from there, recruited by the Lawrence Livermore National Lab in California. I became a card-carrying member of the nuclear priesthood and met my good friend here, Dr. Pines, to my right, at the beginning of our careers. And then was able to get a scholarship to study at Stanford, which my advisor at the time from CMU said, "You're not going to have any problem here." And I'm like, "Really? This is Stanford?" He was like, "Nah, it's because you have worked so hard at CMU, you're not going to have an issue getting through here, not because it was easy, but because the level of my academic preparation was there." So, and then I'll just close with, how Dr. Pons and I met. So when you're in these environments where you are the only, there's an attraction when you see somebody of color walking around, these spaces where normally there are not. And so when I saw, Darryl, when he joined Livermore some years after I did, we had to talk about our experiences and how we got to these places. And so we've mutually supported one another over our careers, and I'll let him talk about that when he introduces himself. But so those are my experiences to get to, as I said, the first rung in my career ladder.
Absolutely. Dr. Dixon, you are the first person of color ever confirmed as Principal Deputy Director of National Intelligence and the highest ranking African American woman in the intelligence community. There's really a historic element to your service that I really think it's important to spotlight. I imagine you've been a first at many points in your career, so what are some of the things that you've encountered in these rarefied spaces, as he says, and also that you've learned along the way, and how is it informing your aims now as you continue to pave the way for the next generation?
Thanks, Brandy. I do think it's important to acknowledge these sort of historical firsts, and then my personal preference is, okay, let's now move past that and get to work. So I don't want to be remembered as being the first. I want to be remembered for what I've delivered as part of this job. And I think that's true for many of us that end up serving in that role, but we do acknowledge how important it is for people to have role models. I had role models who were not African American. I had people who supported my career who were not African American or not women, and that was actually really, really useful. And I try to do that now for all members of the workforce. But there were days where I would walk into rooms being the principal person leading a meeting, and people would still be waiting for the principal person leading the meeting to be walking into the room. And you can either let that impact you, or you can move on, laugh about it, and kind of keep going. And I don't counter that anymore in this role. People know that I'm going to be showing up as me, so it's not a surprise anymore. But there were those moments, and there were those days. But it's important to have your network. Your network, not only of people who look like you, who have shared experiences, but the broader network of just great people that work in these wonderful organizations that all of us are part of, who are allies, who are partners, who are willing to look at you and what you can deliver, what you can bring to the table, and that's what they see about you. That's what they notice, not what you are packaged as. But we have to recognize that not everyone has those experiences, and how do we make sure that we level that playing field so people can have the same experience, no matter what demographic they come from, no matter what background they come from. We want them to all have an opportunity to succeed in our places.
Absolutely. I was talking to some of Mr. Holliday's team about this too. Growing up in South Louisiana and then moving away to DC much later in my career made me really understand how much representation matters, and at a young age especially. So when we get to our point where we discuss solutions, I absolutely want to talk about that. First, I want to talk a little bit about data and how all of you are really using it to kind of get at some of these issues. Dr. Pines, when we were preparing for this, you shared some pretty breathtaking statistics with me about how over the next decade, the number of eligible college-ready U.S. high school students is projected to go down. Can you expand on that for our audience?
Yeah, well, thank you again, Brandy, and thank you for having me as part of this panel. First, let me just answer my colleague Maynard's sort of history. So we go back now, what is it, 32 years, 42 years?
They have so
like
many
35
inside
years.
jokes, y'all. Just wait.
And we did meet at Lawrence Livermore National Lab, and it was just nice to have someone to be in fellowship with in engineering. At Lawrence Livermore National Lab is a predominantly physics-run lab, and engineers are considered second-class citizens. I said it on public, but that's what I believed then. I still believe that's true today. And, but you know, so you needed to find first another engineer of color, and it was just great that Maynard and I hooked up so nicely. And he was into robotics, and I was into space structures, and we were working on these Star Wars programs. If you all remember Star Wars, I was actually part of those programs. Something called Brilliant Eyes and Brilliant Pebbles was why I was hired. And it was great because I didn't want to do that nuclear work that he was doing. But anyway, but where we, fast forward to where we are today, as Dr. Dixon just mentioned, we need to understand that in the United States, roughly about 3.5 million kids graduate from high school every year. However, because the birth rates in the United States in the early 2000s were less than 2 per family, so there's about 1.7, 1.8. In the decades of the 90s, they were like 2.3. So because of those numbers, you just fast forward, you just add 18 to those numbers and keep adding 18 every year to those numbers, well, it projects now that we're going to have in 2030, 2036, a 300,000 drop in the number of high school students. So go from 3.5 to 3.2 million. You say, well, that's not a lot, but it's actually really important. Because what's happening in the United States and in the intelligence community and in the Department of Defense is that the need for STEM graduates and other graduates is still increasing. And there's such a high desire to have those graduates. So, so that's first of all problematic just by those basic numbers. But it's even more exacerbated by the following. Over all of these years, last 40 years, only 4% of those 3.5 million people that graduate from high school every year go into STEM. So I want you to just think about that. 3.5 million people graduate from high school in the United States every year, but only 4%, and that number, by the way, that flat line, 4%, has barely changed, 4.1, 3.9, over the last 40 years. So what does that mean? It means that today we have 140,000 people going into STEM majors in colleges and universities across the United States, and then 2030 and 2036, that'll go down, if that 4% stays the same, that will go down to 128,000. That's just simple math. 4% of 3.2, 4% of 3.5. Of course, I'm an engineer, so I can do this really quickly. So my point making is that we actually need that number to be 200,000 going into STEM. However, there is some hope. There is some hope. Also, during the same time period, last 5-10 years, the number of foreign students coming to the United States, believe it or not, even during the tumultuous times of the pandemic, now that we're out of it, has actually increased for the last 3 years, each year, by 10%. So the deficit that we're going to have domestically can possibly be compensated by the growth that we're going to have internationally, because people are still coming to the United States to make their way. And most of those people still stay. 80% of those people still stay in the United States. So that's important. So there's hope there. There's also hope because the National Science Foundation has put a lot of effort in K-12 STEM education. And it's starting to bear fruit. Now, I just want to share with you one program that I've been involved with that tries to instill engineering in every high school in the United States. So the program is called Engineering for Us All. It's for any high school student. It doesn't require calculus. It doesn't require pre-calculus. It only requires algebra. Because you can teach engineering design principles like the scientific method that you all learned in biology or in chemistry. Remember that? You can also learn the engineering design principles. It's not complicated. You don't need high-level math to do it. So we've been able to do this in 90 high schools in the United States, taught over 8,000 students who now have a basic understanding of engineering, and many of those young people have gone off to Stanford, Berkeley, MIT, Purdue, you name it, Drexel, all kinds of engineering. I'm doing this because he went to Stanford and I went to Berkeley. That's why I did that. I'm just like to mess with him. Oh, I'm sorry. And she went to Stanford too. And she went to Georgia Tech. This is a little fun that we're having up here on the panel. Anyway, the point I'm making is that there is hope because these STEM programs are starting to bear fruit, and these young people are now starting to go into science and other majors that are in STEM that will hopefully lead them going into the intelligence community and in the Department of Defense. So, thank you.
Absolutely, and thank you for sharing that. It might seem obvious for some, but why is it so very concerning looking to the future, what this potential gap might look like or challenge might look like?
Well, from my perspective, and I'm sure also from Dr. Dixon and Mr. Holliday and Dr. Riddick's perspective, is that we see this growth that's happening in cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, and now the emerging field of quantum. And all of them affect the Department of Defense, national security, and the intelligence community, we don't know, potentially exponentially. So we're going to need skilled labor in those domain spaces in the future, in the present and in the future going forward at the thousands of numbers, right? So that's why it's important, and that's why we focus on those topics.
Thank you, sir. And it's great to have both you and Dr. Riddick on this panel to also supply the kind of global perspective of this. At CSET, you're doing research into what you told me is diversity as a national security asset. Talk to us a little bit about that, and really, how does this strategic gap America is facing when it comes to producing STEM talent compare to China, which the Pentagon has identified as a near-peer competitor?
Yeah, so thanks, Brandy, and thanks to Truman Center for this program today. You know, I was reminded, President Truman, 70 years ago, in a commencement address at Howard University, said the words that talent knows no boundaries based on race, national origin, or creed, and then went on to say, 70 years ago, that the United States needs the energy and excitement of all of its citizens. And so that really sort of was said in the post-World War II era, and those words could be no more true today as we face this emerging great power competition between Russia, the United States, and China. Recently, I did some work at CSET to look at world leaders in STEM, and these are numbers that had not been really updated publicly since 2016. And we can see the tremendous gap between China and the United States. Actually, in that list of top STEM producers, the United States trails China and India, with Russia right behind. And so right there, we see great power competition in terms of STEM production. And we know that in this great power competition, this is a race for technological dominance, which means having the right talent at the right time in this competition. And when you think about that numbers gap, is probably one that, one-to-one we cannot close. Dr. Pines gave you some statistics there. But is the quality advantage that we have to maintain that will really give us the advantage. But when we think about, immigration obviously is a way to fill that gap. The traditional pipelines that folks like Dr. Pines are responsible for are necessary. But there are also vast numbers of folks, untapped pools of talent, that are not in the technology sort of discussion today. And so some of the work that I'm doing at CSET is to look at, can technology-based economic development be a tool to bring new members into the discussion around technology. But one thing we know is that when we talk about these underrepresented populations, that many of these populations are in underinvested areas or underserved areas or are parts of communities that we would consider vulnerable communities. So in the great power competition that we face today, there's sort of a new sort of facet to these vulnerable communities. These vulnerable communities present susceptibility with capable near-peer adversaries in this competition in a way that they didn't before in other strategic competitions. Think about the Senate Intelligence Committee report on the 2016 Russian meddling in the election. They said in 2016 that these Russian efforts, written in the Senate Intelligence Committee bipartisan report, that these efforts targeted the black community in the United States more than any other. It was a concerted effort to drive down black voter turnout. And so this shows you that there's a threat vector around issues in disparity and inequity that our capable near-peer adversaries are willing to exploit. And so for us in the United States, diversity has always been an asset. And now in this new competition with near-peer adversaries targeting this, we have a new sort of reason to think about how do we use this diversity as an asset? How do we make sure that these communities that are being left behind are part of the conversation? So part of what I'm exploring, right now the United States through CHIPS and Science Act is committed billions and billions of dollars to place-based innovation and place-based industrial policy. So this is an effort, and when I visited Pittsburgh, Carnegie Mellon, years ago to the National Robotics Engineering Center, I saw that in Pittsburgh. 25 years ago when Carnegie Mellon started the Robotics and Engineering Center there, in the Lawrenceville neighborhood, an underinvested area that had low population, low income. And over the course of 25 years, now Lawrenceville is the hottest real estate market, or one of the hottest real estate markets in Pittsburgh. And the centerpiece of Robotics Row, which is a collection of robotics startups. But what's missing when I look at the data is what happened in the legacy community to those populations that were there in Lawrenceville when this started. And now as we're investing money through CHIPS and Science, can we build the metrics and frameworks to ensure that those investments also build resilience within these vulnerable communities that could eventually mitigate some of the susceptibility and great power competition? So the sentence changes from having a diverse workforce that looks like America to having a diverse workforce that can actually mitigate susceptibility and great power competition.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. I'm excited to see your research as it develops as well. And you bring up a good point that I didn't think about, but the CHIPS Act and other sort of mechanisms have been coming up through this administration as well to really kind of amplify and help those efforts. I want to stick on data for a little bit. Dr. Dixon, I want to discuss how the IC is being really intentional with data on this topic from your perch and under your leadership. What can you share about the IC's approach to data on diversity issues that is something that's also highlighted in the IC's annual demographic reports?
This is a report that is required by Congress that we produce every year, and we are very close to posting the fiscal year 2023 report on our website, public facing. And what's new about it this year is that we actually have intersectional data. So we actually have literally every person in our intelligence community, demographics that they align to, as well as gender, and we're able to break out different trends within the different populations, which actually has provided a lot of interesting information on barriers that particular demographic groups face that we can now do studies to figure out how do we alleviate whatever the barrier is that's keeping people from being successful. We see the data is wonderful. We actually see that our recruiting efforts are increasing and improving. We've got much more diversity coming into the pipeline. However, the hiring is not demonstrating the same sort of thing. So what is the barrier? There's something happening between that application point and the hiring that we can now focus on. We see, frankly, that there are minorities that are leaving in the first 5 years of employment in the intelligence community in a way that we didn't actually know that as a fact before. Now we can sort of dive in and say, what is it? Is it a sense of lack of belonging? Is it a lack of opportunities that we can then create programs that actually target these things so that, actually, I'll have to rethink how I was going to say it so that we can look more like America. But to your point, there are other reasons why you want to have the diversity, and it's a mission imperative for us. We need more great people bringing their ideas to the table, and these people come from all over the country. They come from all sorts of backgrounds, but we need everyone who comes in to be able to want to stay. Even if they leave for other opportunities, I want them to leave for something better and not because they're running away from something. So how do we make sure that we are fixing whatever those barriers are? And the data is tremendously helpful in that.
Absolutely, and it kind of sounds like there's an element of you're letting the data take you places you didn't know you were going to be at the start, and I think that's maybe a trend for all of you that's really important.
It's helpful because we had anecdotes before, we had personal experiences, but now the data to actually put those two things together, and it's extremely powerful.
Absolutely. Well, let me know when the report drops, please. We'll be looking for that. We've heard a bit about the challenges and how you're tackling this with data and other resources, but I want to really dive into the solutions and explore how your teams are going at that. Mr. Holliday, University-Affiliated Research Centers, or UARCs, one of your favorite acronyms, I know. They're one mechanism that DoD is using to engage fresh talent. Can you discuss that and sort of the significance of the recently announced first ever HBCU-led UARC, which focuses on tactical autonomy?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is a legacy item for me and this administration. When I worked in the Obama administration, one of the things the president would say to us is, you're only in these jobs for a short period of time. Institutionalize change. One of his famous phrases was, "You are the change," and so live that. And so I'm going to drop some, as my millennial kids would say, I'm going to drop some science on, and talk about the U.S. government's UARC investment. And so UARC, and this is as of 2017, so the numbers are even more pronounced. 2017, the U.S. government spent $75 billion with a B on its UARCs. The total HBCU allocation was only $357 million, 0.5% of that really large number. And what you heard Dr. Riddick just say about this being a national security imperative, we can't have anybody left behind in our pipeline. And so again, when Dr. Riddick was in the building with me, we advocated to my former boss, who's now the Secretary of the Air Force, the need to tap this talent base and also to stand up the Air Force's first UARC. So they don't have one. It's the Army and Navy have the 14 others, as well as the intelligence community. And so we were able to make the case based on data. And when I would work for Secretary Kendall in the administration beforehand, he had on his door, "In God we trust, all others bring data." And and so we met him. We met the moment and made that point that I'll again foot stomp. 25% of Black STEM bachelor's degrees come from HBCUs. 50% of Black female STEM PhDs come from HBCUs. And my colleague, Dr. April Erickson, is one of those graduates, and she's the Assistant Secretary for Science and Technology. So, we had the data, and so we were able to make the case to Secretary Kendall and to Undersecretary Heidi Shue, Undersecretary Bill LaPlante, to make an investment and have a consortium of HBCUs tackle this tactical autonomy issue, because we want to remove soldiers, sailors, and Marines from harm's way by having machines make first contact with the enemy or draw fire, so that we can save our exquisite assets, for a much more complex engagement. So we were able to get funding a year ago. The floor is $90 million over 5 years, and we were just talking to Dr. Dixon earlier this week about the IC's community potential in sourcing some tasks for these schools. And so this is something that is really important to us, and will, as I said, be a legacy long after I'm out of the job.
That's awesome. I want to stick with you for a second too, because in your career, I want to hear how you have seen diverse workforces yield better outcomes in building emerging technologies like AI.
Yeah, certainly. So just a quick anecdote. My career is hybrid, government, private sector. So between administrations, I was at the RAND Corporation, helping run their Silicon Valley office in San Francisco. And I had a colleague, again, through Stanford connections, and some of you might know her by name, Timnit Gebru. So she was the Google researcher who was fired for making the point about the bias in Google's large language models, and so she's part of the Algorithmic Justice League and a co-founder of Black in AI, and what we were, and so her peer, her contemporary, Joy Bolamwini, who's the scientist at the MIT Media Lab, noticed that these facial recognition algorithms were not recognizing black faces or black female faces, and she was able to bring that to the surface and have companies pull back from promoting their facial recognition as accurate, and it changed the landscape in that domain. And so it also led to the creation. I co-founded Black in Robotics after George Floyd, and so these having diverse people at the table to curate at the very fundamental level these data sets that are biased, because all this generative AI is really high performance compute working on large labeled data sets. But if the data sets are biased in when you're ingesting them, you're going to get biased results. So so it's important to have diverse technical teams doing this work.
Absolutely, and that underscores something so critical with the whole topic around technology. Is like a lot of this stuff is still emerging and not fully realized, and it's just so critical to have all communities represented in the making and refining, because some of it's already been made. We're going to have to fix some things about that big time in all that. So, and it's also cool to just hear that this far into your career, you continue to be inspired to start new organizations. I can say that about all of you. Sticking on the solutions point for a second, Dr. Pines, I think you have some pretty exciting news to share as of today, hot off the press. So talk to us about that and how the University of Maryland is really working with people like Mr. Holliday, DOD, and the government to expand your arsenal of US-born cleared individuals that can swiftly go into the federal enterprise after.
Well, thank you so much. So last Friday, we were fortunate. We're one of the 15 so-called U.S. UARCs, but the only intelligence UARC in the United States at the University of Maryland. The name of our UARC is called the Applied Research Laboratory for Intelligence and Security, and the acronym is ARLIS, A-R-L-I-S. Well, last Friday, we heard from the Washington Headquarters Service that we had been awarded a $500 million IDIQ contract to support this research that Mr. Holliday is speaking about, and that supports Dr. Dixon in the intelligence community. So we're super excited. It's the largest contract in the history of the University of Maryland, but it's more than important than just that. It allows us, and this is now will be our 6th year supporting these activities in the intelligence community, that some of them are in human intelligence, some of them are in artificial intelligence, some of them are in an area called malign influence. And this is important because it allows universities to play a role in our national security enterprise and to accelerate another very important part of developing the workforce of the future that is diverse, as Mr. Holliday and Dr. Dixon have alluded to. So we have 2 programs that are very unique and helps grow the workforce in both the Department of Defense and the intelligence community. One of the programs is called RISC. It's an internship program across the entire United States, and it stands for Research Internship in Security and Challenges. So RISC, R-I-S-C. And it's open to any citizen or permanent resident across the United States at any community college, or university. Last year, we had 300 students participate and they participated, 80% participated primarily virtually. So you don't have to even be in residency at the University of Maryland or in College Park. You get a technical mentor, and if you are working in the domain spaces that are in the cleared spaces, you get cleared, you get a clearance. So part of our role is to increase the pipeline of future eligible individuals who are domestic citizens or permanent residents who can go work for the Department of Defense or the intelligence community. So that's the #1 program. The second program that has come as a result of the UARCs, again, this is because we have this unique program in the United States called University Affiliated Research Centers, or UARCs. And the other program is called Ensure. So in the program called Ensure, what we do is we work with our university partners across the United States, and we find talent that are U.S. faculty and researchers who can work on the problems that are submitted to us from the intelligence community. So that allows us to bring diverse talent from HBCUs, so Howard, Morgan State, NCA&T are all partners, as well as majority institutions across the United States. They get to submit proposals, ideas to help solve some of these complex challenges that are being faced in the intelligence community. Now, I just want to say that we're very excited. If you can't see the joy and smile on my face, I want you to just look at me, because I'm smiling, I'm excited. But I want to go back, if you don't mind, Brandy, I want to give another anecdotal story that that I think you will be a little bit different than the artificial intelligence story that was just given by Mr. Holliday, which goes again to the point of diversity. So every human being in this room remembers the pandemic. I hope you remember it. Don't ever forget it, by the way. So remember the moments when you were afraid to go to the supermarket, worried about the vaccine. But remember the innovation ecosystem in the United States that yielded 2 available vaccines within 12 months of trials and research testing. And I want to emphasize the point that Mr. Holliday made. Where did it come from? The 2 organizations that you're very much familiar with, Moderna and Pfizer. But what you didn't know is that the research team at NIH was led by an African-American woman named Dr. Corbett, who actually figured out the spike protein that was leveraged by Moderna to develop the vaccine. Now, how many people knew that in this room? A couple of people, that's great. Guess where she is today? She was so fantastic, she's a Harvard professor with her own laboratory now, because that's how talented she was. And that's what we mean by we must use all of our talent across the United States. Yesterday I was at MIT, and the reason why I bring up the story is because yesterday I was at MIT at its commencement ceremony. I sit on the MIT Board of Trustees, and the CEO of Moderna was the keynote speaker, and he relayed this story to the audience about where did he get this innovation. He was a partner with NIH, and he was there to scale it and drive it to a vaccine. But it came from Dr. Corbett's lab. So we need to use everyone, or we all wouldn't be even sitting in this room, right, if we use all the talent of the United States.
Absolutely. I did want to ask you one more thing, Dr. Pines, because we spoke about it a little bit, but something else you're doing at UMD beyond just working directly with the government and other mechanisms out there is exposing every student to AI now, which wasn't a thing when I was there. So can you just talk about how y'all are doing that?
Sure. By the way, Brandy was a student at University of Maryland. That's what she's talking about. She's a former journalism major. So we launched earlier this spring something called the Artificial Intelligence Interdisciplinary Institute at Maryland, or acronym is just AIM. And it's across the entire university. And going forward, starting in the fall of this year, every student, 41,000, will have to take an artificial intelligence class, because we think it's so transformational, the subject matter, that it will affect every domain space beyond ChatGPT. There'll be other tools that people will have to learn, of course. And remember, artificial intelligence, as where we are today, we're still in the sort of embryonic stages of how it will be used. And I just don't want you to be too afraid of it. It is like the calculator when we were growing up, a tool. Now, of course, like every tool, it can be abused, but we need to understand how this tool can be used for the benefit of positive good for society. So that's something that we're doing at University of Maryland, and it's literally across the entire university.
It's great that students are going to be exposed to that, and voluntold that they'll be exposed to that in their careers, because they might not even know what it has to offer. Sticking on solutions, Dr. Dixon, I saw you in Florida earlier in May for the GeoInt conference, and while we were there, you were giving a keynote, and the host mentioned that you were going to be meeting with high school students, and then in your Q&A, one of those high school students, a young man, asked you a question, which I thought was awesome. And so I want to talk a little bit about how you're kind of thinking out of the box to recruit and encourage new talent and really be that representation that we were talking about earlier.
It's so critical whenever we travel around the country that my team knows that we want to find a university or a high school or both that have a very diverse population, and that, frankly, our community has not actually gone and visited before. So number one, so I'm exposing the idea and the conversation about careers in public service, careers in national security, and of course, careers in the intelligence community, because so many students are not exposed to it. They don't even see it as a possibility for them going forward, and just planting that seed that early is wonderful. So these particular students were both from Orlando, Florida, where the conference was, as well as some that were brought from St. Louis, Missouri, which is a partnership city for this particular organization. And high schoolers ask the best questions. They are so thoughtful and in surprising ways, and just really want to understand our business, want to understand what it's like, want to understand how do we think about international topics. And if I can just get a couple of them to change their minds and consider applying for us, and having opportunities, high school internships, having opportunities in college to come and try it out. Once people come in for a summer, if we're smart about and strategic about the work that we give them, we get them hooked. You know, they come in and they're like, okay, next year I'm going to do such and such. And maybe they'll try at a couple of different agencies, or maybe they'll just go to one. But part of it is just, how do you get more people to know about the possibilities that we offer? And that's number one. And even if they don't choose to come work for us, they may work for a contractor that works for us, or they may go into academia and support us, or they just may have a better sense of the intelligence community, because frankly, there's a lot of negative things said about government, intelligence. I'd love to have ambassadors out there who can counteract that and within their own communities. And so it's a multi-scale thing, but just really enjoy interacting with the high school students and college students. And we all know that people make their decisions about whether they'll stay in STEM far earlier than just college. How do we get in front of folks early and let them know about the possibilities?
Absolutely, and it shouldn't be your responsibility, but for you, it really resonated with me that these are trips that you're going on for work and you're having your team seek out high schools there. That's really important, and I appreciate that part of your service. Dr. Riddick, one more question for you on solutions. I want to talk a little bit about the metrics that you're working to help develop to close some of those workforce gaps that you identified earlier. What are you learning about how to measure America's effectiveness at bringing vulnerable populations into discussions about advancing technology, and what benefits for national security would follow on from that?
So it's really interesting. I was just having a conversation with a colleague yesterday, and she was saying to me, well, you're doing all this social science stuff now, right? Well, you're talking about social science. And I'm an engineer, right? And I'm an engineer who spent 20 years in the DOD, doing hardcore engineering. And through all that work, I mean, you, over time, start to develop sort of a worldview, in a sense. And it is that worldview that has led me to a few things. One, I truly believe, I believe this in my heart, that bringing together disparate communities inside the United States, all pursuing a shared destiny, is one of the greatest accomplishments of American culture. I truly believe that. And yet at the same time, in the technology sphere, we don't see that representation. And I'm not talking about that from a perspective of, altruism or do the right thing, but we need the numbers. We need the numbers, and so we're missing an actual tool in the toolkit. And when I look at, why are we missing that? It's around design. It's something that Mr. Holliday was sort of talking about. And so I don't want to sort of indict people by their outcomes, but to say, perhaps in your design, you did not have the appropriate metrics to be able to build out sort of the things that will lead to the type of resilience that I'm talking about in some of these desperate communities. And true indeed. For example, Mr. Holliday was talking about the UARC. and how that came to be. There was a National Academy study that was looking at defense research capacity of HBCUs and minority institutions. There's an entire recommendation section there that talks about the lack of data. That when the committee got together to do this report and asked, hey, we need data, no one had the data. And there have been years of investment, years of congressional action, but no collection of the appropriate data to be able to understand what was the impact. And so we can have anecdotal discussions, but it's really scale that creates the impact that we're looking for. So this is why I'm now saying, okay, well, let me, I guess, do some social science, I guess, right? But really from an engineering perspective, can we start to develop these metrics that will help us be better at design? And then I think some social scientists look at me and say, you're a dispassionate engineer who's just looking at numbers. So I have to be careful with that, right? Because this is about people, but it's ultimately about saying that we now have a serious national security challenge that our adversaries have pointed to, these threat vectors. They have shown us that they will reach into these vulnerable communities and exploit this. And here we're having some very divisive conversations that frankly lend toward what the adversaries want to do. So how can we, be very careful about constructing metrics that will help us gain advantage from our diversity, which is clearly an asset.
Absolutely. For our audience, I want to remind you, I have one more question for our panelists, and then we're going to go to your Q&A. You're going to line up behind those microphones right there. So whenever you're ready, head over there. Perfect. I have one more brief question for our panel. What guidance do you have for defense leaders who want to inspire the next generation of diverse leaders and tech talent in defense in the IC?
This goes back to my conversations with the high schoolers. Talk about what you do. Invite people into our community. A number of us ended up working in the intelligence community in national security because someone said, hey, have you considered this agency? Or why don't you apply to this agency? That sort of personal interaction really goes a long way. So invite people in and then give them great opportunities. Provide them help along the way. Support them as they need it, and figure out what they want to do with their careers and continue to have them challenge themselves and continue to grow and learn about all these emerging technologies that are coming through.
Dr. Pines?
I mean, I would echo Dr. Dixon's comments and just say it's important that they expose young people to all kinds of STEM opportunities because it just gets them so excited. I get to see them all the time because I go to middle schools, I go to high schools, and you just got to see the joy in their faces. They're willing to learn, but they just need the exposure. They need somebody to come in and mentor them. And so I agree, if more people get out and reach back, we'll start to see this grow over time.
Yeah, and so I'd like to say, between administrations, or actually before, I taught robotics in Oakland for that reason, to inspire. And we've all heard the adage, you got to see it to be it. And so I wanted them to see somebody like myself doing that. And what this generation has in common is they're all digital natives. They are expert on the PlayStation and, and they're your tech support at home because they, they're, up on the latest technology. And so having them realize that they're already at a certain level, and if they want to create and have a say in what the future is going to look like, and that they're included, a STEM career is an option. So, and then be open to as Dr. Dixon and Dr. Pine say, open to mentoring them and showing them an example of your career trajectory.
And, from my perspective, I have this slogan that I share with a friend of mine: can technology be a key to the unfinished business of civil rights? And we heard the New York governor recently say kids in the Bronx can't even spell computer. But what would it look like to have a no-kidding research center in the Bronx that is doing research and engaging communities? This is how I think about this NREC problem. It's transportable. It could be many, many places. And the goal there is resilience, which is key to national security. So I'm looking at this technology piece as, really filling in some long-term sort of challenges that we've had that take on a new perspective in great power competition now.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. Now for your questions. Please introduce yourself to our panel and go for it.
Absolutely. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Captain Sean Cooper, and I'm currently the Innovation Officer for the U.S. Army's 18th Airborne Corps, which contains about 40% of the close combat fighting forces of the U.S. Army. Dr. Dixon, I actually had the pleasure of preparing your VIP visit package, but I never got the chance to ask you a question when you came.
What an innovator.
So only at Truman. In my role as the innovation officer, I've seen an Army specialist, an E4, first-generation Palestinian-American, design and build mold sensors for the barracks in his Army, solving a department-wide problem. I've seen African-American combat engineers build AI models on their home computers to optimize their day-to-day operations. I've seen a junior sergeant who can trace out the entire supply chain of drone parts and build an NDAA-compliant strike drone for $600. But because they work in the operational force, these technologies will likely never be adopted and scaled by the Department of Defense. The DoD demands an educated military, but in addition to building more STEM talent to intake, how can the department better leverage the amazing and diverse intellectual capital that already exists in our operational, not our R&D, fighting forces?
Thank you for that.
Yeah, so let me take that. That's squarely in my lane. So I would say we have programs that may not have been widely disseminated, called Radar, AppFit, and others. And so, not to take up any more time, come see me, and we'll make that connection.
I want to hear the answer to that question too. So
and I would add that there is an R&D program that comes out of one. I know Army Research Lab participates, Pathfinder Catalyst. So at the Fort Drum in Kentucky, and also I think down in North Carolina. But you make a very good point, and I think we have to be sort of cognizant of the fact that the operational community really can help to set the picture for what's needed. And as a scientist, we have great ideas, but not that operational experience. So the merging of the two, I think, will help. As you said, take advantage of an educated soldier force.
Thank you for that.
Hello, thank you for the panel discussion today. My name is Mia Renna. I'm a former engineer officer in the U.S. Army and currently a PhD student at the University of Maryland in civil engineering, so go Terps. Yeah. So I have a quick question for the panel based on a stat that Dr. Pines shared earlier about currently recruiting STEM students from American backgrounds, but more specifically my question of backgrounds with low socioeconomic status, some with dependents. How are we encouraging and recruiting people from continuing on past bachelor's into graduate studies, especially when you're looking at how much money you could be making? In the private sector, I think everyone in the audience who works for government also has the same concern. You can make so much going into private sector directly versus sticking around and staying in graduate school. So how are we addressing that recruitment issue?
Well, I'll take a start, Mia. Congratulations on getting your doctoral work done at University of Maryland in civil engineering. So in STEM majors, not only are there undergraduate financial programs for students from certain socioeconomic backgrounds. So from the lowest quintile, you literally can get a free ride at most schools around the nation, definitely at the University of Maryland, especially if you're in the category of so-called Pell eligible. So that's number one. Number two, on merit and need, you can get full rides to go to undergrad. But what you also don't know that in the STEM areas, you also get it fully paid, right? So it's either paid through a research contract or paid through a graduate fellowship, or at the worst case is a teaching assistantship. But pretty much 95% of students who get degrees in math, physics, chemistry, astronomy, engineering, computer science, they don't have to pay a single dollar because it's funded through either those programs that I just mentioned. Now, why should you do it? Because I know you see the big dollars at whatever these major technology firms, is because in the long term, your career will be more enriched, you'll have greater opportunity, and you'll have greater capacity to do the things that you want to do in a long career. So don't think about the short term and just see the dollar figures. Think about your journey and success to be sort of, one of us sitting across this panel today.
And then within the federal government, of course, encouraging this tuition reimbursement. There's also programs that will send people for master's and doctorate degrees. And within the intelligence community, we have our own university, National Intelligence University, which is an accredited institution where you can also do your work. So we are very much encouraging if people want to come to work first and then have the government pay for it, that's another way.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you, everybody. This has been an amazing panel. I'm Lucas Toma, true LA. I'm also Army Reservist, but my day job is at Space Force, at Space Systems Command. We have the Cyber Halo Innovation Research Project, or CHIRP. We call the students Chirpicorns because they're special. But it specifically targets underserved communities in STEM majors to bring them into government positions in Space Force acquisitions, or at least the Space Defense Industrial Base. The main factor is budget, but that's everybody's problem. The second thing is clearances. That is the biggest stumbling block. There is fear in those communities based on maybe their immediate family is undocumented or incarcerated or whatever it may be. So overcoming that just on the application process is really hard for us. And also the length of time it takes. We have them for 2 years in this program and we're struggling just to get them cleared at secret, if that. And so are there any strategies or approaches that your organizations have found are successful in overcoming those fears and also accelerating that clearance process to whatever degree it can be?
Can I take at least part of that one? So a couple things. One, on the last part of it, the accelerating clearances. Across the intelligence community, we have all committed to a median application to final job offer of 180 days, which is so tremendously impactful based on what it used to be. So it still sounds like a lot, but it is so much better than it was. And we're not there yet, but we are getting there. So that will help a little bit. With respect to the other side of things, I've already forgotten the other part of your question.
Just overcoming the fear in certain communities that don't have a...
Cultural competence training for our recruiters has been something that we have invested in, sending people to courses where they can learn different populations and what they need. Some folks need their parents to be on board before they apply to something like a national security job. Others, to your point, are afraid because they've got undocumented family. First of all, that should not stop anyone. That is not a requirement. It is who you are, not who your family is. We work through things like that, but people have to not be afraid in the beginning. And so we're trying to put out information papers and slick sheets that actually cover what security clearance does and doesn't look at. But it will take more of us having those conversations directly. So thank you for raising it.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey, just want to say thank you so much for your time. I'm Mike Hastings. I work on AI policy at Google. And yeah, it's awesome that you got the grant, Dr. Pines. Congrats, and go Bears. As I was an intelligence officer back in the day, one of the things that really made me bristle was the term near peer, particularly when it comes to China. AI, massively important, quantum even more so, and they have the edge. So I think the emphasis on growing domestic talent and getting diverse talent is super important, but it takes time and it takes political will that we may or may not have. So for that short-term gap where we really need scientists and talent, I kind of want to push back a little bit on the competitive nature of the government's willingness to pay for talent. There's tuition reimbursement, but the private sector has that too, and quite frankly, a lot better. So I wonder if those conversations are happening with Congress to really press for more funding, and if so, what do those look like, and what do you think the prospect is for being able to swing with the private sector for that talent in the short term?
What I've seen us able to do is more for some cases, like what you're describing, something at scale where we're able to pay everyone kind of what they would make and then in the open market. We're not there yet. However, for individuals with very specific talent, I have seen us able to do that, but there are caps that we have to meet that frankly are still below what industry can pay in many cases. We're trying to make it easier for people to go back and forth, so I love the idea that people will leave government and go in industry, because at some point some of them will want to come back and bring those great experiences. We have to make that a process that is easier for folks. We continue to have the conversation with Congress, and even as we are able to add supplementals to the STEM talent, it's still not enough. It helps, but still not enough. And so we are actively engaging in the conversations, but we definitely haven't solved it.
Yeah, so I'd echo that and say my career is an exemplar of being able to go back and forth. And if you been on the other side, you know that we have the most compelling problems. And that's what brings me back to serve. And my principal directors for my critical technology areas all have an expiration date to go back to academia, industry, or wherever to quickly work and provide their expertise, but to go back out and so we can have tech refresh. And so, as Dr. Dixon said, we're not competitive yet, but if money is your motivator, we don't want you. Period.
And I just want to say something on this. There's no better honorable thing to do to take your talent and give it back to the United States, not for a monetary gain. I was a DARPA program manager for 3 years, probably the best 3 years I ever had in my entire life. It was during the Gulf War dynamics, and we focused on near-term technologies, got them to the theater, and long-term technologies. And I felt so good that my knowledge base, my contributions from a technology perspective were being used to benefit the U.S. national security interests. So there's no more honorable service than to give that back of your ideas.
Hi, my name is Cecily McLeod, and I'm the Visiting Senior Fellow for Cities and Democracy here at the Truman Center. I'm also an attorney, and so my question is about barriers for young people. So whether it's high school students, students at in undergrad or graduate school, one of the barriers that I've seen with them getting internships or opportunities with government agencies and national security is that they cannot physically or financially afford to come to Washington, D.C. for a summer or for a semester. That is a barrier to them. I teach history at Georgia State University, and some of my students are, well, I want to go to DC, but I can't afford to get there. I know that there have been some innovations kind of in the wake of COVID offering virtual internships, like the State Department has that, and I've kind of steered them there. I want to get your thoughts on virtual internships or how you manage that barrier for students in rural neighborhoods or in rural environments or in students in communities of color.
We definitely have recognized that that's a challenge, and there are a number of organizations that do have facilities that are in other places. We have to do a better job of leveraging those as well as advertising where those are. And some of them happen to be adjacent to or within communities, underserved communities, so that's sort of a perfect match for at least that community. We've also recognized that not everyone who is an adult wants to move to the DC area to be part of our community, and so how do we think about I see community campuses in other parts of the country, and that's something that we've taken on. It's a longer-term goal, but how do we make sure that we've got more representation in other places so not everyone has to move here, period, which will also solve part of that problem.
Yeah, and if I can add to Dr. Dixon's last point, so this is where, it's amazing how we would never talk about virtual stuff in the past, before pandemic, right? But we use virtual media as a mechanism to level the playing field. So for example, in Prince George's County, which is where University of Maryland lives, the superintendent called me in July of 2020 and said, I need math teachers to teach math to my most remote and underserved populations. So we ended up teaching pre-calculus and advanced algebra to 10 high schools of Prince George's County. Guess what? We're still doing it today for free. So now we've trained, and this is dual enrollment, so they get a grade in high school and they get a grade in college. But it was a sort of a give back thing to be able to provide them with high quality instruction with mentor and tutorial services, all provided by us as a way to give back to the county. This is again where virtual learning to an underserved population can really be beneficial. So.
Y'all, I'm so sorry, but they reset our timer twice, and now it is blinking hard at me on red 0 for lunch. But I think our panelists will absolutely answer your questions as well after. Please talk to them. With that, it is all the time we have. Thank you for participating and joining. We're going to head to lunch. Stick around for Dr. Call after.
is about to begin. Silence your mobile devices. The program is about to begin.
All right. Good afternoon. All right, let's try that all together now. Good afternoon. All right, we back. Welcome back from lunch. Hope you are all well fed. Hope you don't start drifting after some tryptophan and some of the sandwiches. We have really great content ahead of us, so stay here, stay excited. We now have an opportunity for a deep dive with a leader who, during his time in the Biden administration, was at the center of the action on some of the most consequential national security issues. Dr. Colin Kahl is here. We're delighted that he has become a leader in our community as he has recently joined the board of the Truman National Security Project. Please welcome Dr. Kahl to the stage, along with Dr. Catherine Pratt, a 2018 Truman Defense Council member. She's going to moderate the conversation.
Hello, everyone. I'm going to tell a quick joke. Why do ghosts ride elevators? It lifts their spirits. Aaron, this one's for you. Okay. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. I am very excited today to be interviewing Dr. Kahl. We're going to be talking about all sorts of things, including his time in the administration and now what he does with Stanford. So thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me. It's great to see everybody.
Excellent. So kicking off, can you talk a little bit about what you did as Undersecretary of Defense for Policy? And do you have any key takeaways or lessons that you learned from this job?
You get a lot of sleep. It's really easy. No, for those who don't speak DoD or haven't spent a lot of time in the funny five-sided building, the Undersecretary for Policy, the easiest way to think about it is you're essentially the National Security Advisor to the Secretary of Defense. So you run a kind of a core organization of about 800 folks. There's another 2,000 folks at various agencies that report to you. It's a budget of about $700 million, which is very small by Pentagon standards and very large by normal people standards. But essentially, you staff the Secretary of Defense on all matters of foreign and defense and national security policy that the department has to weigh in on. You represent the Secretary at the Interagency Deputies Committee that the National Security Council runs. You represent the Secretary abroad and as part of defense diplomacy. And you're just a senior advisor and one of the last people in the room on all the issues that he or she has to contend with. It was a real honor to be able to work with Lloyd Austin, who has been a fantastic Secretary of Defense and someone I knew well from his time when he was in Iraq, and I was spending a lot of time focused on the war there, and then when he was the CENTCOM commander and I was working at the White House during the counter-ISIS campaign and the Iran nuclear deal and a bunch of other things. So I have extraordinary respect for Lloyd Austin. That only grew in working with him. So yeah, I mean, I was there from the spring of 2021 through late last summer. So I was there for the evacuation of Afghanistan. I was there for the lead up and then the ultimate full-scale invasion of by the Russians of Ukraine. I was there for the Nancy Pelosi visit to Taiwan and the temper tantrum that Beijing threw after that. I was there for, speaking of China, for the high-altitude balloon, which was not something I had on my bingo card. So a lot of other things. So like I said, easy, lots of sleep.
Awesome. So I'm taking it that you're now recovering in your job as a professor.
Yes, but I have I have a 12-year-old daughter and a 9-year-old son, so they keep me busy. And like a lot of people who have portfolio approaches, I've managed to sign up for things that add up to way more than 100% of my time. So being busy is bored, but it's not nearly as taxing as the alarm going off at 4:30 every morning and the car dropping you off at 9 p.m. every night.
That's awesome. Okay, so you mentioned Russia, so you were undersecretary in that role, and you led the department's response. What was your biggest lesson that you think the national security space needs to carry forward in future conflicts?
Well, I mean, I would say something controversial, which is that, I was in grad school in New York a year after I defended my dissertation and started my teaching job at the University of Minnesota. 9/11 happened, and 9/11 was obviously an extraordinarily impactful geopolitical event. I think the Russian invasion of Ukraine is a bigger deal. And I think that's largely because it is more indicative of where the world is going. I think 9/11 had an outsized impact on the way in which the United States related to the world. But Al-Qaeda and their ilk were never an existential threat to the United States. They were a significant threat, a threat that we had to take extraordinarily seriously. So that's not the point I'm making. But, other potential great powers, especially those with thousands of nuclear weapons capable of blowing up the world, are an existential challenge to the United States. And I think what the Russian invasion of Ukraine suggested was that if we don't get our act together, the 2030s could look like the 1930s, where you have very large authoritarian states, revisionist actors, that believe that their neighbors are actually part of their own sovereign territory and could go on the march to establish spheres of influence, and that if the free world stands aside and lets that happen and doesn't impose real cost on that aggression, we are going to live in a much more dangerous world that could pose a much greater threat to the United States than was ever the case in the immediate post-9/11 era. So I think that was the biggest lesson, which was, for a long time people talked about the hypothetical situation in which a great power could start a high-intensity conventional war in the current age, but it became much more than hypothetical when the Russians rolled in to Kyiv. And I think suddenly people have started to think about what it could mean for Russia doing similar things elsewhere, what it could mean as it relates to China and their ambitions across the Taiwan Strait or the East China Sea or the South China Sea. And I think, look, I don't give the Trump administration much credit for much, but I do think that both the 2017 National Security Strategy and the 2018 National Defense Strategy were right to make the pivot to focusing on geopolitical competition with other major powers as a defining feature of the current international system. I think that was the right pivot to make. And I think that our national security strategy and national defense strategy in 2022 actually were a natural evolution from that. So I think the Russian invasion at the end of the day was kind of the exclamation point at the end of that sentence.
Fascinating. So pivoting a little bit, so based on those experiences, you've now come into your current job, and one of the research projects that you're looking at is examining the role of emerging technologies. So you may have seen some of that coming into Ukraine, and now you're looking sort of more forward. What are the kinds of emerging technologies that you are interested in looking at, and how do they apply to national security?
Yeah, well, first of all, I'm not a technologist. I have a doctorate in political science, but I'm neither a real doctor nor a real scientist. So just keep that in mind with everything that I'm saying. But I do reside in Silicon Valley. I teach at Stanford, which is an engine for a lot of the thinking and the research and the training of the people who are shaping the technological universe that is shaping all of our lives. And at the Defense Department, especially as I oversaw the team that wrote the 2022 National Defense Strategy, we had to think seriously about how emerging and disruptive technologies were intersecting with national security challenges that we were facing and taking those seriously. So I would highlight a couple and maybe talk more intensively about one. So I think there are domains that have been around for a while that have nevertheless become even more central, and I would put cyber and space in those categories. The American way of war runs through cyberspace, but it also relies on critical infrastructure that is connected to the internet and not completely secured. And I'm sure you've seen all of the stories about the possibility of what China may or may not be doing to hold that infrastructure at risk. And then, of course, the American way of war also runs through outer space, which is essential for our navigation, for our intelligence, for our surveillance, for our reconnaissance, for our targeting. Literally, the United States could not fight wars in the way that we fight them without our ability to rely on space as a domain. And the Russians and the Chinese know that, which is why they have worked overtime to hold that domain at risk. And as we looked at the National Defense Strategy and the theory of victory that China might have over the United States in particular, we know that they intend to try to paralyze the networks upon which the American way of war depends. So cyber and space have been around for a long time, but they are more important than ever. And I think that's why the department has invested, I think, $11 or $12 billion a year over the last couple of years during the Biden administration on cyber, and close to $30 billion a year on space. Which is bigger than most defense budgets of most countries, and it's just for outer space. So these are big deals. In terms of the emerging technologies, I would identify three: artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and biotechnology. All of them, especially AI and biotechnology, are essentially general purpose technologies that have enormous national security implications, but also will just affect everything, and quantum is close. Maybe just say a few things about artificial intelligence, which I think obviously, I'm sure all of you are paying a lot of attention to, but it's probably the technology that the department needs to get its arms around the most. Artificial intelligence is not just like one thing, okay? It's a whole host of methodologies, different approaches, but I think you can, and the way that I think of it as not a real doctor, not a real scientist, is what are the general use cases for artificial intelligence? And I think there are basically four. One is what I would call classification models. So AI algorithms that are able to identify things. Pictures of cats, pictures of Russian tanks, pictures of dogs, pictures of Chinese amphibious landing vehicles. Enormous ability to use machine vision algorithms and other methodologies to classify things that we pick up from all sources of our intelligence and really get a much more refined picture of what is going on. So these classification models are really important. A second category are what I would call kind of pattern recognition and predictive analytic models, which really are how do you get AI to connect a lot of needles in the haystack to give you a picture in real time of what is going on. And for military purposes, that really is about creating what the military sometimes calls a single pane of glass, of really connecting all the dots so that you have a common operating picture and a common intelligence picture. But predictive analytics matter for more than that too. They matter for predictive maintenance. They matter for the healthcare of our men and women in the armed services. They can help you with training. They can help you with logistics. There are a whole bunch of ways in which big data analytics, predictive analytics can be useful. A third category is generative AI, multimodal generative AI, and I think that obviously, I'm sure you all have played around with ChatGPT or Claude or Gemini or Llama or one of these other large language models. They are increasingly multimodal, which means they don't just do text. They do sound. They do video. They do pictures. And what is novel about generative AI is that it generates novel content. So it's not just making predictions about what exists. It takes what the model understands and generates novel content. I think what is revolutionary about generative AI for the national security enterprise is a couple things. One is just how it smooths the human-machine interface. I think one of the things that's remarkable about LLMs is that it interacts through language, which means you can talk to it and write to it in the way that you would talk or write to a human being and get answers back. Now, those answers may be more or less useful. They may be more or less accurate. They are becoming more useful and more accurate over time, but your ability to interface with it is much easier than having to know how to interact with a particular program or let alone know how to code or anything else. So it just smooths the interface with AI, but it also allows you, to increasingly generate things that are useful. So if you are an intelligence officer or an action officer or a computer programmer, it generates things that can be integrated into your workflow in ways that are, potentially making you superhuman. Over time, these models will be, I think, the leading edge of essentially AI assistants and advisors that will co-pilot alongside commanders, soldiers, intel, and analysts on almost everything that they do. I think the countries that do best in the world will be able to partner human beings with these algorithms to make human beings superhuman, not the machines superhuman. And I actually have more confidence that the United States will be able to do that than just about anywhere else. And then the last category of these models is autonomy, and that is models that are basically, once initiated, are making decisions and taking actions on their own. This can be done in virtual realms like automated cyber defense or automated cyber offense. It can be done in the space domain to keep large proliferated constellations in low Earth orbit resilient in the face of attacks or assaults. But it can also be done in the physical domain. The Pentagon's Replicator Initiative, for example, envisions large swarms of attritable loitering munitions and drones being essential to deterring and, if necessary, defeating a Chinese invasion of Taiwan, for example. So I think these are just some of the areas in which it's impossible to think about national security without technology. And I will make one bold prediction. We are on the eve of an election. Obviously, there will either be a Biden 2.0 or a Trump 2.0. Whether it's Biden 2.0 or Trump 2.0, I will predict that something that we will consider to be artificial general intelligence emerges on the next president's watch. And so if we do not get ourselves ready for that, we're in trouble.
Fascinating. We will have to reconvene at next year's TruCon and see how that goes.
Well, I didn't say next year. I said in the next. In the next 4 years.
Okay, next 4 years. Also, thank you very much for the inadvertent shout out to Copilot TM in your remarks there. But I want to go back to AI there, because a lot of what we're talking about is very future looking. So Gen AI, autonomy, things like that. But a lot of organizations and agencies are looking to incorporate it now. So looking at how can we do contract writing, or the State Department looking at how we can do automated translations. And I would venture that a lot of folks would say that generative AI and ChatGPT and all these models are sort of in their infancy. And as we've seen in the recent week with Google AI, there's a lot of ways that these kinds of things can go wrong. And do you think this kind of technology is sort of operationally ready to take on the nuance that's needed in a lot of these national security spaces? Or how much more work do we need so that it can understand, or humans can understand, what the limits are for things like nuance or commander's intent?
Yeah. I mean, it really depends on is it ready for what, right? So would I trust an AI agent now to provide me recommendations that I didn't double check on what targets, whether those targets were real, whether those targets were viable, whether those targets were legal? No. But do I think the inputs or the suggestions it makes could be valuable and speed up the decision-making process? Yes. I think the question becomes, and this has been some of the reporting and controversy around the Israeli use of AI, for example, is whether it speeds up the targeting cycle so fast that human beings just don't pay enough attention, and therefore you end up doing things that you shouldn't. But that's a human mistake. That's not the problem of the technology. That's completely within the control of human beings. So look, in the national security enterprise, we need to keep the threshold for human beings being involved in decisions very high, because the consequences of failure are high, but also because we have a long tradition in our civilization of holding human beings responsible for the uses of force. And therefore, human beings need to be responsible for the uses of force. So whether it's in the loop or on the loop, there needs to be responsible levels of human judgment on everything. And that's true if you're a fighter pilot. It's also true if you're an action officer writing a memo for the Secretary of Defense. So I do not think everything is ready for prime time, but I think in some areas it's getting increasingly close. I'll give you one, and it's going to sound totally banal, but when I ran OSD policy, we had a lot of people, but never nearly enough for all the work that needed to be done. Okay, so crisis of the day, the evacuation of Afghanistan. We know it's 8 o'clock in the morning. A call just landed at 1 o'clock in the afternoon for the secretary to call the Crown Prince of Bahrain to ask for facilities access so that we could get Afghan evacuees to Bahrain because things were filling up in Qatar. That's not hypothetical. That's a real example of what we're doing. All right. How does this actually get done? Well, there's some action officer who sits in the Middle East office who pulls up the files of the last few times that you called the Crown Prince, updates them based on the knowledge that they know, on the cables, on the intel traffic, tailors talking points based on what the ask is. And look, if you get an 8 o'clock to 1 o'clock, you're going to be hard pressed to get a good product done, especially because it's got to go up through the deputy assistant secretary and the assistant secretary and then the undersecretary before going to the front office. And they want some time so the secretary can actually look at it. Like, now you can start to think as if that human beings, this is hard. Where I do think that large language models, if they were fine-tuned on the data that already exists on classified networks, and you could do that securely, is that memo that would take 3 or 4 hours can be done in 30 or 40 seconds to about the 70 or 80% good enough level. And so think about that. So you essentially say that means between 8 o'clock and 8:01, you've generated the 70% solution, and you can spend from 8:01 until whenever it's due to whatever front office fine-tuning it with human knowledge and whatever. That's awesome, right? And that can happen now, right? If we integrate it into our workflows. Now, obviously, if you are, if you're a cyber warrior at Cybercom, you're going to be careful about what you do, co-piloting running code. If you're a targeteer at the KAOC in Qatar, you're going to be careful about recommendations on targeting lists and all the rest. And the more consequential the action, the more the level of human judgment needs to be pretty heavy. But I think we are getting to a place where, at least from an efficiency standpoint, there are lots of work streams that can be sped up right now.
That's a fantastic example. So I'll have one more question, then we'll open the floor, because I'm sure there are folks who have questions as well. So I love how you say you're not a doctor and not a scientist. I am also not a doctor, but I am a technologist, and I also have played in the policy space. And so you've lived in DC, you currently work for Stanford, and I live in Washington, and I spend a fair amount of time in DC. And there's this gap between technologists and policymakers, and that tech is mostly built sort of on the West Coast, and policy is written here in DC. How do you think the two can work better to build tech that is policy driven, or tech that is informed by policy? Because it seems like a lot of the problems we have are that, tech is done over here and all of a sudden it doesn't keep up with the policy, or the policy is behind the tech, and we end up in this endless loop of just sort of conflict between the two.
Yeah, look, there are a million challenges. I will just point to two. They're probably pretty obvious. One is there's just an enormous knowledge gap, both in the sense that things are developing so quickly that even if you live in the West Coast technology ecosystem, it's hard to keep up. Even if that's your full-time job and you're trained in it, it's impossible for people in Washington to keep up with the information at the speed of relevance. That also leads to a sense, I think, on the West Coast that people in Washington are ignorant about this stuff, which does not contribute always to positive interactions. I think there are profound culture differences. the world out on the West Coast is a much more risk-taking, gambling world. You've probably heard the example, if you run a venture fund and you fund 10 projects and 9 of them fail catastrophically and one of them's a unicorn, like, you're a superstar and you will raise money for that next fund. If you are at DOD and you have 9 major projects and 10 major projects and 1 out of the 10 fail or 2 out of the 10 fail, you're going to jail. Okay, and that's a big difference. And so I think that the kind of move fast and break things means very different things if you're sitting, in Palo Alto or at the Pentagon. So I do think there's a culture difference. There are other culture differences too, in the sense that for a long time I think there was a real allergy in Silicon Valley to working with the national security enterprise. You'll undoubtedly recall several years ago the controversy over Project Maven, which, by the way, Project Maven is now operating in places like EUCOM and CENTCOM in the current conflicts, in real time, to help those combatant commands contend with those conflicts. So this is going forward, but you'll recall thousands of people at Google, objecting to Google's working with the Defense Department on these types of AI models. I think that has fundamentally changed, and I think it's fundamentally changed in part because events of the world have changed, and events like the Russian invasion of Ukraine have, I think, woken up people who thought maybe that they didn't care about national security, but increasingly understand that national security cares about them. I think also just the reality of the consensus around the technology competition with China and what that means in terms of export controls and investment screening and outbound investment restrictions means that if you're in tech and finance, you can't ignore the China problem because it will destroy your business if you do. And so I think the world's becoming more dangerous. The business climate is having to adjust to geopolitical competition, and that just means that there are more companies that are open to working with the U.S. government on these issues, and I think that's super important. And not just, we talked a lot about AI, but in other critical domains too. Whatever one thinks of Elon Musk and SpaceX, the reality is that the future of space is commercial space, and if the United States is going to create resilient space architectures, it won't be by putting up multi-billion-dollar satellites that live in orbit for 30 years that are big, fat, juicy targets for on-orbit and ground-to-orbit anti-satellite weapons, but small, cheap satellites in proliferated constellations, in LEO for sure, increasingly in GEO. And we're going to rely on the commercial sector to build those satellites and to do that launch, and that's why Space Force has kind of gone all in on commercial space, and it's really important for the resiliency of our space architecture. And we saw in Ukraine how important Starlink was to the resiliency of their ability to communicate on the battlefield. So that's all just to say that we are at this moment where tech is waking up to national security and national security is waking up to tech, and I think that's, it's not going fast enough, but it's in a lot better shape than it was, say, 5 years ago.
That's fantastic. Okay, do we have any questions from the floor? I see people moving towards mics. Excellent. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Susan Markham. I'm from this year's class. And I wanted to find out how you think about issues of gender when you're doing policy analysis.
Well, the first thing is to make sure that that you have gender diversity of the folks who are providing you advice and expertise. But I would cast it much more widely than gender diversity. You just need a diversity of a set of experiences, because if you have a homogeneous set of staff and advisors, you will get an increasingly homogeneous set of advice, and that's not useful as we go about doing things. One of the things I'm proudest about the history of Truman is how instrumental it's been in training an entire generation, now 2 generations, of women national security professionals who are all over the current administration. When we were doing the Pentagon transition between Trump and Biden, I think 60% of our transition team were women. And as I was looking for deputy assistant secretaries and assistant secretaries, it was never a challenge to find extraordinary qualified women to put on slates. It could be a challenge, more challenging, along other diversity dimensions where I think, again, our community can do better. But I think it's absolutely important. I also think that we need to think about the gender dynamics of conflict. And I do think that one of the things I'm proudest of as Undersecretary was the work we did for the Secretary on the civilian harm mitigation efforts, which is really about getting our military not just to be compliant in the letter and spirit of the laws of armed conflict, but think about the impact that military activities have on civilian populations, to include the gendered impacts that manifest, especially since, when we talk about quote unquote innocent civilians being harmed in war zones, those are disproportionately women. And so I don't think you can understand either on the input side in terms of good advice or on the output side about what the impact we're having on the world without factoring this stuff in. Thanks.
Awesome. Go ahead.
Hi, Dr. Call. My name is Jen Cannon. And as the previous role you were in, how did you balance the sometimes more aggressive rhetoric against our strategic competitors with the balance, peaceful, prosperous rhetoric sometimes that you needed to provide to the greater community, the greater United States and the world? So for example, when some secretaries would say, China, 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 or other military members would be more aggressive on our strategic competitors, how did you provide that policy guidance to balance that?
Yeah, I mean, my own view is that it needs to be driven by information, not ideological priors. I think one of the ways in which I think we usefully improved on the 2018 National Defense Strategy and the 2022 National Defense Strategy was distinguishing Russia and China from one another. Now, it's true that Russia and China are increasingly aligned with one another, but they are not the same types of challenges to the United States. So the National Defense Strategy defines China as the Pentagon's pacing challenge. The National Security Strategy, Biden's National Security Strategy, defines them as our most consequential strategic competitor. Challenge and competitor are important words in those. And, pacing and most consequential reflect the fact that China is the only country in the world that has the military, economic, diplomatic, and technological capacity to challenge the United States, and increasingly the intention to displace the United States as the world's most influential actor and to rewire the world that we helped architect after the Second World War in a way that would make the world safe for autocracy. So it's a big challenge. But a war with China is neither inevitable nor desirable. And so we have to measure everything that we do against the risk that, even while being realistic about the challenge, we don't create a self-fulfilling prophecy to a conflict that would be disastrous for the United States, for China, and for the world. And that was the constant balancing act on the China issue, because I do think there are places in the Pentagon, certainly lots of places in DC, where the Cold War rhetoric is dialed to 11 in a way that goes beyond just the facts to creating a self-fulfilling prophecy. There's been a lot of attention around the article by Mike Gallagher and Matthew Pottinger in the Foreign Affairs on China. If you haven't read it, you should, because I think it's an illustration of one of these potential self-fulfilling ways to portray it. We have to take China seriously, but we shouldn't treat conflict as inevitable, or we're going to make conflict inevitable. And our job was to deter that conflict and to create guardrails against inadvertently slipping into one, even as we competed with them every single day. That's not how we describe Russia. All right? Russia is described in both the National Security Strategy and the National Defense Strategy as an acute threat. And again, both those terms are important. Acute means immediate and sharp, and threat means threat. So unlike China, Russia cannot dominate the world, but they can't blow up the world. And Putin's invasion of Ukraine demonstrates a degree of brazen aggression that we haven't seen by a great power in a very, very long time, hence my 2030s, 1930s reference earlier. So in the case of Russia, like, in a sense, calling a spade is not, like, I don't worry about the self-fulfilling dynamics. You still have to manage the escalation risks and the strategic stability imperatives with Russia, just like we did with the Soviet Union during the Cold War, but I'm not worried about hurting Russia's feelings very much.
Awesome, thank you. So I have a very angry red blinker up here telling me that we are out of time. Thank you so much. This was fantastic. Oh, okay, and we have our next session right here, ready to go. So everyone keep your seats. while they rearrange chairs.
All right. We got to hop right to it. All right, we're doing our best to keep to time. Now we're going to turn to our third panel of the day. We're going to shift our focus to the health of our democracy here at home. On January 6th, 2023, a bipartisan group of American defense and intelligence leaders and former elected officials spanning 5 presidential administrations participated in an unscripted role-play exercise. The exercise is the subject of a documentary film, War Game, which premiered at the Sundance Film Festival and explores the very real threat of domestic extremism and hyperpolarization. We are thrilled to have with us today 5 of the participants in that exercise. They will talk to us about that experience and the lessons they draw from it as we approach another American election, the verdict of which has enormous stakes. Please welcome them to the stage, including our moderator, Janessa Goldbeck, a 2009 Truman political partner.
Well, that was fun. Props to the graphics team. Hi, everyone. It's so great to be here. My name is Janessa Goldbeck. I was a political partner selected in 2009. Have served many roles at Truman since. Co-founded the San Diego chapter with Kristen Cavanaugh and Sean Van Diver a few years back, and served as a member director on Truman's board also a couple of years ago. So I've had many different Truman iterations, but it's a real thrill to be with you here today at this amazing space. We're here today to talk about the film War Game and the project that came together to create this film. My organization, Vet Voice Foundation, is a 501c3 nonprofit, represents about 1.5 million vets and military families across the country, and our mission is to lift up their voices in our democracy, whether that's through running for office or advocating for policy reform or change at the local all the way up to the federal level. And one of the things that we have been increasingly concerned about over the last several years is the rise of domestic extremism, both in society writ large, but in particular within the veteran and military community. And so we know that there are many groups and many amazing, smart folks who are thinking about threats to democracy here at home, but we saw a gap in what we believed was really folks who had the ability to look into the military community and had the credibility to sort of peel it apart. We've seen in Congress a real lack of bipartisan cohesion on the even existence of the threat. And so as veterans ourselves, I served in the Marine Corps for 7 years, we wanted to bring some light to this issue. So on January 6, 2023, we convened 35 senior members of former government officials, elected leaders, and very high-ranking folks in the national security space to come together and examine this this issue set to participate in a 6-hour unscripted role play, all of which was the subject of a documentary film. So we're going to show you a couple clips today, but before we do, I just want to introduce everyone on stage. Senator Doug Jones from Alabama, Governor Steve Bullock from Montana, and Chris Jones, fellow Marine and from all over the place, but most recently Ukraine. General Linda Singh was going to be here today. We were both in New York last night for a screening of the film, and her Acela train got canceled, so she's very sorry she's not here today, but wishes she was here with us. So with that, let's go ahead and roll clip 1, and then we'll get into the discussion. All of us are here today because we are increasingly concerned by the rise of domestic extremism and radicalization in this country, specifically within the active duty military forces. I don't need to tell you that the alarms are flashing red. Most of you have at one point sworn under oath to protect and defend the Constitution. Today, we'll examine a frightening scenario. What happens when those in uniform break that oath?
I think what brought us all together is a need to be better prepared. And the exercise is Introduction to Coup Prevention 101.
I'm a retired lieutenant general. I spent 37 years in the Army. I'm pretty adamantly nonpartisan. In fact, that was one of my conditions for participation, that it was not a partisan exercise, because this should not be about politics. This is about security.
So my first question is for you, Governor Bullock. You played the President of the United States in the exercise. Could you tell us a little bit about why you decided to participate and what you see are the stakes?
Yeah, in some respects, I probably participated because everyone else said no, because how otherwise would I have, Governor of Montana. But two things, one of which, when I was approached, the caliber of the people that had agreed to be part of it, right? When you have, this was noted, 5 different administrations, half Democrats, half Republicans, and really, really impressive people. And second of which is that, look, every time I ran for office, I'd say this is the most important election in our lifetime. And maybe I did that to try to raise money. But this is the most important election in our lifetime. And the notion that there are certain norms that we should all be able to expect. And the notion that those norms no longer matter as they did. And the notion and the idea of doing this wasn't about a movie, it was about what can we learn to make sure that we as a country are better prepared, not just for the day, but also what we can do after that day. Meaning that at some point, like I was really hoping by this point, our nation would be healed and on some better direction. We're not. I thought it was important enough to do this exercise because we all still, in government, outside of government, have a lot to learn, not only about what's happening in the military, but what's happening in this deeply divided nation.
Senator, before you served in the United States Senate, you were an attorney general, and in this game, you played the Attorney General of the United States. Could you talk a little bit about some of the legal questions that were brought up throughout the course of the gameplay and some of the things you're thinking about now, especially in the new era we're in since yesterday's verdict?
Sure. Let me, before I get to some of that, let me set the stage, because I assume everybody's not seen this movie. Well, we were in a room probably about 3 times this big, maybe just 2 times. And in one corner you had the Department of Defense, and another the Department of Justice, and another Department of Homeland Security. Then you had the White House. And in the middle was the Situation Room. And we had different players in each of those corners. And then the Situation Room were the players that you would expect in the Situation Room here. And it truly was unscripted. We were given a fact scenario in which Steve had won a narrow election, re-election, but yet his opponent was not conceding, was going rogue, and there was a group of individuals in a camp outside in Northern Virginia who were gathering to storm the Capitol. And that's basically all we knew until that day when they started storming the Capitol. And we got thrown a lot of curves because you had Chris, you had a couple of other folks. Bill Kristol was involved. You had the bad guys in another room that were also unscripted saying, okay, this is what we need to do now. So what you see when you see this movie is truly an unscripted thing. And what Steve said about being able to react and all was absolutely correct. And in playing the Attorney General and having the role of the Attorney General, I think was a little bit unique because we were concerned not just with what was going on that day, but there's a whole separate thing that really is not making it to the movie because it's not what it was about. But we also had to determine from a legal standpoint, how do we begin a criminal investigation? What do we need to be doing to help stem the tide of what we see going on at the Capitol and in states around the country, but also what do we do, how do we get things moving to investigate and potentially bring charges for those that are committing crimes. The biggest legal issue that I think was the theme that ran throughout the entire day was about the Insurrection Act. What happens and whether or not we wanted to invoke the Insurrection Act. Now, ultimately, spoiler alert, he did not. And I think it was absolutely the right call. But that was the biggest issue that I think that we had to deal with. And I think, and Steve, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think all the participants in that exercise saw that as a last resort. Absolutely saw that as a last resort. But we were seriously considering it, and it was being discussed, and we came close a couple of times. What I worry about going forward is that there will be an administration that sees that as the first thing that they do. That they will use the military, they will call out the military against citizens of the United States, regardless of what's going on. And I think that's a real danger. And from a legal standpoint, I don't think the Insurrection Act is perfect, by the way. I think it needs a little tweaking. I think there needs to be some looking. But it's really going to depend on who's going to make that call. I'm glad we had Steve as president that day because you had a thoughtful person, and that's what you're going to need if things happen again. And I do worry about things happening again, especially after yesterday.
That's a great segue for clip number 2.
Mr. President, you'll want to see this from your special advisor. MacDill Air Force Base appears to have been taken over by insurgents. Active duty soldiers across the country are leaving their posts or being removed from duty, including 12 special operations forces based at MacDill Air Force Base, who have declared the base to be sovereign land, no longer subject to the jurisdiction of this illegal government. Further reports indicate that at many of these bases, there are corresponding accounts of ammunition, explosives, and other weapons missing from armories. Lastly, several disloyal forces have been caught trying to steal weapons and become trapped inside the armory, creating complicated standoffs between loyal forces and entrapped disloyal ones.
You have 12 special ops.
Yeah, it says
East
that.
MacDill, you reading this?
Yeah.
So remember that Abraham Lincoln suspended habeas corpus. There are times when you start throwing the bullshit flag, and you start fiddling around with niceties, you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Mr. President, we're picking up intercepted chatter among military that they're taking what happened at MacDill and now they're trying to spread that to other bases.
How many soldiers are at MacDill?
12 that have gone rogue is what I understood.
Not that many. These are 12, gung-ho killers out there who decided to take it in their own hands.
So
you got 2 4-star generals down there.
The concern we're getting is the chatter that this may spread, and y'all need to be aware of that.
So, Chris, you were one of the leaders of our red cell in wargaming terminology. These are folks who are trying to...
Wasn't political terminology at all,
Yeah.
folks, okay? Let's just make that clear.
That's right. Classic wargaming terminology outside of our political colors. But your job was to disrupt the blue cell and to try to force them to overreact, overcommit. Could you talk a little bit about how you envisioned your role and what your perspective was as a player on the red cell?
Yeah, so I, as you mentioned, we were there very much to, for 2 years prior to that, I've been working with another Truman member, Chris Goldsmith, leading research for his organization, Task Force Butler. We'd been staring at this, the real world version of what we were simulating for 2 years, and really, trying to make sure we had the most accurate, maybe not the most convenient, but the most accurate picture of what the threat landscape looked like. And one of the best days at work was when Chris said, okay, take everything we know actually exists there. Now you get to put together, an actual game plan, and then we're going to simulate it. So, you mentioned the Insurrection Act, which is something you would hope is a last case resort. From the red cell perspective, that was the first thing we wanted the government to reach to, because it didn't really matter what the specific ideology is. You can slice and dice the domestic extremism, domestic terror landscape a million ways. The unifying factor is being anti-government, because of, we are a democracy that protects people that, if you're a white supremacist, you don't want to protect. The Insurrection Act and the government being willing to shoot Americans is exactly what I need to enact all of my goals, right? I want to replace the government, and a government that shoots its citizens is one that is probably going to get replaced soon by something else. So for us, it was really take things that we know exist. We were coming into the pre-simulation briefings with like, look, here's a 3D printed mortar system, right? Here's 3D printed rocket launchers. We're bringing these in not because it's a doomsday thing that will be really hard to counter. It's because there's people in Kentucky who make these right now in their backyard for fun. We were bringing things like, as you saw in the clip, you don't need 500 soldiers, from a brigade going rogue. You need 5 to 6 special operations command soldiers, being willing to do something like that, where, again, we want to generate as much noise and cause the government to overreact. And that playbook is very much taken straight out of, domestic terror, domestic extremist organizations that exist and operate right now.
Could you talk a little bit about the group that you created and how that came to be?
This is the brainchild of Chris Goldsmith. It was called the Knights of Columbus. And it was really an amalgamation of a few different, brands of domestic terror groups. It very much
Order of Columbus.
Order of Columbus.
Right.
What did I call it?
Knights of Columbus is
no,
like
that's real. There's a lot of B-roll that got cut because I kept calling it Knights of Columbus, and Chris was like, "That's."
I want to get in trouble with the Knights.
Yeah. So sorry to any Knights of Columbus in the room. You are not domestic terrorists. We are. Order of Columbus. The snapshot of it, is basically a Christian nationalist far-right group. We were using churches and the legal structures of churches for tax exempt status in order to basically fund and operate a militia. We were building, notionally we weren't really doing it, but having training ranges disguised as churches, which allowed us to mobilize hundreds of armed actors within 50 miles of Washington, D.C. without any real legal obligation to disclose it. We were very much drawing from both the illegitimate person who was claiming to have won an election that he had lost, but also having a figurehead that was largely based off of former General Michael Flynn, right, who was kind of more of an ideological, borderline spiritual figurehead, because one of the things we found at Task Force Butler and working in this space is how powerful the veteran brand and identity is for far-right groups, not just because we know how to shoot things and blow things up, more so because we are such a legitimizing factor to so many, really whatever policy or political issue you have. If you can get a veteran out front, especially one that has a proven record and a perceived sense of legitimacy, that's a really, really big combat multiplier, whatever you want to call it. So yeah, the Order of Columbus was really drawn from the organizations and groups that actually exist and operate right now, and really tried to color within the lines of, this can/will exist, and not getting too fanciful with it.
Well, let's go ahead and roll clip 3.
Been released on social media by the heads of the so-called Order of Columbus, the extremist group which has long challenged the legitimacy of the US government. Retired Army Lieutenant General Roger Sims, who the order refers to as the Patriarch, is claiming to have evidence of a stolen election, and the group is backing those members of the military who have appeared to have gone rogue. Now, this video was released just a short time ago. We're going to play it for you. A word of warning, some of what you'll hear is disturbing.
We have undertaken an extensive investigation of the 2024 election.
And it is Hotham who is attempting a coup to consolidate his illegitimate power and eliminate our God-given freedoms.
So the red cell is motivated not just by a failed candidate who's trying to steal the presidency, but also by a religious figure, someone with military experience who comes with a lot of credibility, like former General Michael Flynn, a convicted felon who spent his career fighting against insurgencies. It is not unrealistic that figures like him could play roles in an attack.
Those of you who are feeling weak tonight, those of you that don't have the moral fiber in your body, get some tonight, because tomorrow we the people are going to be here, and we want you to know that we will not stand for a lie. We will not stand for a lie.
A figure like that can be used to help recruit Americans into a belief system that justifies violence against other Americans to achieve political goals, which is the definition of terrorism.
Governor Bullock, could you talk a little bit about the prevalence? I mean, I think we hear about domestic extremists. We know veterans were overrepresented in the January 6th population of folks who stormed the Capitol. But how have you seen this in leadership?
Yeah, and look, right, veterans are 6% of our population. About 20% of the people that were convicted after January 6th were veterans. One of the things, ultimately, hopefully, the takeaway from a movie like this isn't to hurt the veteran brand. I mean, in Montana, 1 out of every 10 Montanans served our country. And we need to be making sure that we're providing the support not just while they're in the military, but afterwards. But directly to your question, 15 years ago, I was Attorney General. I was dealing with the Oath Keepers trying to recruit my state police. 30 years ago, there was the Freeman in eastern Montana, which thought that the highest level of government was a county sheriff, and they would put liens on everyone. 30 years ago was Ruby Ridge. 30 years ago was Waco. Like, this has been part of our country. This isn't something new. Like, Donald Trump didn't cause this, right? It's been there all along, or at least clearly for the last few decades. And the vigilance and the necessity, when Stuart Rhodes, the head of the Oath Keepers, literally said what we hoped on January 6th, to Chris's point, was that the Insurrection Act would be invoked. Like, this has been a long-term play, and it's part of what we are as a country right now. And it's also something that we have to be very, very vigilant about to try to ensure that this doesn't end up, by Chris's experience, it doesn't take half the veterans, it doesn't take half of military base, it takes elevating enough that will further radicalize others.
Janessa, can I follow up? Because Steve mentioned something about his state police. There was another aspect of this, too, that just didn't involve veterans, and that's the infiltration of local law enforcement. Because part of what you saw in this movie is that there were also insurrections taking place at state capitals. And there is a real concern in this country today, and it has also gone on, that the far-right radicals, whether you can talk about it religious or racial, is being that local law enforcement has a problem. That is one of the reasons that you have seen over the last few years, particularly since George Floyd's death, a serious effort to try to figure out from a local standpoint, because that's sometimes where the rubber meets the road. And I can tell you, those that don't know my history, was actually not an attorney general. I was the U.S. attorney in Birmingham, Alabama, that under the Clinton administration, and we prosecuted the 1963 bombing of the 16th Street Baptist Church that killed 4 little girls. And I can never forget talking to my local DA. And when they had moved the office at one point. They found an old photograph of a Klan rally in Birmingham in like 1960, 61. And the wind was blowing. And there were like 3 of the Klan robes that were blowing up, and you could see Birmingham police uniforms underneath. That is still going on. That is still happening, and it is something that I think has to be dealt with, specifically if we're going to see things popping up in various states, at not just the U.S. Capitol, but at the Capitol of whether it's Georgia or Arizona or other swing states where people are trying to get electors elected that did not get the popular vote.
Yeah, thank you for making that point. And I apologize for getting your attorney.
That's okay. I love getting elevated. It's
you know, I think one of the things we really wanted to break open over the course of this exercise was examining what are norms and what are laws, and where there is room for norms to be ignored or broken. One of the things that we saw repeatedly throughout the exercise was the prevalence of dis and misinformation. The zone was flooded by red cell of photos, images, news stories that were hard to verify or had caught fire on our internal social network before the government had a chance to respond. Chris, you're also a journalist. Could you talk, have you been a journalist in the past? Could you talk a little bit about the role of the media and also current threats to the media that may exist, and the role of disinformation in general?
Yeah, so you know, as you were saying, one of our biggest kind of things that we were doing day of was not so much even the on-the-ground, you know, attacks. There was actually a relatively small number of, you know, notional people who were doing violence around the country. But the bigger output really was our ability to fire hose as much noise as possible to make it harder for that situation room to get signal, right, and understand what that ground truth is. You know, myself and the other members of the Red Cell, what we were doing wasn't sophisticated. There was no AI, nothing was pre-planned. I was going on YouTube, ripping off audio from one video from something else, slapping something, you know, totally made up on it, and it looked like a CNN story, right? This is not like a very sophisticated digital actor in terms of who's churning this stuff out. And that threat, you know, that ability to generate noise, that ability to get between good faith actors and American citizens around elections obviously has increased. You know, the use of AI means a lot more people are going to be able to generate a lot more sophisticated stuff. We don't necessarily see it being used by the far right yet, but we certainly see it, you know, attempts to deploy it from foreign actors who use the far right as a lever that they can pull in this country with pretty low input. And, you know, I think speaking to how threats have shifted specifically around the press, you know, the single greatest early warning system that the United States possesses when it comes to domestic extremism is local journalism, period, bar none, right? You can pay a lot of really important think tanks a lot of money for a report. I can tell you from experience, they were reading a bunch of local journalism, aggregating it, and telling you something that somebody making $12,000 a year in a rural town knows instinctively because they live it every day. And the reason those local journalists are really good at what they do is because the people they're predominantly interacting with are the primary targets of far-right domestic terror violence. And, you know, a lot of things has changed. One thing that hasn't is the fact that the primary targets for violence, you know, political violence, domestic terrorism in this country, it's the LGBTQ community, it's Black and brown Americans, and it's religious minorities, specifically Muslims. That has not changed. Local press meets with those people because they keep track of these organizations and what they're doing and not doing as a matter of survival. Local journalists have the trust with those relationships to responsibly convey that to a broader public. Local journalism is also dying. That's not an understatement. The ability for our country to have very accurate, localized understandings of the localized manifestations of this issue is diminishing. You know, I think if there is any one kind of trite takeaway I always say is like, look, if you think defending America against domestic extremism, you know, starts at the outskirts of DC or New York City or LA, you are not going to see the next January 6th coming. I covered domestic extremism in West Virginia for 2 years prior to January 6th. I knew January 6th was going to be what it was in October because I was watching people put together bus manifests and try and ship hundreds of people down there. And I was then seeing those people at the gun range deciding which guns they were going to bring. Nobody really was interested in hearing from me until January 7th. The threat is going to be different. It's not going to look like January 6th, but really empowering the civil society actors, specifically local press, to be able to, give everyone in this room, the people that we want to address, the information that they need. That is a vital aspect that I think is not being supported in a meaningful way.
Janessa, could I just add, at times I feel like a interpreter. I'm coming from a foreign place. It's called Montana. Like, you all wouldn't understand that. Truly, 6 out of 8 of our major communities, the largest 8 communities, 6 out of 8 no longer have a daily printed newspaper. And that's not unique to Montana. If you look at half the television stations are owned by Sinclair. That is happening all across our country in ex-urban areas.
Thank you. I think we have one more clip.
Be a defining moment of your presidency.
It is. But here's what's missing in this. We have to understand why they want to give command and control to the president. The Insurrection Act is a trap.
We need to have a further discussion.
It's a defining moment in their governorship.
We have what? Mr. President, your audience is the American public, and they want to know that Congress is coming back to certify. So we do have to come to agreement here, because time is moving on. You have to decide which way you're going to want to move.
Mr. President, 10 minutes remaining.
The president is sweaty. He's going to have to make a decision.
Mr. President, are you invoking the Insurrection Act or federalizing National Guard? Neither has happened yet. I'm not asking you, I'm asking the President. Are you doing either?
Mr. President?
Mr. President.
Mr. President. Mr. President. Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Put your fucking cards on the table.
Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Just a little bit of pressure there, Steve.
Yeah. What could go wrong?
Before we turn it over to Q&A, I do want to get a little bit more into the Insurrection Act, federalizing the Guard, in particular because in the Project 2025 report that was put out by the Heritage Foundation, one of the first things that they instructed or have said that they would like Trump to do, should he be reelected, is to use the National Guard to conduct mass deportations and a host of other things. And I want to get a little bit more into the authorities that exist and what that means, and if there are things that we can be doing now to shore up our understanding of what those authorities are.
With me?
To either of
yeah,
them, sure.
Easy question. Thanks for telling us about that one, Janessa. and look, I also, during my 8 years as governor, for 6 of the 8, served on the Council of Governors. Council of Governors, they take 5 Democrats, 5 Republicans, and as commanders-in-chief of our National Guard, then we're the ones that interact with all of you in Washington, D.C. Last administration, there was an attempt, not necessarily from, and I'm not going to ascribe this to the president, to actually change it so that troops could come in under the Insurrection Act without the governor even making that request. So this is significant. Like anything that would dilute in the system of federalism where all of a sudden either the DOD could nationalize or the president could nationalize my or our state's Guard soldiers and turn them against citizens or have regular Army. This goes back to posse comitatus. Like the authorities in some respects, I think one of the advantages for me in this system was as a governor, I knew that if I needed I've sent soldiers and airmen down to California to fight fires. I did that through mutual aid, governor to governor. But if what Project 2025 ultimately did is change that, so you're using the individuals. I mean, I'll never forget, first year I was in office, I had 750 Montana soldiers overseas in Kuwait and Afghanistan, people I went to high school with. They were there over a year. I went and visited them. Like, these people commit to our country. They should never be put in a position, certainly, where they're being used as political pawns.
And Janessa, Congress could act. Congress can tighten up. They could get those definitions, and they could tighten up when they could do some things. The problem that you got now is that, can y'all tell me the last time Congress acted? It won't happen. It won't happen. Not in this, not as with Congress the way they're, and the rules in the Senate and everything else. It's just not going to happen. But they could do that. And that's going to leave this to the judgment of the people sitting in the Situation Room and ultimately the president. And by the way, the one thing about what you saw in the movie I think was a little bit disservice to Steve. It almost made it appear that he deliberated for 5.5 of the 6 hours that we were doing. It really was not. This was a 6-hour deliberation of everybody, and it went through. But I do think that ultimately this is going to come down to who is sitting in that Situation Room and who is sitting behind the Resolute desk in the Oval Office. And they're going to either do it or they're not going to do it. And I worry that they're going to do it and then say, okay, challenge me. Somebody stop me. And that's going to, it will fall to the military. It may fall to the commander of the National Guard in a particular state, or the governor. And then you've got the whole system. How is somebody going to, how you think you're going to feel if you go into court and and the President of the United States has for 3-4 years said, this is a rigged judicial system. We can't have confidence in our court systems. It's a bigger problem than I think folks think about, that fully understand. They haven't gotten into the nuances. But at the end of the day, all of this, I think everything we did ended up coming down to the integrity and the belief in our Constitution and in this country on how you proceed. And that's what we've got to be fearful of, and that's what we've got to protect come the next few years.
Yeah, I'd only add one more thing, thinking back to your question too, is that, like, I remember when I was in office, I was asked to send some of my National Guard to the border by the president. I said no. If Doug Ducey, who was the governor of Arizona, had called me and said, Bullock, can you spare some soldiers to provide us assistance on the border, I probably would have said yes. In both of those instances, I mean, what protected and what made my decision-making is expectation that certain norms are going to be understood and respected and followed. Like, the norms, if they're alive, are still there to protect us, but when we lose those norms, as the senator who was my attorney general said, talk about this 250-year experiment called representative democracy. So much of it is based on actually adhering to some base norms. And when we lose those, when a quarter of Americans, according to polling in March, said that the FBI was behind January 6th, when you have 170 election deniers in Congress from 36 states, or 26 election deniers at the state level in 19 states, those norms that we rely on are being so desperately challenged and tested right now, if not eviscerated.
Well, on that cheery note, we're going to open it up for Q&A. So if you have a question, please feel free to line up behind the mics. And I'll start over here with you.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Catherine Pratt, DEF CON 2018. So I know you mentioned didn't use AI, but right now in the real world, foreign actors are stoking a lot of right-wing activities, encouraging alt-right fervor by using AI and misinformation and disinformation. What can Truman members do to maybe counter this narrative, raise awareness of it as we lead up to the next election? Because there is a lot of this going on in the world right now. Thank you.
Chris, you want to?
Yeah, if you can make a publicly available resource that I can plug any piece of political information in and it'll tell me if it's AI or not, like the kind of things that we know companies like Microsoft have, that'd be sick. If you could give it to local journalists first, that'd be sicker. No, I think one, when it comes to AI, right, the underlying thing that AI just enables the volume to increase. It's not actually changing the core thing that's being deployed, which is relying on your emotional, real and perceived grievances to make you not believe the truth or to put, an alternative worldview in front of you. Trying to go after AI or counter AI specifically is, good luck playing whack-a-mole with the scope of AI is insane, right? I do think that the solve there is by going after that root cause, and part of it is by, not to beat the dying horse of local journalism, but similar civic institutions, right? It's a lot of the people who are susceptible to this stuff don't have another source of information that they genuinely trust because it's accessible to them. I think the thing you can do is give people an alternative, something that's based in the experience and place where they live and are experiencing things that make them look for these kind of conspiratorial worldviews. Give them an alternative that they can trust and is going to respond to their needs. I don't know if there's a tech solve to AI, but disinformation comes down to our communities.
Well, one of the things that I think we were at a disadvantage of in doing this exercise is that Chris and all those guys in the red team were utilizing social media like crazy. We did not have a social media presence that we could use to respond to get the word out. And I would encourage all folks to assist in trying to get information out there when you see something, when you know something, and encourage the administration to do the same. There will be a reluctance in this administration to do anything that appears to be political and critical. I think they got to throw caution to the wind on that, because I think the misinformation that we are seeing already, that is only going to get exacerbated with AI, should be challenged at every turn, not just by the public, but by government officials in the know.
Hi, everyone. I'm Mari Manoogian. I previously was a Michigan state representative. I was in the Capitol on April 30th when we saw the dress rehearsal for January 6th. And I actually get choked up thinking about it. But my question is, how can we get people, I guess, with a level of authority in our state capitals to take this threat really seriously? I'm very concerned it's going to happen to my friends and I again. I know a lot of us have frequently seen mental health professionals because of what we've all been through. And I think part of what has been so disheartening and hard to work through with regard to all of that is just the fact that people didn't take it seriously, and that there were, in fact, people who were in charge of our Capitol building at the time who allowed that threat to come into the building and even encouraged it. And just seeing with the simulation and sort of seeing the reaction, particularly from folks on the right, to the conviction of the former president yesterday, I'm incredibly concerned about what that's going to look like in the future, and would love to hear your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Well, first of all, Mari, I want to say thank you for your service to our country, and I'm sorry for what you had to endure. If you could raise your hand if you're working on the issue of potential violence in states following the election, I think that would be, is there anyone in this room who's working on that issue? Okay, so I would love to circle up after if that's something you're working on and want to talk more about. At Voice Foundation, we're working with a number of partners in the space to do a series of smaller scale, off the record exercises later this year with the Adjutant General, so state National Guard commanders, attorneys general, and staff from governor's offices, so that they actually have an opportunity to think through some of the threats that they may be facing following the election and heading into January, but also in some cases to meet each other. I mean, I think I can let Steve speak to this. It's different in every state, but oftentimes the offices of the National Guard are not necessarily super tied in with some of the key staff in leadership and decision making, and we really want to make sure that people have each other's cell phone numbers before there's a crisis, that they've had the chance to think through hard things together before something happens that they need to respond in concert and with trust. And we're also going to be involving local journalists in those exercises. To Chris's point, local journalism is the front line of how these things take shape, and so we think it's really important to involve those folks. So if you're interested in learning more, happy to talk more about that after, and please come find me if you're working on these issues. Next question.
Hi, everyone. Matt Pilak, been in the Army and the National Guard for the last 28 years, which seems like an eternity. But I think this is mainly directed towards the governor. How do we prevent the continued politicization of National Guard troops or the deployments of National Guard troops? Like, how do we create a higher bar for those deployments? It's been happening from Republican governors, Democratic governors, as long as I've been in. And I don't think that folks appreciate that it can radicalize National Guard soldiers by going on these missions that they shouldn't be on. It's a recruitment or a retention deterrent. We've got folks getting out because they don't want to sit in a parking garage in the Capitol post-January 6th. They don't want to work in the New York City subways. I mean, New York State has been very guilty of this over the last 25 years. We still have soldiers in Penn Station, right? It's now a jobs program for the governor more so than it is anything else. And so it just becomes a situation where troops are getting out of the Army because they don't want to go on these missions anymore. And then some folks that are more susceptible to radicalization are becoming radicalized because they see the political use of soldiers. And so there's got to be a way to create a higher bar for that. Thank you.
Justin, not to interrupt you, Mr. Governor, but an anecdotal example, because I don't need to go after you. You just said everything I wanted to.
Sorry.
Also a Lieutenant Colonel, U.S. Army Reserve, and a Democrat from Indiana, where we have Governor Holcomb, who sent a contingent of soldiers down to the border for Operation Lone Star, only to see poorly trained soldier then fire his weapon at somebody, and then to only see that same month in March, his commander, who had been in charge, the Texas Army National Guard, the TAG, two-star general standing behind former President Trump during a political campaign stump. And it's Governor Holcomb, and so you're seeing more moderate governors falling into this trap and abusing National Guardsmen, like was highlighted.
So my challenge, I guess, with giving either of you an answer that you would appreciate is, I think of the first days of COVID. I could not have, and if you're in Montana, usually when I say COVID, I'd say, sorry, it's my fault because I must have created it. I was the governor. I could not have kept our state together were it not for our National Guard. The first folks that we got off cruise ships, no one wanted to pick these people up. And it was National Guard that did so. Setting up testing sites in our Indian nations. The only way that I could do that was through our National Guard. So I would have some concerns of saying that, and it was all volunteers, like you didn't have to necessarily as a soldier or airman go on active on Title X to do this work. I know so many more Montanans would have died were it not for our National Guard. So my reluctance in turning around, and like this in some ways goes back to my earlier statement about norms. There ought to be some norms, right? If Governor Ducey had asked me, I would have definitely weighed that and tried to say, is this within the norms, and is this what he really needs for his state? There are some in Montana that me using the National Guard for COVID thought that that was very, very political because they didn't believe like COVID existed. So as a former governor, I guess I'd have some concerns on saying, here's how we're going to limit that. But it ought to be, I also truly believe that the veteran brand, back to your point, it is so strong in communities. And I hope at some point then there's also a whole lot more veterans that are standing up and saying, let's look at the norms, what a governor should be using his National Guard soldiers and airmen for. And maybe that's what prevents it. I just don't know what the legislative fix would be, because unfortunately we're now living in a world where everything seems to someone to be political.
That's right. Where everything is looked at through a political lens, and that's a problem. That's a huge problem that we've got, and so the message there needs to be from both sides of the political aisles to say, dial it back, and let's look at the common good. Let's have more dialogues instead of monologues when it comes to our politics in our country, and that is, I think you nailed it right there at the end, that this is a problem for us. It's the problem for the citizens as much as it is anybody else, because so much everyday life. You know, I come from Alabama, where for the longest time, you know, the first question that some kid got was, are you for Alabama or Auburn? No longer. It is, are you a Republican or Democrat? And that is true throughout the country, and that is a real danger, because the answer ought to be, I'm an American.
Quite frankly, I thought the NFL was the only thing holding this country together, and then Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce became politicized.
There's so many uninformed.
We lost that too. All right, sir.
Good afternoon. As Chris said, when it comes to domestic terrorism, communities such as the LGBT community, black and brown communities, those from faiths such as Islam or Judaism are well aware of their existence. And as someone who was born and raised in the United States and has studied U.S. history and knows that the rise of domestic terrorism coincides with the abolishment of slavery. For example, the KKK was established the same year the 13th Amendment was ratified. And additionally, a lack of intervention from the federal government during the Reconstruction has only emboldened domestic terrorists and created a space for those individuals to infiltrate governing and legislative bodies. As you mentioned earlier, Senator Jones, the idea of the Birmingham police wearing hoods. And so what would it take to convince more of your peers to believe that this is real?
Okay, I'm done.
A lot of softballs today.
I wish I had the answer to that. You know, as someone in the Senate that tried to play both sides, who came from a Jim Crow era, grew up and saw that. But we need to remember, and I think one of the problems, I have this weird political theory that is based on Newton's third law. For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. And what I see sometimes from the left is as far to the left as it is of what occurred from the right. And we need to remember, violence is not just confined to the far right. If you remember, for those old enough in here to remember, in the early 1970s, there were thousands of bombings across this country by the radical left. Thousands, okay? So I think the first step is to recognize we got to get everybody's house in order. And everybody needs to recognize. And I'm not blaming the left. I'm just saying that sometimes we have this tendency to only point fingers. You look at what's happening right now. I do some work with the Center for American Progress, and we're trying to work with a bipartisan group about political violence and getting folks to speak out. And one of the things that we have seen in the last year is swatting. And you see that. And it's not just Michael Fanone's mother who was getting swatted this week. It's Marjorie Taylor Greene getting swatted. That is not some far right. So we've got to have some, I think, some very open and honest dialogues about where the political violence is and the rhetoric. And I do see it. I don't think there's any question that the political dog whistles that you see are much more coming from the far right now. But I think one of the things that we've got to do is acknowledge that we've got to all pull back and try to figure out how to get together. And that's easier said than done, because it's hard to have those conversations around your own Thanksgiving dinner, much less with someone in your community when they are screaming and hollering at you. Trust me, I've been on those before. But I do think we've got to have the ability, both public, and we've got to have some public officials. We need more profiles in courage who are willing to stand up and speak out, but do it in a way that recognizes that there are issues that we have to solve. And when you have those kind of dialogues, and when you have those public officials and candidates, right, I think that will go a long way, and people will see it. But that may be Pollyannish.
Chris, as someone who's spent a significant amount of time in these spaces, I'm wondering if you have a perspective that you'd like to share.
One thing I would say is that there's a very real danger in creating a false equivalency between things perceived as left-wing violence and right-wing violence. Is there a world in which politically left actors could start using violence as a way to express themselves or accomplish political goals? Yes. That's not part of the landscape right now, and I think it's really important that this is an issue that we don't, especially when talking at the national level, don't try to create convenient binaries and are able to be factual in our understanding of who is doing the violence and who they're doing it to. I think one thing, but the gentleman who came up and spoke, I mean, he articulated essentially the most concise but accurate description of what we're talking about when we describe domestic extremism, right? The big uniting factor is anti-government, and then when you scratch the surface of that, the other organizing principle is essentially white supremacy, at least in the United States. That's not an opinion, right? That's anybody who's ever studied this space and knows what they're talking about is going to tell you. We also can't talk about it like that. So I would say to the people in this room, and especially the two officers who spoke, I was former enlisted. I have no idea. Y'all figure it out. But what I will say is that you guys are in a position to yeah, you might be having to put your neck out on the line, right? You might be potentially sacrificing a career when you go up to that colonel or that full bird and say, sir, the way you're talking about this is actually false. I'm not suggesting that the answer is everybody step up in the uncomfortable conversations and be willing to push back against misunderstandings around this issue, but maybe. I think another thing is that the people in this room, by and large, represent one of the most enfranchised groups of people in America, period. Y'all are not the target of this, right? You're the last people that these groups are going to try and hurt because you are protected. Your ability to move government levers, your ability to be in Washington, D.C., it does make you safer than the people that far-right groups and domestic terror groups and insurgencies around the world, anywhere they are, right? They want to go after the weakest civilians, and they want to drive a wedge between them and the state. And so I think kind of the one catch-all is the more you can make the government present in communities, a thing that helps more than hurts, right? In West Virginia, the only time I interact with my local government is when I need to either get parking tickets paid or they come to turn off my utilities because I missed a utility bill by like 2 days. That shouldn't be the primary way I interact with the state and federal government. Counterinsurgency, right? It's real and perceived grievances. If the government and public sector and civic society is not addressing the real grievances, you're going to be chasing the perceived ones in circles. And going after things like political violence, to me, is putting a lot of emphasis on perceived grievances, and now you're trying to change emotions versus changing people's reality.
Yeah. We are at basically a time, so we're going to have to wrap this up, but we're all going to be here. I do want to shout out a couple of folks who are in the room who are also major players. Doug was our Pentagon press, or our White House press secretary has some of the funniest lines in the film, so I hope you'll get a chance to watch it. How you can do that, so we will be in limited theatrical release later this year in a select few markets, and then we'll be on streaming, Amazon, iTunes, and hopefully a major streamer, although I'll tell you that most of the major streamers, their buyers have said, we love it, and their corporate overlords have said, ooh, this is a little dicey for our shareholders. So that's the world we live in. We'll also be doing a tour to about 50 college campuses in the fall. If you represent or work with an organization or institution that is interested in hosting a screening, we'd love to bring the film to you at no cost. And then right here in DC on June 14th, so just a few weeks from now, we'll be doing a screening at the DC DocX Festival with a panel afterwards moderated by Kara Swisher. So if you're in the DC area, we'd love to have you. Our website is wargamefilm.com. You can see all the screening opportunities, request a screener, et cetera there. Thank you to all the Truman members who participated and helped us recruit folks to participate. There were so many folks, including Benjamin Rad, who designed the scenario, and many, many others. So just want to thank Truman for giving us the network to be able to put this all together and to have this conversation. And we look forward to continue to talk to you, hopefully, as the day goes on. So thank you again.
Please silence your mobile devices. The program is about to begin.
All right. Simmer down, folks. Oh, that was quick. I was going to do the teacher thing where it's like, if you can hear me, clap once. All right, we're back. Hopefully you enjoyed the cookie cup or the espresso soda or two of them like I had and a Sour Patch Kid. Now, our final panel of the day. As we all know, technology has come to underpin nearly every aspect of our daily lives. As much as people argue whether technology is inherently good or inherently bad, people, institutions, and governance really play a huge role in tech's impact on all of us. Within Truman, we say a lot about what it would mean to approach the technology ecosystem from a values-based perspective, especially as technology becomes a focus of geopolitical jockeying. What does it mean to elevate democracy and to elevate human rights in this context? To continue this conversation, please welcome our panelists to the stage, along with our moderator, Kat Zakreski, a national technology policy reporter with the Washington Post.
Well, thank you all for joining us today. We have a wonderful panel today with representation from government, industry, civil society, starting out with Rose Jackson, the director of the Democracy and Technology Initiative at the Atlantic Council. We have Camille Stewart, the former Deputy National Cyber Director at the White House. And we have Sydney Olenek, the founder and CEO of TruCon. Thank you all so much for being here today. And they are all Truman members. And so I think to kick this discussion off, we wanted to talk a little bit about how you ended up in the technology space, how your career took you there. Rose, do you want to start off with that?
Sure, thanks so much. And just to say, it's such a treat to get to do this with this community and with fellow Truman members that I have really had the pleasure of getting to know over too many years. I wouldn't like to admit how many years. I'm a democracy kid, so my entry point into tech really came through that vantage point. I spent time in domestic politics and with the National Democratic Institute in East and North Africa, and just happened to be overseas at the time that the Arab Spring kicked off. And so really kind of entered into the conversation looking at the ways that people were creatively leveraging technology for their own purposes, and often, you know, in ways that I think the people that created that technology never imagined would happen. And then watching governments kind of catch up to it. So really entered that space with the viewpoint that tech was not really inherently good or bad in any one direction, so much as this increasingly important space that people were going to figure out how to use for their own purposes. And that took me on quite a journey through Libya during the revolution, working in Somalia at the time that people were quite online, Ugandan elections, into the United States government, where we were doing work with people trying to project internet freedom around the world and stay safe online, and ended up in Silicon Valley building a tech company when Donald Trump was elected, trying to help people connect to local action in the moment that it mattered the most. And kind of the sum total of those experiences really brought me to the central role that technology increasingly plays in whether we have human rights and democracy. Because we do everything at this point through tech in some form. You build a business, you talk to your families, you connect with your governments and their services, you exercise your rights and express your interest in democracy on these tech platforms. And so how they are funded, how they are governed, how they are built inherently shapes those interactions. And if we don't talk about that and have some sort of intentional grappling with what we want out of that, other people will. And that will shape our world and our interactions. And so I'm still a democracy and human rights person. It's why I started the program at the Atlantic Council that I have, because I really do think it's the forefront of competition for the question of human rights in the world.
And Camille, how about you?
My dad's a computer scientist.
That's a better answer.
And so I used to sit in the back of his computer science classes and play on his computer. And I learned BASIC really early, and he had me in Russian classes, and I was like groomed to work in tech. And then I decided to be a lawyer. And he was none too happy. But my career has been finding a way to blend the two passions. And so, worked on the Hill, went to law school, and found myself at a cybersecurity company after law school. And co-managing a SOC, leading their intellectual property related
What's
online
a SOC?
service. Security Operations Center. And doing their policy work, because what I came to realize in the midst of this social media boom is, as companies were trying to take down nefarious content, they really didn't understand the contours of the terms of services on these websites, of the law, and there was not a lot of policy or regulation or any guidance for these companies. And it became painfully clear that I could either be a compliance lawyer focused on breach notification, not as fun for me, or I could help them figure it out and figure out how we govern this technology that was clearly changing our lives, changing how we connected to all of these services. And so I went into the Obama administration and worked at the Department of Homeland Security, helped stand up the Cyber Infrastructure and Resilience Policy Office. And the trajectory has continued from there. I took that national security related focus and went to Google and built the election integrity program and the security policy program for the mobile business, and then I was the global head of product security strategy for all of the Alphabet products. And then I got this call. There were other things in there, Deloitte and research, and we'll talk about some of them. But then I got this call to go to the White House and lead the really exciting portfolio focused on emerging tech, supply chain security, human rights and technology, and then also cyber workforce. And so my path has been one of trying to figure out how we leverage technology to empower each of us. And I do mean each of us, like each and every one of us. And to do that, people need to understand how it's showing up in our lives. And we as the security practitioners, we as the national security practitioners or the cybersecurity practitioners need to understand how the context in which technology operates impacts how it is whether weaponized or leveraged for good.
And Sydney, you're here visiting from San Francisco. Tell us a little bit about your path there.
Thank you, Kat. And thank you, Rose, for organizing this panel and this discussion. She's been on us about this for months. And Camille, I just wanted to say, I recently read that what you do between ages of 9 and 15 really impacts what you do with your career. So the fact that you were sitting with your dad, who was a computer scientist, that really stuck out to me as special. I think it's also amazing to be here at the 20th anniversary of Truman. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Sydney, and I actually worked at Truman as the membership director from 2010 to 2013. I think some OG person back there. I think I'm the only person that I'm aware of that has had the privilege of working for both founders of Truman. Rachel Kleinfeld, I worked for 3 years at Truman, and then I went to the Obama administration and got to work for Matt Spence as his chief of staff at the Pentagon for a couple of years. And I mention that because it's incredibly relevant sitting in this room, but also as this question about like, how did I get, what was my journey into where I am today? I think that both of those experiences and Matt and Rachel's mentorship and just everything I've learned from them, I think really set a strong like values framework for me and how I think about the world and national security and everything like that. So really feel privileged to be on this stage today when I used to be the one who was planning the conference, and glad that this community is still so powerful. After I was in the Obama administration, worked at a couple startups, and my parents are both entrepreneurs, back to the whatever you're doing when you're little. So I was used to sitting under their desks on the weekends and sweeping car wash parking lots and things like that, and I had the itch. So I decided to move to California because I wanted the influence of innovation, and I really wanted to learn how to build a company. And I really wanted to learn how to raise venture capital money and really just immerse myself. So moved out there for an education, frankly. And what I learned through that experience is the company that I built was really well suited to support technology companies. And so for the last 7 or 8 years, have been working to support those technology companies. And so we work with large gaming companies, AI companies, messaging companies. We work with most of the big tech companies, and we work with their security teams, intelligence, policy, and trust and safety teams. And my company, we have thousands of experts all over the world who are helping on democracy, human rights, security issues, and essentially what we do as a tech company will come to us with a problem that they're having, or because an election happened or there was a crisis, and we will pop up a team to help with that very specific problem. And so today we're, at this point, the company is paying millions of dollars to experts all over the world who are working on democracy, election, and those other issues to help support these companies on those initiatives. So that was my journey into technology.
And Sydney, on that point, it's such a critical year for elections around the world. What trends are you seeing out in the Bay Area when it comes to the company's policies this year?
I'm seeing, I'll talk a little bit about some of the elections and then just trends in general. Yeah, it's the biggest election year ever. I think that the last few election cycles, companies have learned a lot, and I think most of them are more prepared than they have been, even though you can't really prepare for this wave of AI and polarization and a lot of other things that we're dealing with. I think that, to be honest, I've personally been surprised that there haven't been more crazy headline stories with AI and elections and deepfakes, and I think that, it's early. And we got some interesting news here that's going to affect our election later this year, yesterday, as you guys know. So it's very TBD. But I think the mature companies, I think generally speaking, are more mature, and so I think that's one thing that we've been seeing. But I do think that there are a lot of risks around information integrity, obviously increasing, and a lot of companies have like one single policy that will apply globally, and so just trying to think through that and navigate what does that mean in that country. I think those are some of the things. The other couple of trends I just want to mention, from a Silicon Valley perspective in general, there are 3 that really stand out to me. One is just the speed at which these companies are moving, as you guys know, and in kind of like the experimentation that they're doing in these like early product releases. I think I've never seen competition among companies like this in my lifetime. And I think what really triggered that was when OpenAI launched ChatGPT, 20 months ago or something like that at this point. And we all talked about it with our friends and family over that winter break. And they sort of, released this product into the world that wasn't perfect. And all these other big tech companies have been working, obviously, on a lot of these AI products. And the permission set sort of shifted. And so now all of a sudden, these big tech companies are like, oh, we can start releasing products early too. And so before things have been perfect, and while products are flawed, what we're seeing now is just like rapid release of products. I think that if you're following any tech news, it feels like there's a new product release like at this point, like almost weekly, and you just can't keep up. And so the speed is really wild. And like the early product releases and things not being perfect it's really taking these companies back to kind of like their startup principles of like moving really, really quickly, which I think has been really interesting. The other one is just like the big bets in experimentation that these companies have to make to basically to be able to compete. And so even like semiconductors that some of these companies are purchasing, which they won't get for years, they're like, we don't even really know what we're going to do with those, but we're just going to put in that order, right? And so they're just placing massive bets. And then the third thing related to this is just, again, because the competition is fierce right now, there are also a lot of interesting partnerships in two ways. One, like among the different technology companies. And so, of course, you guys are probably familiar with like OpenAI and Microsoft, but this last week, there have been headlines about OpenAI and Apple. And so you are seeing that all of these companies are really competing on different products. We don't really know how this is gonna land. We don't really know how a lot of these AI products are gonna be monetized, but there are just partnerships within the industry that are really interesting with with their own competitors. And then there are a lot of partnerships internationally as well. And there have been a lot of partnerships in the Middle East, which we may end up talking about with Japan and other places, which we can get to. And so I think that just to kind of paint the picture of what we're seeing, everything's moving fast, a lot of big experiments, and a lot of big bets and partnerships. And I'll just close out by saying, I think the result is these companies are, I'm glad they're American, they're incredibly competitive right now, right? And so thankfully, the competition is really hot and it's on our soil, but it also means a lot more risk, and it also means a lot more, it means a lot more vulnerabilities, and it means that Washington has to move a lot faster and think a lot quicker than normal just to kind of keep up with this pace. And so I think it's up to this community in this room to kind of think through how do we keep up and mitigate risk.
Camille, on that point, as someone who's been in the White House for these situations, I mean, does this administration, does the federal government have the capacity to move as quickly as the tech is moving?
I mean, government never moves as quickly as the tech is moving. We should not, think that is what is going to happen. But what I am encouraged by is the close collaboration that we are building. Private sector is talking to government and vice versa. The collaboration on regulation, the collaboration on policy, the collaboration on risk mitigation and on reviewing incidents after they've happened, the collaboration on ideating about whether or not some of those product releases should even happen. I mean, I know you've seen some of the announcements from OpenAI again, but they've said, we got this new thing, but we're not going to give it to you because we feel like it might do more harm than good. And when has that happened, right? Like the thoughtfulness that is happening, I mean, they're still a private company, they still have a bottom line, they're still going to do what they need to do, but the fact that that is even a part of the dialogue means that we have made progress. The shift in government to create entities that allow for a continuous conversation, that collaboration, JCDC, ONCD itself, I think is the kinds of moves that need to happen. And we need to continue to lean into how do we create those collaboration spaces and the opportunities for depth of understanding, particularly how companies are internalizing the evolution of the technologies that we are implementing. What we still need to do is build out a workforce that can do that, right, on both sides, and shift the market in a way that demands security and privacy first, right? You've heard a lot of conversations about security by design. That should not be lip service. What we need to do as a country, as a global society is shift market incentives. So it's not first to market, let's move quickly and throw things out there, but how do we do that in a way that is secure and that considers privacy up front? And if we can make that shift, a lot of the slowness of government will be mitigated because we have changed how we are even innovating and ideating on the future of technology and how it underpins the things that we value and hold dear. And if we can do that work, I think we will have made a lot of progress. But there is a lot of work to do.
Can I build on something both of you raised, which I think a huge gap that we have as we continue to think about technology as like domestic or international. And like it's one continual ecosystem. And the problem is that a lot of the levers we have for creating incentives around secure by design or for shaping the way that companies are contemplating that competition in this moment are in fact domestic policy. I'm going to say the like bad R word, like regulation. But I think we've done ourselves a disservice because I'm just going to say as someone that studies the geopolitics of tech policy and the geopolitics of technology, the fact that the United States doesn't have a federal privacy standard is a gaping hole in our national security. It's insane. We're also the only country, developed or frankly authoritarian, democratic, name it, that doesn't have one. And that means our companies are building in an environment and a set of incentives that doesn't require them to prioritize privacy and data protection in the same way that they are in other countries. That has an impact on everyone, on every country, every person that interacts with our incredible innovative technologies and companies. So I think to get to that point where we could have a real conversation about how do we want to organize ourselves in our own country around technology, we actually do need to be able to have a foreign policy, national security discussion about those domestic regulatory frameworks and structures, which, if we're all going to be honest, like not a lot of people have felt comfortable with that for some time. I think we're doing a little bit better there. But even about those structures within government, I don't think our government is particularly well prepared right now to bridge those divides. And so, you know, is that you have people in the White House whose job is to specifically look at the connection between the foreign and domestic? I think TikTok is a really useful case study on where this falls apart, right? That you can have conversations about domestic concerns and then it's completely divorced from the global conversation on the free, open, secure, and interoperable internet and the implications of what it means to potentially ban a single company in the context of a single country outside of standards that you can fall back to. Privacy being another example of that. Our data broker industry is pretty scary and large, and most foreign intelligence services, I'm sure, already do walk into our country every day and legally purchase insane amounts of information on every single person in this room, perfectly legally. So I think we have lots of common sense paths that we can go down to bring better coherence into our system in ways that advances innovation and supports the success of our companies. But to do that, I do think that the government has more steps to take, building on some of the really important foundational work that people like Camille have spent the last, I'm not going to say the number of years.
Please don't.
You know, short, just a few number of years doing.
Well, on that point, we are seeing that the U.S.-China rivalry is, driving a lot of our debates around tech policy today. Do you think that is overshadowing other issues in national security and tech?
Yes. I mean, here's the thing. All of us in this community think about the world that we have. I'm not going to be one of these people that wants to talk about policy in some abstraction. There is a reality that you have an extremely well-organized, intentional China that views its success in the world, not just on tech, its success in the world, as predicated on its ability to shape and own an alternative system for technology and to do that through partnerships with large parts of the rest of the world. And it does that through One Belt, One Road, a bunch of narrative approaches, investments in developing countries, as well as showing up in standard-setting bodies at the United Nations, all sorts of places that used to be left to, pardon me for saying this, but the total nerds of the world, and now are suddenly these domains of fierce geopolitical competition. And they're doing that to advance their own benefits and objectives. It's not that the U.S. approach necessarily needs to be that it's ours or theirs, so much as the reason they're trying to create an alternative version is that we were really successful in building a world order on the concept of universal rights, on the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and then a technical world that is kind of underpinned by that, but also shared governance between companies, all sorts of different governments, civil society, the idea that no one gets to own it, no one gets to control it. And that's worked really, really well. China wants the internet to be sovereign domains in which states are in charge as a primary order. Those are two very different versions of the world. If you care about human rights, it's kind of obvious why that would be a problem. If you don't care about human rights, you just want to make sure that American business can be successful, it's also a problem. So we have right now some pretty significant grappling happening, let's say. In fact, at the United Nations right now, some really big negotiations on stuff I wish I didn't have to pay attention to. But I say that because I think all of what I just described as being a reason to be concerned about China and technology seems to be absent from a lot of the conversation we're having on competition with China on technology, because we are starting through the premise of where are we in comparison on AI? Where are we in comparison on chips and semiconductors? Where are we on our defense competition? And that, again, treats every aspect of technology as if it's some sort of silo that doesn't touch the other aspect. And so I think, I'll be a broken record on this, but going back to the ability of the government to consider the sum total of our national interest, not just one conception of national security, is a really important part of the puzzle. I'm not going to pretend that these are easy questions or that there is a simple, easy answer on what our foreign policy, national security policy, and domestic policy should be. But I do think we need to do a better job of considering it, and we risk right now making tech policy through China policy because we're so concerned.
So I'll say that the aspiration, the intention is that, right? If you look at the National Cybersecurity Strategy, it sets an affirmative vision for what our digital ecosystem should look like, how we make the market shifts, and how we underpin a society that moves us in that direction. It contemplates our adversaries, but it is not dictated by our adversaries. That, to me, is the importance of an office like the Office of the National Cyber Director. And when it steps into the fullness of what it can and should be, it contemplates not only the national security implications, the economic security implications, the human security implications. The office is, what, 2.5 years old? There's work to be done.
And the new State Department office, all new things.
Exactly, all new things. All of the things that if you look at their mission statements, if you look at the intention behind them, are to do exactly that, to help us do that better, to integrate perspective, to be a convening point, not only internal to the government, but pulling in the private sector partners, the civil society, our international partners, to have a holistic conversation. But that does take time. And so I agree with you wholeheartedly that we should be contemplating these things in a broader sense. One of the pillars of my portion of the office, which was focused on future resilience, so all of the things that I talked about earlier, was making sure we had all the right players around the table. That's small businesses, that's our international partners that are in the global south. How are we making sure we have an intentional conversation with them? Not a conversation where they are in the room, but just kind of window dressing. I want a conversation that actually contemplates their needs, educates where need to be educated, and we learn in exchange. There is a lot of innovation happening in other parts of the world, and a societal dynamic that breeds different kinds of innovation and different uses of the technology that we put out into the world. And so, yes to all of that, but I will say I think that government, the U.S. government in particular, is trying to organize itself around that. Now, it is not perfect currently, and will we realize that in its fullness will depend on the people who sign up to go work in the federal government and who hold them accountable from the outside and who make it their business to prioritize those partnerships and that collaboration. But the government is trying.
And Sydney, I want to bring you into this because you mentioned that you were relieved that a lot of this development is happening on American soil. As someone working with these companies day in and day out, do you think that US-based companies view themselves as American companies responsible for advancing these national interests?
I definitely think these companies view themselves as American companies, and I do think in general, and there are some instances where, and I can give a couple examples where, like we're working on things and I actually see that unfold. Of course, I think they all, in a lot of cases, can be doing a better job of this. And you know, so for example, as I mentioned earlier, a lot of these companies have platform content policies, right? And so a lot of them will have policies around misinformation or disinformation or hate speech and things like that. We've actually helped a lot of these companies write their very first policies or review these policies. And what they'll do is they'll take generally American values and build them into these policies, right? And so a lot of times when we're operating in another country or when these companies are operating in another country, you do see that tension. And you know, I'm sitting evaluating something and I'm like, this is reminding me that this is an American company because like freedom of speech is like a very American concept, and that platform is just live in that country, and that is, I see why that government's very uncomfortable and upset. And so I do think that like tactically, but also strategically, there are a lot of pieces to like how they do think about it as well. I also think, I mean, I'm actually curious from this crowd, like how many people have heard about OpenAI like 5 years ago? We have a few hands in this room. NVIDIA, 5 years ago? Okay. Most Americans obviously hadn't heard of most of those companies, and just for those of you who can't see, we had a few hands raised. NVIDIA is now worth $2.6 trillion, which is it's the third largest company now in the world, and you know, like economically and just like its impact, it's a nation state. And so I think, you know, we just have to be kind of aware of that. And I think that these companies, I don't think they fully can grasp like the influence they have on foreign policy and national security. But I will give like the example of what some of the companies have been doing with Japan, for example. If we're just talking a little bit more about China and kind of countering that. A lot of these companies have been making really large investments. I know that Google, I think in the last month or two, invested $1 billion in a sea cable to increase connectivity with Japan. I know Microsoft invested about $2.9 billion in AI and cloud infrastructure in Japan. And I know that the CEOs of OpenAI, Meta, and NVIDIA have all visited Japan in the last year. And so when you're thinking about like how these companies think about themselves and how we think about them in diplomacy, I think they're very active. They understand these relationships are important, and it ultimately definitely affects our national security.
Can I just, one fun thing on NVIDIA. So Sydney and I were lucky enough to partner on a project last year looking at the future internet and taking the trends of AI, decentralization, and immersive technologies and layering that into the internet and digital infrastructure that we know and asking questions about what does that change, about how we think, let's say the tech that people most often interact with will look and be affected by that, and how companies and civil society and industry do or do not know how to address the challenges in that context. And we did a big section on the gaming industry because it's this massively overlooked, unbelievably profitable industry. And I say that because NVIDIA is behemoth it is because it was creating chips for video games. That, like, it literally was spun out of that massive global industry that China has viewed as, and I'm not trying to be the China person again, but has viewed as so strategic that it spent the last decade strategically buying up almost every single major gaming company you can think of. They bought either significant or majority shares in or outright purchased, as well as in the United States and in Europe. And I think people kind of blow that off because the gaming industry still gets treated like it's either the space for children or immature adults or violent video games, when in reality, it's a center of an immense amount of innovation that happens. That leads into the tech stack that we all use and rely on. And I think that's going to happen even more. And so I call that out just because I think it is one of the things that I find most interesting about this space, and really doubling down on what Camille was saying. You really can't totally predict, and certainly as Sydney was opening with, right now in particular, you have all of these different pieces of an industry that aren't used to interacting with each other, combining and bumping into each other in ways that are making certain realities possible that we hadn't contemplated. And so it's not just a question of whether government is keeping up with technology, but whether we're thinking about as a society, and certainly as a society that believes in democracy, what is it that we want? Like, if I don't know the exact tech that's coming down the pike, what is it that I want as basic rules for what individual rights are? We were talking earlier about, One Medical was purchased by Amazon. Amazon now has a bunch of wearable technology. We don't have answers as to where HIPAA starts and stops and what Amazon might be allowed to use to combine data on biometrics and other information. I don't think that any of us don't want wearables or don't want the ease of One Medical, and I don't think we have to choose good technology or a complete abdication of rights. But that does require us to actually have these conversations about where we think those boundaries are, agnostic to the specific technology. And that's only to get more complicated. I'll stop with my soapbox, but just to go back to the NVIDIA case, AI bursting onto the scene led to this explosion of governance conversations, right? Like the UK, the French, the Americans, the Chinese, everyone has hosted some conference. Every company has had a conversation on AI. Every government has called up every person on the stage to say, what do you want me to do about this? And there's no getting away from the foundational questions that we still have failed to answer. You still have to have privacy protections to be able to supercharge innovation on AI. You have to have standards and rules and norms to speed up the ability for companies to operate in predictable environments. This isn't just like a naive tree-hugging position. But we want to have shiny object discussions over and over and over again. And so I think for how we think about this, getting back to basics continues to be one of the most important things that we could do to make sure American industry is successful in the future, to make sure our societies look the way we want them to look, i.e. allow us to continue to have democracy and rights that create the space for innovation that drives forward a better world that we want.
And you've mentioned democracy a lot, and I want to make sure that we get a chance to talk a bit about the 2024 election. There just was big news yesterday about a campaign.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, in addition to that big news, there was the news that OpenAI detected foreign interference on its platforms. The Atlantic Council played a role in detecting that activity. And so I just wanted to ask you, just where we're at right now, several months out from the election, are the U.S. government agencies and the companies taking the steps they need in order to protect U.S. elections from foreign interference online?
That's a tough question. I think, like the companies, both the U.S. government and many other democratic governments around the world have gotten a lot better and dedicated to understanding these issues and addressing them. At the same time, I think it would be naive to pretend that we don't have a particular subset of our political system actively trying to harass and undermine those people you rely on to make sense of what's happening in the digital world and uncover when Russia, China, Iran, or any other bad actor is seeking to use that information space to undermine our democracy. So on the one hand, I want to applaud the work that's happened. On the other hand, there's a House Weaponization Committee, and if the sound of that gives you chills, there's a good reason. That House Weaponization Committee has launched investigations into every single organization and researcher that you know who has done any credible research at all on the information environment. That has cost millions of dollars for every single one of those nonprofit organizations. Those same entities are seeking right now to prevent the government from coordinating with industry in the ways that we talked about to make sure that you know when there's a cybersecurity incident and can react, to be able to say when you're seeing certain activity on a platform, or to enable the platforms that frankly have far more information about what's happening on their platforms to raise their hand and wave the flag when something problematic is happening. They've done that through court cases claiming that the United States should not be allowed to talk to companies. They've done that through court cases claiming that companies should not be allowed to moderate content. Make no mistake, those are very well coordinated and intentional strategies to just gum up the works, cost people lots of money, and intimidate people from doing the necessary work of shining a light on understanding our information space. I'm really worried about that. I truly am, and I can say I know a number of people that are not doing the work they were doing before because of this. But I am also deeply encouraged by the people that refuse to stand down. I am also encouraged by the government continuing to try and figure out the ways it can, even in this context. Civil servants that have been in government across multiple administrations that are not at all part of the political conversation we're having right now, every single day going in and doing their jobs, and I'm grateful for that. I'm encouraged by the secretaries of state and the state level officials that are working across party lines to figure out what they can do to provide a free, secure election to everyone in this country. And in particular, the people I want to call attention to the extra risk, particularly that women and people of color who operate in this space take every single day to serve as poll watchers, as election officials, as researchers in this space, as candidates, and particularly the risk that they face for doing that in an online space. The strategies that I just described are designed in particular to make it too costly for those people to do that, and we have to give voice to it. So it's not just a question of the US government, it is an active strategy by anti-democratic forces, small d democracy, to try and undermine our democracy from within, and it's on us to make sure that the people we rely on to keep our democracy safe have the protection and support they need to.
Yes.
Sorry, I get angry.
So well said.
And Sydney, how are you seeing the effects of that campaign play out in the industry in Silicon Valley?
I think there's one thing I want to add about elections and something I'm seeing playing out. But I agree with what Rose is saying. I think that working in this space right now is it's under a microscope. It's scrutinized. Everyone feels like the work they're doing is politicized, and in a lot of cases, I just simply don't think it is. I think that a lot of these companies, they literally have policies that aren't political policies. It's just a policy they created that people agreed on, and they're trying to actually enforce those policies. I think one interesting thing just on elections in general, we talked earlier about like the rapid pace of product releases, and and a lot of these product releases and chatbots are putting out misinformation and these things called hallucinations, which are pushing information that's like not quite accurate. And in a funny way, I know that's terrifying. It is terrifying. But in a funny way, I actually think it might change the way that we perceive truth in the internet and might make people more skeptical and do a little bit more research to get to the right answer. And I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I know that would have been a lot more useful around the dinner table for me in Michigan over Thanksgiving over the last few years if people were just, had better conversations about what the truth is and looks like and are referencing, really solid sources. And so I think that it'll be interesting to see how that plays out with the election this year and thinking through how we all are just a little bit more skeptical and maybe it'll calm us down. And I'm a little optimistic that it might actually help with some of the polarization, but very early to say.
Can I just add to that? Only if we are intentional about teaching people how to think critically. There are too many people who won't do exactly what you hope that they will do. They will be mistrustful. They will burrow deeper in the silos and the echo chambers that they find themselves in and live in that hidey hole, and this will get worse. And so my concern is if we don't back that up with the domestic policy to reinforce the changes necessary in our education system to equip people to understand civics and critical thinking and the other tools that they need, this will only get worse.
And I want to open this up to audience questions in just a couple minutes, but Camille, I wanted to go back to something you said earlier around kind of this unprecedented coordination happening between the private sector and government. What do you think happens to that if Trump is reelected in November?
So, traditionally, on cybersecurity issues, there's been, it's nonpartisan. There's a lot of bipartisan support for a number of the priorities, and the risk landscape, the threat landscape is pretty universal. That said, what we saw with the transition from the Obama administration is that a Trump term 1 meant that they were just rolling things back for the sake of doing it. And even in a space where there is broad agreement, maybe priorities might shift, maybe you might invest here rather than investing there, but in a place where there is broad agreement, there was a rolling back of policies and a change in trajectory that was worrisome. I think we will see more of the same, right? We didn't even have a top cyber official in the White House. That was one of the catalysts for ONCD's creation and its instantiation in statute, right? And so the concern is that there will be a huge shift in how we think about these issues, and that we might move away from this focus on what are the values that we seek to entrench in the digital ecosystem we see in the future, and moving towards this affirmative vision back to being purely reactionary or, driven by other things, competition by itself, money, all of these things. And so, we should be worried, because a shift in that policy is a shift in everything, because technology underpins everything.
And Sydney, what are you seeing from the industry side on this front? How are the companies preparing for that possibility?
Which possibility?
For a Trump re-election.
Oh, for a Trump re-election. Sorry, I blacked out the Trump re-election possibility. It'll be. I don't know necessarily. I think they're preparing for the election, certainly. I think they're nervous about the election. They're nervous, for the day before, the day of, the day after. I don't know exactly how they will react. I think the challenge with former President Trump is he's just incredibly unpredictable. And so it's not like we know what to expect necessarily. He contradicts himself. He's a little bit all over the place. I think it might make the tech companies' role in American foreign policy much more important for the long term, which is sad. But I think that they'll, be in a lot of ways actually be ones doing some of the diplomacy like in an outsized way compared to if other administrations were in power.
So I just got back. I'm going to sound like a real jerk here. I just got back from Geneva for a major international conference on the future of the internet, and was talking to a bunch of different European governments and actually government leaders from all over the world. And certainly this question came up, where every time they would kind of drop their voice and be like, what do you think's going to happen? Like, just as an American, I somehow have the way of knowing, and I don't. But I think there's a few interesting things in terms of how other countries are contemplating this moment, but it also ties to our companies. So one is, they are definitely, and some of this is, the Russia-Ukraine dynamics, the same conversation is playing out there. I think countries are preparing for, if it is a Donald Trump, being more reliant on their own capacity to address problems. That has certainly resulted in a strengthening of the European alliance and a widening of NATO. That also has impact on tech. So the European Union, over the last few years, put together this massive package of regulations, the Digital Services and Digital Markets Act, that, as imperfect as it is probably the first real serious attempt at democratically aligned tech governance that pulls a lot of these strands we're talking about together. And it's kind of messy in how it gets implemented, i.e. they haven't finished all of the implementing laws that tell companies what exactly it is that they're supposed to do. So we're walking into this crazy election year. I think we came up, 80-something countries around the world are having elections in 2024. More people than literally ever in the history of the world will be voting, at the same time that the democratic trend lines are downward in more countries. So that also means that next year we expect to have more new leaders, and particularly new leaders in spaces where democracy is strained. So companies are navigating that mess, which even in the most perfect of moments, I question any company's ability to manage that impossibility. And they're trying to figure out how to comply with this new law that isn't set. The European Union has its elections like now. And so there's a ton of jockeying over understanding foreign influence and foreign interference online in the context of the Digital Services Act. And so it's just a fascinating moment that certainly we can learn a lot for right now. But I think what's interesting about that is we don't have rules for our own companies. So our own companies are right now trying to understand what it is that Europe might do. Europe doesn't understand any of what I just described, the craziness that's happening in targeting the people that do the research that the European Union wants to rely on to understand tech platforms' operations. And so there's definitely an effort to cleave and protect foreign interference is a specific thing to attend to and to ask questions about. And there are people that have an interest in not making foreign interference a nonpartisan space. And so I think that's one to watch in particular for a potential re-election of Donald Trump, that some of what happened before was trying to delegitimize the claims of that foreign interference. And I think you're going to have more countries around the world that are attuned to it and working together and relying on their own resources, as well as their own laws to try and get information or use the power of our tech companies to impact that issue in their own borders. And I worry that that will create really difficult tensions for our companies in directions that none of us like. And it potentially does set up a conflict and conflagration between an American administration and our own companies.
Well, that will keep everyone on the stage very busy for the next few months. I want to open it up now to anyone in the room who might have a question. You can come to these mics. Yes, go ahead.
I don't know how close to it. Oh, there we are. Hi, I'm Anita. I'm a 2024 security fellow. I write policies at one of those tech companies, primarily in the privacy security space. So a question on regulation, we alluded to this. Why do you think the US doesn't have comprehensive privacy legislation? Do you think CCPA is a good, regional start? When will we get there? Do you think that we don't believe privacy is a human right? That's why we don't have this legislation yet? All of these questions, and would it look like GDPR?
Rose, want to take that?
Sure. Actually, there's a really interesting story behind that. In 2009, was it? So when Barack Obama was elected, he actually had selected someone to come to the White House whose job was supposed to be starting to look at the implications of the commercialization of the tech sector and to have a conversation about what common sense regulation might look like. That person started their job the same day that the Snowden disclosures happened. And so we went from a moment of the American public contemplating the risk of their rights being abrogated by a commercial space to a very necessary conversation on what it is that we expect in terms of how the government might have access to our information and data. And we went through a very necessary process of creating protections so that you would have privacy protections from the government, and then we never went back to the commercial space. And in those years, if we think about what those companies looked like in 2009 as opposed to today, these companies are much larger. They are financial behemoths in and of themselves. They are entwined into the rest of the world, and it's a just much more complicated conversation than it was in 2009. I'm not going to claim that had that timing of things happened, that we would somehow magically have a privacy law. I do think we would have been in a better place to have the conversation that we keep putting off. I don't know whether we will get there. I don't think it's going to happen right now. However, I think when we have the conversation on things like TikTok, it's great, right? Like how many people suddenly were like, I don't like that there's the possibility that a foreign entity can just like have whatever they want on me. The beauty of that is like, you don't like that? You don't like that the Chinese government is capable of having influence operations in your own borders? Welcome to privacy protections. Welcome to transparency rules. May I interest you in caring about tech regulation in the United States? So shortly after the passage of an imperfect TikTok bill, the privacy legislation that had been under debate for many, many years was re-earthed in Congress and now is up for markup. That's not going to pass this time, but they picked up the same bill that they had marked up the last time, and so it gets us closer. I do think that this room of people can be extremely powerful in making the case for privacy protections in this country. And I think some of what has stood in the way of that is people either believing that they don't know enough about tech to have an opinion, which like, please, if you ever have that thought cross your mind, just banish it immediately. And number two, the national security community has not been present. And we sometimes get weaponized to kill a conversation on domestic regulation. I think that we could be leveraged to advance an argument for domestic regulation, particularly when it comes to privacy. So I'm hopeful, but it will require all of us to do something.
Great. And next question.
Hi, my name is Faith Akpato. I'm a security fellow from class of 2019. Thank you so much for this conversation, and I think that it's a perfect follow-up to the previous conversation we're having about the threats to democracy. So in the context of the threats to democracy and the role that tech plays in that space, we've been here before. We've had these kinds of conversations before the last election. We're having it now before the next election. What do you think is most important in the regulatory space and all of the things you've been talking about that we can do so that we're a little further along in this conversation by the next election, beyond 2024?
Take action. One of the things that I've seen is a lot of these collaborative conversations have not landed. We've started to mark up a privacy bill. We have started to talk about, a number of regulations that will impact the tech sector, software liability, all of these things. But none of it has landed yet. And what I don't want to see happen is partisan politics or the next big crisis or all of the things that Rose was just talking about deterring us from making progress in the places that we have started to make progress. And being thoughtful about how we instantiate those things in a way that is not easily rolled back. That is, I think, our best bet to make real progress. The other thing is to continue to educate folks about that root cause piece. We should be building frameworks that address the things we seek to preserve and protect, not legislating and creating regulations based on the tech of the moment. It will change, it will grow, it will do things you never imagined. And so when that happens, what you can't have is a regulation that is only tuned to the instantiation of the past. It must be agile. And we also must be able to recognize when we messed up and do it again. One of the things about tech that I think is admirable when done well is I put it out there, it didn't quite work, so I'm gonna tweak it and we're gonna keep going. We can do that in how we legislate and regulate. We can say, okay, I think this is how we should do it. Ooh, we learned this from tech, that impacted the bottom line in ways we didn't want, and it impacted people's human rights in these ways, and oh shoot, it was weaponized over here in this way. Here's how we tweak it and try it again. And we are really afraid of that. One of the things that has been most frustrating in this moment is the fear of failure has made us not land things. And so we need to be a little less afraid of failure in the regulatory and legislative space.
I just want to say +1 to all of that. The other thing I think that we really need to do, to focus on our own democracy, but also democracies globally, is we need to fix the American news media business model. We need to modernize it, fix it. I don't know the term, but
super easy.
I think that's going to be really critical for us to fix. I don't think a regulation is going to fix everything.
If you have any ideas, I'm sure our editor-in-chief would like to hear it all.
What do you think, Kat?
I think I'll turn it over to the next question.
Perfect. Aaron Brennan, Truman, San Diego. First of all, amazing panel, so thank you all for showing up for us as an organization. My question is, you mentioned U.S. privacy policy and then also security by design, which I think probably comes from policy as well. But I go back to a conversation that was had some years ago about Section 230 and how we basically say you're not responsible if you're a tech company for anything that's on your platform. And so I'm wondering how that ties into privacy, protecting democracy, et cetera, because I think they should be accountable for what's on their platform. Because you had the conversation about, oh, you can't delete something from Twitter because that's censorship, it's the public square. But it's not the public square, it's a tech company's platform. And so please.
I often say that tech regulation conversations are like a kid's hockey game where like everyone just descends on the puck and then like the puck goes over here and everyone descends on the other puck because we are so desperate for a conversation that we just like run to the one thing anyone is talking about and then have the entirety of the conversation of everything that we are frustrated with about the internet. Unfortunately, I think Section 230 becomes that because it was the first real piece of regulation and legislation that anyone could even focus on. It's interesting. In authoritarian countries, one of the first things they do is actually go to say to companies, Anyone says anything on your platform that we don't like, you're liable, and it's the end of the game. So, the liability protection itself was actually a really important innovation. I agree that in and of itself is an insufficient regulation. And so think of it as like push and pull factors. We want these companies to have rights as well. The sorts of things that allow them to, for instance, take content down because that's perfectly within their remit as a private company to make decisions about their platform. That's being challenged at the Supreme Court. I think we would all argue that we think that that should be possible. The flip side of that is I don't want the government to be deciding anything about content. Period. Where do you put that line? Who gets to say that? And I don't want to create a dynamic where companies are so afraid that they're going to be raked over the coals that they don't want to let activists on their platform, that they don't want to let an opposition leader who's running for Congress because they want to try and address corruption or something they don't like to not be allowed on a platform well within the rights of a company to do so simply because they're worried they're going to get sued.
And we have just about a minute left. I don't want to stand between everyone and their Friday plans. So if you want to give us the last question quickly.
All right, I'll try and be quick. Nathan Cole, Security Fellow, new this year, but I'm an investor with a large venture capital fund, so this is an interesting conversation. But I'm fortunate in the sense that I work with businesses that either have a social or environmental mission as their business model. So there's kind of a level of ethics that's like embedded in the culture of that company to begin with. So I have one question, but I think from two sides of a coin. So, Sydney, I guess for a business that doesn't fit that mold, that it's not necessarily in the business of impact, what do you think they could do to, embed a level of kind of like ethics and honesty into their business model from the beginning? And then on the public sector side, how can we also encourage that, but in a way that we're not stifling innovation like, maybe they do in Europe?
Nathan or Nathaniel?
Nathan.
Nathan. Nathan. I'm so glad you asked. So my company actually just put out a report. If you go to dukeexperts.com, it's right at the top. We did a market research report on the trust and safety industry. It was the first of it. It was groundbreaking, first of its kind on this new emerging industry called trust and safety, where we actually looked at we looked and analyzed and put numbers to like the total addressable market. But another thing that we did is we observed and put together case studies on why having a safe, responsible platform is actually good for the bottom line. And so I actually just I think that these things can and should work together, and our messages to companies is that it will be good for your business to have a safe place and to have a responsible platform. And I think it's actually a very effective message, and I think there's a lot of evidence actually if you dig through, and again, if you want to look at that report just for some ideas, that is the case. And so I really think we need to get away from this. Like, it's either you're going to make money or be responsible. That's just absolutely not true. People want to be where places are friendly and safe, and we've, again, put some evidence in place to show that.
And I think venture capital is a really great steward of that message and incentives. And one of the things we were doing when I was at ONCD was, evangelizing to venture capital and empowering them to be stewards of having the companies in their portfolio have security requirements, have trust and safety requirements. So there's a lot of work that venture capital can do.
Just to double tap both of those, the trust and safety report came out of that bigger project that I mentioned Sydney and I had worked on. And one of the things that we were really focused on was this kind of interstitial market that people often don't think about that enables companies to do these sorts of things. And so I think as venture capital, also thinking about where are the unseen markets that can be supercharged to enable other industries or other players in the industry to do their job more effectively and at a lower cost towards those objectives. So like no small or medium-sized company that has to do trust and safety functions right now can do that on their own. They're not gonna be able to build, meta-style trust and safety teams. So there's a whole bunch of people that are going out there trying to build their own companies to provide those services to those companies so that they can be successful at the next stage. And I think that we sometimes miss the opportunities to invest and supercharge those spaces that have the impact of growing innovation in other industries and for other companies as well.
Well, unfortunately, we're a bit over time, so we'll have to leave it there. Thank you all so much for being on the panel today.
Thank you, Kat.
Thank you, Kat.
All right, that was a fantastic panel. We're gonna keep diving in so that way we can keep to time. So, I mean, I don't want to say I've saved the best for last because everything has been fantastic. But maybe we save the best for last. So this is our 5th year giving out the Truman Center's Award for Exceptional Moral Courage in Public Service. To kick off that portion of the program, please welcome to the stage Stephen Bailey, Chair of the Truman Center Board of Directors.
Thank you so much. It's a great group, looking good. One of the things I noticed is footwear, and I have to say on our last panel we had some great kicks, we had some slides, I see we got some boots right here in the front row, so I'm feeling energized and really good about this. So I hope this is a really as special for you as it is for me. As an exciting conclusion to our programming today, I'm pleased to introduce the presenter for the Truman Center's Award for Exceptional Moral Courage in Public Service. This award recognizes public servants whose values have led them to do what is right, even when doing so might be unpopular or difficult. We designed this award for leaders who have demonstrated to the world what it means to serve the public good and who have ensured our public institutions keep faith with the people and principles for whom they were constructed. This year, we ran the process for selecting this award a little bit differently than we've done in the past. And we incorporated member expertise into the selection process. So you may recall that earlier this year, we asked members for nominees for the award. We received many, and the awardee today comes from one of those recommendations. And Truman member Eva Posner, who will moderate the conversation today, actually nominated this year's awardees. The inaugural award was presented in 2020 to Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman, who put his career on the line to speak up against abuses of power. In 2021, Truman presented the award to Washington, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser for her principled leadership on and standing up for racial justice. In 2022, we honored Ambassador Linda Thomas Greenfield in recognition of a career devoted to public service, from Geneva to Kingston to Monrovia to Washington and many places in between. In 2023, we recognized Congressman Jamie Raskin for a career defined by a principled defense of American democracy. And I have to say that introducing Congressman Raskin is a particular honor for me because he's the only awardee that I didn't have the opportunity to introduce in past years. So getting to know him a bit today and what you stand for, it's really a privilege and an honor to introduce you. So as is our tradition, Congressman Raskin is going to be presenting today's award as last year's awardee. So Jamie Raskin represented Maryland's 8th Congressional District since 2017. We have an 8th Congressional District member here, obviously, or just a real fan of politics. From his time at American University, where he co-founded the Marshall Brennan Constitutional Literacy Project, to his fight in the Maryland legislature to legalize same-sex marriage, to his work in Congress, including as chair of the Oversight Committee's Civil Rights and Civil Liberties Subcommittee, Congressman Raskin has consistently demonstrated our commitment to morality and values in policymaking, even when the political winds might be blowing in a different direction. Following the January 6th insurrection, as the lead impeachment manager for the Senate trial of President Trump, he made a compelling case for President Trump's responsibility for the tragic events of that day. In his service on the United States House Select Committee on the January 6th attack, he dissected the role of far-right extremists and the president's own tweets in inciting the attack on the Capitol. All of this remarkable work aligns closely to Truman's values. It is my great honor to welcome to the stage Congressman Jamie Raskin.
Stephen, thank you for those lovely remarks, and it's an honor to be here and to be introduced by you. And I got to tell you, I've been more excited about this event for Justin Pearson and Justin Jones than I was for when I got the award myself. Getting to meet Justin Pearson is quite an honor and quite a privilege. And when I got it, I remember feeling very humbled and moved by it. And all I could say is that, you know, an award like this is best understood in collective terms more than in individual terms. And I think you will see from our two honorees today, one of who could be with us and one of whom we're honoring in absentia, that their individual activism and their acts of real individual courage are embedded in movements for change. And that's where the strength and the power comes from. So, you know, the other thing I said was, you know, feeling not quite deserving of this extraordinary award from the Truman Center is that I didn't know whether or not I deserved it, but I would work to deserve it every day. And so these awards are best understood as a challenge and a spur to keep going. And certainly that's extremely fitting for today's honorees, who are very, by my standards, very young people, okay? This is not like a Lifetime Achievement Award or anything for Representative Justin Pearson. So it's a remarkable story, and I'm eager for us to get into the conversation so we can hear more about it. But I know this much. Justin Pearson grew up mostly in Memphis. He grew up for several years in the D.C. area when his dad was in graduate school at Howard and lived in Northern Virginia, although I don't understand why he didn't just live in Silver Spring or Tacoma Park and just, you know, head down that way. But he lived over in Virginia. But most of his childhood, he grew up in Memphis, and he went away to college at Bowdoin and then returned to Memphis, Tennessee, which I love because, you know, a lot of people, when they're in, shall we say, redder states or states maybe that are more likely to criminalize abortion and stuff like that, if they go north, they stay north, or they, you know, all the young people want to live in Berkeley or Brooklyn or something like that. Go back to Tennessee, go back to South Carolina, go back to Georgia and organize, you know. So good for you, Justin Pearson, and he went back to Memphis and he got involved in politics right away. And this story is just absolutely incredible. And a lot of you, I assume everybody, will remember some of what happened last year. Justin got elected to the Tennessee State Legislature from Memphis on March 25, 2023. He got expelled from the Tennessee legislature on April 6th, 2023, 11 days later. That has got to be some kind of historic record in the United States. And he was expelled for an act of remarkable conscience and courage, because the same day that he got sworn in after being elected to the legislature, a terrible massacre took place, not in Memphis, but in Nashville, at the Covenant School. Am I getting the name right, Justin? The Covenant School in Nashville. And there were 3 9-year-olds who were murdered on that day, 3 third graders and 3 adults. And this is just one more in the seemingly endless stream of massacres supplied by the gun violence that has turned gun violence into the #1 leading cause of death for children, for young people under 18 in America. And so Justin Pearson, with his very good friend Justin Jones, who I'll talk about in a moment, who does represent Nashville, they participated in this upsurge of student activism demanding real legislative and public policy action by the Tennessee legislature and by the Tennessee governor and by the adults. But like real leaders, they went and they joined the young people in the protests, which made the leadership of the Tennessee House not very happy, but they hadn't seen anything yet because Justin Jones and Justin Pearson and one other representative, Representative Johnson, Gloria Johnson, they took to the floor of the Tennessee House. And this, to my mind, is a legislator where the real courage comes in, because they disrupted the ordinary business of the day, because the majority in its wisdom had decided to do nothing about gun violence, nothing about gun safety, despite the fact that there were now thousands of young people and their families in Tennessee demanding action to respond to this atrocity that had taken place in Nashville. And they took to the floor with a bullhorn. Now that takes real chutzpah there, okay? With a bullhorn, and they began to talk about the massacre that had just taken place, about the gun violence, and about this mass movement which had now overtaken the legislative buildings in Tennessee, and they demanded action. And rather than responding with action or debate or discussion, they just terminated the proceeding. They adjourned only to resume on Monday. They took the weekend off, they resumed on Monday, and then moved to expel Representative Pearson and Representative Jones and Representative Johnson. I believe she escaped by one vote. The two Justins were expelled and then were promptly voted back into office by the legislative authorities in their district. And they were voted back in by the people of their districts, and in so doing demonstrated exactly the kind of moral and political and intellectual courage that will ultimately get us through the nightmare of gun violence in America. And we're in the middle of that fight right now, and that's why I'm so honored to be able to be here to toast and to give the award to Representative Pearson. Let me say a word about Representative Justin Jones, who represents Nashville's 52nd District. He was born in Oakland, California, where he was raised by a single mom, putting herself through nursing school. He went to Fisk University. He went to Vanderbilt Divinity School. He organized a 62-day sit-in protest for racial justice outside the state capitol after the murder of George Floyd. He was elected in 2022 as the second youngest lawmaker, and then participated in all of the events that I just told you about. And he too has been a great champion for gun safety and for the young people of their state. On January 10th, 2024, he was the first lawmaker penalized under a new rule allowing the Tennessee legislature to vote to silence for the entire legislative day any lawmaker who's ruled out of order. And it was invoked against him after he described the Speaker of the House, Cameron Sexton, as drunk with power. It sounds like not a bad deal to be able to say that. So, in any event, look, we're talking about a leader of the new generation. We really are. And this is an amazing generation, beyond racism, beyond anti-Semitism, beyond misogyny, beyond immigrant bashing. Unfortunately, they're a little bit beyond grammar, too, but that's a different problem. They text all day and they tweet and all that. But other than my grammatical problems with their generation, they're going to save us. And no better representative of that generation than the great representative from Tennessee, Justin Pearson. And come on up. This is the 2024 Award for Exceptional Moral Courage in Public Service, Representative Justin J. Pearson.
Please be seated. Thank you for this. It got my name on it, but it is truly an award for our entire district and our community. It is an award that can just as easily go to Clyde Robinson and Sarah Gladney and Felicia Boyd and our amazing team. because my name, while it is on this amazing award, it is only representative of the people who make me who I am, including my beloved fiance and our chief of staff, my amazing parents, Dr. Kimberly Owens Pearson, Reverend Jason C. Pearson, my 4 brothers, my 6 nieces and nephews, and my community who loves and who has cared for me and supported me in this journey. For such a kind introduction, Congressman, thank you so much. And for your courage in this country. It is an example for all of us who seek to do leadership well in the face of adversity. And so thank you. I'm the son of a preacher and a teacher. I'm from the South. And so they had to give me a time clock to make sure that I don't keep y'all too long. But as God would have it, the time clock is out of my view when I'm looking this way. So this side of the room, y'all got to be real hype to keep me going. Yeah, there we go. There we go. I have but a few words to share, and I'm very excited about the conversation that we are going to have about the state of our democracy, our responsibility, our opportunity, and indeed our obligation to do something. To the Truman Center, to your amazing leadership, Chairman, and to all of you, thank you for this honor and this privilege. Look, today is a historic day after. You know, these days after happen throughout our history for both great reasons and tragic ones. There are moments in time when our nation has been transformed and transfigured in ways that are hard to express in words. Our collective consciousness remembers these days afters, the day after Dr. King's assassination, the day after the Rodney King trial verdict, the day after 9/11, the day after President Obama's election, the day after the Dobbs decision that got folks like me and Scott really riled up to do more, right? We remember these day afters. And today we are experiencing an extraordinary day after. The day after the former president of the United States is convicted of 34 felony counts in New York and a hush money payment to an adult film star in order to skew an election 8 years ago to his favor. This is a wild day after. And I gotta say, I got a whole lot of complaints about the criminal legal system and the injustices that it wreaks havoc on in our communities, but it got this right. And so I'm glad about this day after. For many of us, we celebrate that the rule of law does, in fact, apply to the wealthy, to white men, powerful people who often are not treated the same way that poor folks are. And Brian Stevenson, the founder of the Equal Justice Initiative, he says, if you are poor and black but innocent, you are treated worse than somebody who's white, wealthy, and guilty. This is the America that we live in, and so this day after is quite different than what we typically anticipate or expect to happen. But can I also be quite honest with you? I believe that this day after has also frightened me, has worried me in ways that I have not been for quite some time. And in these few moments, I want to share with you why I'm somewhat terrified about this day after. People in positions of power today, not people who are running for office, but people who are in positions of power today, like the governor of Tennessee, the chairman of the Republican Party in our state, the caucus chairman, the leader, the Speaker of the House in the United States Congress, have raised up against the criminal legal system for holding Donald accountable for crimes he committed. That 12 people, his peers, decided he committed. That has been done in this country for centuries. A grand jury, prosecutors. This whole process has played out in the way that we expect for things to. But instead of recognizing the outcome of the justice system, people in positions of power today are railing against the democratic ideals and principles of equal justice under the law, and that no person is above the law. These anti-constitutional subversions of America's institutions are harrowing. They are reminders. They're reminders of the effect of things like the big lie, where the congressmen, our congressmen, were afraid in the people's house, in Congress, about what insurrectionists would do on January 6th. This subversion, this supporting of anti-constitutional attitudes is terrifying because these comments that they are saying strike at the very heart of the foundational and fundamental values that we hold as what America is and what America should be. And we must ask ourselves, who are we if we are valueless? Who are we without the aspiration toward the values of equal justice under the law? Who are we when the voices and the faces of tyranny are the ones who are supporting tyrants and helping to make people authoritarians? I fear that we devolve into a strongman racism, under which the USA flag becomes nothing more than a banner of faux freedom. And this should worry all of us, independents, Democrats, Republicans, Libertarians, Green Party, People's Party, whoever you are. This should worry all of us because I do not believe that we are only in a fight about people telling the truth or a lie. We're in a fight about people seeking to preserve a country that has existed for several centuries, and those who are willing to dismantle it on behalf of a white supremacist, domestic terrorist felon. And so let us hold true to the truth, which in this country can be hard sometimes. As the congressman mentioned, gun violence is the #1 killer of our children. Billionaires made trillions on the back of all of us during a pandemic and fabricated an inflation that they're now saying they're going to fix by reducing prices that they increased in the first place. Environmental and climate racism and injustice remains one of the greatest existential crises of our day and time. We have tornadoes ravaging different parts of our country right now, flooding and fires in California. We have these things that are, in and of themselves, humbling. And in our state, and I was talking earlier, we've been gerrymandered in such a way that people have built the state to be more conservative than the populace and then misusing and abusing their power, even though they are no longer supported by the majority of people in the state. This is where we are. And now, our Republicans in Tennessee talking about they support a felon for president, while we pass the most felon disenfranchisement laws in the country. 1 in 5 black people in Tennessee cannot vote due to felon disenfranchisement. But today, all of them were saying, let's support a convicted felon for president of the United States. But he can't vote in Tennessee. This is where we are. And I realize I'm nearly out of time here, so let me get to the end. I do not believe that America has achieved all that it can be or will be, but I do believe that we cannot afford to lose the courage to speak truth to power. We cannot lose the courage to support our republic. We cannot lose the courage to support this democratic constitutional experiment that without our very hands, our very hearts, our very feet, our very souls into it, we might lose it. Y'all, the problem is not white supremacy existing in and of itself. It's white supremacy with power. The problem is not racism existing in and of itself. It's racism with power. The problem is not patriarchy existing in and of itself. It's patriarchy with power. These are the realities that we are living in with people in positions of power today, not running for president, but being in positions of power today, misuse their voices and misuse their power against us. And our hope for the future is not just going to be in a party, though vote Democrat. Our hope for the future will be found in the people of good conscience and goodwill who fight for what we believe in. And I believe we have to believe what we say, and then we've got to act on it. We must believe in freedom and fight for it. We must believe in justice and demand it. We must believe in hope and use it as our source of renewable energy in a movement for justice rooted in love in order that we might get through our darkest days. We must believe in an America and who America can be, not just who it is currently, in order that the words written by Thomas Jefferson will not just be hollow, but hallowed. That we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all people are created equal and endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, and that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We must believe that in this country, in states even like Tennessee and South Carolina and Mississippi and Nebraska and Iowa and Georgia, we must believe that it is possible for justice to roll down like waters and righteousness like an ever-flowing stream. So let this be our promise to ourselves and to future generations as we refuse to give up, as we refuse to be bowed down or broken and bent, that our best days are ahead because we're going to use our God hands to make them. We're going to use our God feet to march for them. We're going to use our God heart to stay connected. And I'm so glad to be in this movement for justice rooted in love with you. Thank you so much.
Can you guys, oh, there we go. All right, I got louder. I'm always loud, but I got louder. So I'm supposed to follow that. That's fun. I think I know the answer to this, but I wanted to start off with something, kind of light. How do you both feel about the state of our democracy right now?
Well, I feel better today on Friday than I felt on Wednesday. I'm with Justin. Look, injustice happens suddenly and profusely and constantly. Justice takes a lot longer to act. We believe in the presumption of innocence, and we believe in trial by jury, and we believe the right to counsel. And as a defendant, you've got a right to testify or to choose not to testify. And we saw all of the full panoply of rights being respected, and we saw a jury of 12 peers render justice. And that's something that we can feel proud of. And I think it was a little bit cathartic and a little bit exhilarating for people. As I've traveled around the country, I hear people say all the time, there will never be justice, there will never be any rectification. And I think people saw a glimpse of justice, and and a lot of people have been wanting to see it. And of course, it's not about one person. I mean, it's really about what kind of society we're going to have. And all over the earth today, democracy's under siege by autocrats in Moscow and kleptocrats in Mar-a-Lago and theocrats in MAGA and Mike Johnson and plutocrats all over the world. And it is as flawed, as imperfect as we are, it is only the Democrats that are going to beat all of those people. But it requires popular engagement and a real love of democracy and freedom, the kind that you can see exuded by this great young leader. Yeah.
I'm going to take 1 second, and then I'll let you answer. But for the C3 folks, that was a small d Democrat.
That was small d.
Small d Democrat. For the record. All right, now you can continue.
And to balance it out, I'll close by invoking our last great Republican president, Abraham Lincoln, who spoke of government of the people, by the people, and for the people. And it is that Republican standard which we will strive towards in defending democracy. So,
I love that. May it never perish from the earth, right? But how does that happen, right? It doesn't by just watching television, right? Democracy isn't just voting either. What I have witnessed now being at the State House, the people who show up in between time, they got a whole lot of influence. The people who march in between time, and I mean march around the building and march to your office, they have a lot of influence and power. And so when I think about the state of democracy, it is holding a beautiful tension, right? Things seem to be in so much peril in so many places. And there's so much opportunity and possibility. And what I lean into, what we lean into, what we must lean into is the possibilities that democracy offers us. That's why Donald is deeply concerning. And the MAGA movement is deeply concerning because they're trying to remove our ability to fight for what we believe in. That's what's at stake. Right? Democracy means you can have your opinion and I can have mine, and we can go and fight about it and argue about it and disagree about it and go back home. But what we are entering into and what we are seeing with the erosion of democracy in Tennessee, and this is happening in a lot of places where there's supermajority leadership, I don't believe it's healthy for democracy, lowercase d. I don't believe it's healthy because what is happening is the silencing of voices. Duly elected representatives being expelled because you didn't like what we said. See, that is scary, right? Because you could imagine a different world, a different time, decades from now, where something is being changed in the United States Constitution. And states can say, nope, you're not going to vote with us. That's going to mess with the vote count. We're going to go ahead and expel you, get you out of here, change the United States Constitution, right? Because people continue to erode the power, erode democracy, build up the more authoritarian actions, build up more fascist actions, and we suffer, the people. And so when I think about the state of our democracy, it is not as strong as it should be, but it is our only hope. Because any time that we've been able to move forward, and I'm thinking particularly about black history and black folks in this country, helping to make the 13th Amendment, 14th Amendment, 15th Amendment possible, making the Voting Rights Act and the Civil Rights Act possible, like all of those things happen because what happens outside of the institution and what happens inside of it. But you had an institution to fight against, an institution to fight to change, an institution to demand things from. What happens when we destroy those institutions and instead put people, very fickle, minded people in those positions of power? Like we lose our ability to fight for what we believe in. And America's existence, as far as I am understanding it and am experiencing it, relies on our ability, right, to demand for it to be better. And sometimes the people in power listen. And that's great. And you always want that to happen. But you always believe that possibility is there, that you can advocate for something. And maybe you convince those people to change. But we're losing that. We're losing it, and that's deeply concerning. And so we can't, this isn't to make anybody sad or mopey. This is to say we've got to be more engaged now than ever, because I felt we were more democratic when I was, he said I'm young, but when I was even younger than we are now. And it's like 10 years from now, we'll be more democratic or less democratic as a country.
That does seem to be the point that we are at. Okay. Next one. Representative Raskin, you served through January 6th and then led the House investigation into it, which revealed that some of your colleagues helped the insurrectionists. Representative Pearson, you were expelled, let's be real, for governing while black. That's why Gloria didn't get expelled. And then won your seat back, but are still constantly being harassed. However, neither of you have the luxury of letting that abuse get to you, because the reality of being effective in government means you have to actively seek out consensus with people who mean you harm. How do you keep your cool and maintain effectiveness when you're constantly faced with a hostile environment? That's why we started light.
Well, it is very important to bring your sense of humor with you to work, at least where I work. You know, I try to find the humanity and the point of empathy and commonality with everybody. I'm a middle child, so I like to bring people together, you know, and but, you know, sometimes, you know, like Lauren Boebert, for example, somebody who's my friend, you know, and she voted with us, by the way, when we had our recent controversy with MTG and the fake eyelashes and taking the words down. Lauren Boebert, much to her credit, voted with us, and I think it's because a number of us have relationships with her, and she's got a relationship with us. But at the same time, she challenges me, and I challenge her. Like, one of the problems I have with them is, I just give this by way of illustrative example. It's not a partisan point, but some of our colleagues across the aisle cannot correctly pronounce the name of our political party in its adjectival form. So, AOC will make a speech and they'll say, well, that Democrat congresswoman with her Democrat bill and her Democrat amendment. And for 7 years, I got up and I said, no, Democrat is the noun. Okay, and you got to say Democratic, the Democratic congresswoman, the Democratic bill, and then she kept doing it. You can find this one on YouTube. We went back and forth, and then all of them started getting into Matt Gaetz and Jim Jordan, everything Democrat this, Democrat that. So I sort of lost my temper, and I said, well, you've got this self-appointed political speech impediment over on your side, and it's kind of contagious. Now when I try to say the name of your party, it just comes out the Banana Republican Party and the Banana Republican Congresswoman. And so I went home and I told my wife, and I said, I finally got them back after all these years. And she said, that was a very immature response. But here's the good news, okay? You got to keep your sense of humor, but you also have to keep your mind open to the world of history and ideas outside of your little legislative echo chamber. I was reading this great book about Franklin D. Roosevelt called Traitor to His Class by H.W. Brandt, and I learned something remarkable. FDR did not call our party the Democratic Party, much less the Democrat Party. He called it, at least the historians transcribe it with a capital D, called it the democracy. So there's a speech, he says, well, the economic royalists and the plutocrats say, invest in just the wealthiest people in America. Some of the wealth will dribble down on everybody else. But the democracy says you invest in the great American working middle class and we'll all rise and prosper together. So now when they can't pronounce the name of our party, I say, just do what FDR and Eleanor did. Call us the democracy, because that's what we are these days. So.
Thank you for the question. Look, I am not making friends with white supremacists. It's not happening. It's just not going to happen. Truly, it's like if you have drawn your line that your center of interest and care is only in the maintenance of your own power, there's nothing I can do for you because what I spend every single day doing is saying, how do we get power to people who've been made powerless by systems that privilege the powerful? And so if you're saying, I'm wealthy, I don't want to share wealth. I have education. I don't want other people to get it. If that's how you operate, like, there's nothing for us to do. And you know what? That's okay. Because there are people who said, I've never thought about my wealth that way. I've never thought about my privilege that way. I never thought about my class that way. Let me see if there's something I can do differently. And I'm looking at white people here in particular. There's an important word that I hope you leave with if you understand nothing else. It's called social location. Say social location. Social location means that you take whatever position you are and you put it proximate to people who have not been benefited by the same social location that you now find yourself. This guy, obviously one of the most powerful people in the country, right? If he shows up next to someone who is impoverished at a city council meeting, do you think people who are in the positions of power look differently at the person who's impoverished coming to them, saying, hey, I have an issue and a concern? Of course they do. Of course they will. Because you choose a social location with the marginalized. You choose a social location with people who have been oppressed. You choose a social location with people who have not been given the same level of access, and you disrupt the status quo. And so for my colleagues and for my friends at the Tennessee General Assembly, I have decided I will not compromise. And some people say that's really bad. You know, compromise is a good word. I think compromise is a terrible word. Because you know, every time that I hear compromise, what happens? Black people get compromised. Queer people get compromised. Women's rights get compromised. Every time compromise happens, it's like you lose a little and I lose a little. But if I don't have anything to lose, you're taking part of my humanity away. So now what do? I'm seeking common ground. You care about clean air? So do I. You care about clean water? So do I. You care about clean soil? So do I. You care about saving kids so they don't die from gun violence? So do I. Let's find common ground, but I refuse to compromise, because every time that we compromise, it's always on the backs of the poor and the marginalized. But instead, let's find some common ground and let's work from there. Because then you don't have to, there's nothing for you to give, nothing for me to give, but ourselves and our time and our energy and our love for the people that we care about. And believe it or not, there's some Republicans in the Tennessee General Assembly I found some common ground with, and haven't had to go along to get along, haven't had to sell my soul, haven't had to do any of those things. Because you know what? At the end of the day, I do believe with most people, you want to be alive and live a life that's well-meaning. And you want that for your family, you want that for your loved ones just as much as I do. And if people are intentional about seeing the humanity in one another, despite all the other things, I think we can actually get more progress done. A lot of people aren't willing to do that, and I ain't gonna lie, right there, out there. But that's where our goal is. No more compromise. We're willing to find common ground, though.
I like that framing a lot. Thank you both for what you put up with at work every day. I would suggest you need a union. I would just try it out. Might help. Collective bargaining rights, I don't know. Okay. We're going to get a little nerdy in the civics lessons now. Representative Raskin, prior to your time in Congress, you served in the Maryland State Senate. And Representative Pearson, you currently serve in the Tennessee State House. Given our federalist system, what support do states need from the federal government that they aren't getting? And conversely, what problems do states need to step up and solve and step kicking up to the federal level because it doesn't function? I have other questions if you don't, it's fine.
Just fix Mike Johnson.
All right. Well, we're emerging from a period of tremendous federal support for the states. It started in COVID-19, the American Rescue Act, CARES Act. I hear from mayors and county executives and people who at the local level in Maryland that they love the investments that have been made over the last 4 years and the Biden administration. That we're very proud of the Infrastructure Act, a $1.2 trillion investment in the roads and the highways and the bridges and the ports and the airports, and that's what government should be doing. So I think that that's a model of how we can work together. I think we have a wonderful dynamic between federal and local government when it comes to stuff like infrastructure and transportation, where we need and education, where we need lots of local participation, lots of local involvement, local leadership, but at the same time we need federal government resources and also some federal government help and subsidy. But I think we have got to remember that rights need to be national, that's right. Universal. That's right. And we're in a situation now with abortion rights and birth control and mifepristone and everything, not unlike, what Lincoln was facing, when he said the country cannot survive half slave and half free. Mm-hmm. It's going to be all one thing or all the other. I don't know how long America can really last this way. I think over a third of American women are now in states that criminalize abortion. I mean, so they end up with a problematic pregnancy and suddenly they're hemorrhaging in the backseat of their car because a doctor refuses to administer health care because they think they might be prosecuted and end up in jail for the rest of their life. We got state legislatures that are passing laws making it a crime to leave the state with someone who's seeking an abortion, right? Which totally, seems to burden a little bit the right to travel, the right to health care in the country. So I don't think we're going to be able to last half anti-choice and half pro-choice, half theocrat and half free. I don't think that is going to work. And so we should be thinking about constitutional rights universally and federalism as a process for figuring out at what levels of government people can best address local problems.
Absolutely. Love that.
But yes, everything he just said. Right. I mean, it's so true. I believe the litmus test for American democracy and our ability to survive is not going to be in Massachusetts, New York, and L.A. I think you're going to have to spend some time in Mississippi and Tennessee and Nebraska and Iowa and these places that too often are overlooked and underinvested in. That's actually where state house members and state senate folks need support, need access to information, need more resources that we currently do not have. And the reality is these are the places where we are losing our rights the most. And so when you look at the news, it is in Mississippi and Florida and Texas and Tennessee where we did ban transgender affirming health care, where we did prevent and say that it's in essence kidnapping to take someone across state lines to go and get access to an abortion or the health care that they need. Like, that's not freedom. But you have to believe in the core of your being, wherever you are, if you're in D.C. or Virginia or Maryland, wherever you are, that if the folks in Tennessee are not free, then I can't be. Like, that's actually what it takes. Because the only reason we've gotten to the place that we are, one of the reasons we've gotten to the place where we are, is that the people in those states who are in power, they say no one cares about y'all. Nobody's paying attention. Nobody's invested. Nobody's interested. And you end up with like 2 of the youngest black lawmakers getting expelled. And then people being like, wait, things are that bad? Yes! Things are that bad, and they're going to get worse. Right, so we got to pay attention to the places that have been disinvested in. And I think as it relates to sort of like our federalist structure, everybody loves Congress and the Supreme Court and the presidency. And like those things are great. These state houses, and you will know this, these state houses are super powerful. Like millions upon millions upon millions upon millions of people's lives are being shaped every time that folks walk into their capital. And I'm a state legislator now. I did not know how powerful they were till we were in there. Like, for real. I didn't know how powerful they were. I was like, wait, this is too much power, right? Like, our lives for 4 months, January through April, Tennessee changes. Because some people in the State House said, we need to change this. We need to prevent local governments from being able to do this. They tried to ban the study of reparations. Seriously, the study of it. That was one bill we defeated, very proud about. But like that could happen, right? And that is happening in so many of our states where you're seeing a supermajority really abuse their power. And so invest and pay attention to what's happening at the state level and stay engaged. If you don't know who your Speaker of the House is at the state level, if you don't know who your Senate majority leader is at the state level, if you don't know who the lieutenant governor is at the state level, like who is your state representative, your state senator, like those are people who are doing some transformational things. And they don't get as much attention as the amazing folks in Congress or the Supreme Court or the presidency, but millions of people's lives are changing every single day because of the actions that they take or don't take.
Thank you so much. All right, last question. I'm actually technically out of time, but I'm going to ask it anyway. So that's because it's for you guys. So you have an audience of Truman members, and I don't know how familiar you have been before recently with Truman, but all of these people are connected by not just the value that America can and should be better, but by actually be willing to do the work. And they do the work in governments and in policy and in nonprofit and in industry all over the world. I mean, I can't believe they let me in here. God. What is the most effective thing that they can do to strengthen democracy and make it more representative?
I was just thinking about your last comment, Justin. When I was visiting Maxwell Frost in Florida, Governor DeSantis banned sociology. But luckily, they also solved the climate crisis because he banned the use of the words climate change on the government websites. So, people are banning a lot of stuff these days. Yeah.
Your book in Texas. Right?
Yeah, and my book in Texas. But my book, We the Students, which was sponsored by the Supreme Court Historical Society, got banned in Texas. And the very next day, I got banned for life from Russia by Vladimir Putin for my pro-Ukrainian.
That's
activities.
Awesome.
So yeah, banned in Texas and Russia, but I'm making it at the TruCon conference.
That's the one that matters.
So, you know, I mean, I think, you know, this is really the toughest question we get, I suppose, because, you know, everybody has got to be doing different things according to where they are, their social position, and who they can influence and who they can help, who they can strategize with. And so I would think of it in both individual and collective terms. There are things that we can do collectively that are going to be so important. You know, Tocqueville in Democracy in America said that democracy and voting rights are either shrinking and shriveling away, or they're growing and expanding. So we have millions of people who still can't vote because, you know, they've got laws which say you get out of prison, you have every other right restored to you except the right to vote. You know, that's just wrong. So we got to deal with that problem. You know, you're sitting in a city which has 713,000 tax-paying, draftable U.S. citizens who are the only residents of a national capital on the planet Earth who are not represented in their own federal legislature. You know, if you told the people of Paris they couldn't be represented in the French National Assembly, you'd have another French Revolution on your hands. And when we passed DC statehood in the House in the last Congress, in the 117th Congress, I got to be the floor leader for that. And I started just by thanking the people of Washington who have a verifiable, bona fide political grievance and yet did not come down in the Capitol and beat the daylights out of our Capitol officers and put 150 people in the hospital and wound them, but they did it the right way. They've petitioned for statehood. It's time for statehood for people in Washington, D.C. And it's time for statehood for 3.5 million Americans living in Puerto Rico. You know, let's make that happen too. So there, you know, it's the 21st century, and how about it's time we start electing the president the way we elect governors and representatives and senators and mayors? Whoever gets the most votes wins, right? You know, we spend tens of millions of dollars a year exporting American democracy to countries who are writing new constitutions. The one thing they never come back to us with is, you know that electoral college thing you've got? We're going to import that to our country. Now, nobody really wants to mess with it. And these days, the electoral college can get you killed, as we saw on January 6th. So collectively, I think we've got to get democracy moving again and get back on the growth track. And John Dewey said, the only solution to the ills of democracy is more democracy. And what we're suffering from today is the impediments, the obstacles to democracy, like Justin's talking about with the gerrymandering of our districts, the disenfranchisement of former prisoners, the voter suppression tactics, and so on. So we got to get back on the democracy growth trail. And then, you know, individually, you know, I think one thing everybody can think about is connecting with young people. It's been a really tough time for young people. What a lot of us middle-aged people have experienced is an utter aberration and a deviation from what we have known America to be, is kind of all they've known. That's right. And they're worried about climate change, and they're worried about gun violence, and they're worried about authoritarianism, and they're worried about political division, and they're right to worry about all of it. And we got to reach out to them and let them know that it's going to be all right. We're going to get through it. And one of the ways we're going to get through it is through collective political action. And we're going to reach out to people, and we're going to listen to young people. And they've got a lot to contribute. Just tell them, just because, you know, a political party's not perfect or a political leader's not perfect doesn't mean you drop out at that point. That's the reason to get involved and to get engaged. And anybody who tells me, well, I'm just feeling jaded or cynical or burnt out, then I say, great, because that's Vladimir Putin's plan. That's Steve Bannon's plan. He wants everybody to be jaded and cynical and so on, and they'll go get everybody to vote on their side. They don't really need to be told to vote. They're just going to go and vote. So we don't have time now for people to be jaded and to drop out. We need everybody engaged. And I'll just leave you with the words of my dad, who used to tell us when we were kids, when everything looks hopeless, you're the hope. So you go be the hope.
I love that. I love that.
We gotta make it really quick because I'm getting stink eye.
Very good. I got you really quickly. And I love the individual and collective. Individually, are you, if you are able to vote, do you in every election? Do you vote in every election? School board, city council, county commission, sheriff, do you vote in every election? If you are not able to vote, do you know somebody who is? And do you make sure that they are engaged, right? People think about like, oh, let's register 1,000 people. Is everybody in your family who is able to vote, do they go to the polls? Just take 5 of them, 10. I got 500 people in my family. It's huge, right? They are my summer and my winter and my next year project, right? But it's just like the power that we are looking for, right? It is in us. Like we have it. Like in this idea, and I love this, right? It's more democracy. It's really like what are you doing, right, to make us more democratic? Because like we do have power. And I think that's one of the greatest lies and narratives of people who want to keep a status quo is that we are powerless. But we are extraordinarily powerful. And maybe you don't even go to your family. Like, is everybody who can vote in TruCon going to the polls? And are y'all all tweeting and texting at each other on during early voting? Don't wait for election day. Right? Like that, it's like where are our sources of power is where we gather. And so let us not lose that because this is power. This is what democracy looks like, and I'm just glad to be in the fight with y'all.
Thank you both so much. All right. We're done. I think you can. No, we're not. JK. Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
We are almost done. That was absolutely fantastic. I hear it in all of your heartbeats. That was amazing. I hope everyone here has learned as much as I have. I hope everyone online has enjoyed this as much as I have. This is really just a taste of the brilliance of the Truman Center and the members of the Truman National Security Project. And so to close out the day, please welcome to the stage John Temin, Truman's Vice President of Policy and Programs.
Kate, I promise you are not alone. I will be brief. It is a fantastic day. It's been a long day, especially for you, those of you who started with us early in the morning. Thank you for coming. I want to do a few housekeeping things, and I want to say a few thank yous that are really important to the team that makes this happen. First, everybody should have received an email with a survey about today. This stuff really is important to us. It really is helpful to get your feedback. Please fill it out. If you pull out your phone right now, I will not be offended. You should all have it. Second, we got a bunch of members in the room. We might even have some non-members in the room. I know we have some non-members watching online. This is an incredible community, as so many of you know. Membership applications open on Monday. So please join us, apply, tell your friends, come on in. Third, some of you heard from Camille this morning. We are doing this trip to San Diego and Tijuana again in the fall. This is for members. We had a great time last time. Talked to some of your other members who went there. Applications are open. They are closing on June 14th. Please come and join us. Finally, a few thank yous for what it takes to really put together a day like this. It is a lot. First of all, to Bali Kumar, who, when we asked, Bali just got married. He's got other things to do, but when we asked, he immediately said yes. Thank you, Bali. Second, you heard from Bali this morning that members had a central role in putting together everything you saw here today. We put the application out far and wide for panels, had some great responses. The 4 members who put together our panels did a fantastic job. Camille Mackler, Christine Vargas, Janessa Goldbeck, Rose Jackson. They were creative. They drove the whole process for these panels. They put up with all my questions along the way. Big thank you. And then there's our headquarters team who puts all of this together. There are too many for me to thank individually, but I want to call out a few, starting with Trip Adams, our fearless leader. Trip has kept us on track all the way through, always with a steady hand, keeping us cool. Thank you, Trip. Tiffany Husky is known to many of you. She makes so many things happen behind the scenes and is such a font of Truman wisdom and history. Thank you, Tiffany. My colleague Chris Abu Khalid, who has engaged with many of you. He is keeping track of so many of the details and the moving parts on a day like today. Thank you, Chris. Our communications team, Carly Rockstroh, Susie Wagner, they make all of this sing online and on the screens that you saw today. Big thank you to them. Our development team as well, doing this isn't cheap. To Sam Amadeo, thank you for bringing in their sponsors, and a big thank you to those sponsors, Guidehouse and Meta as well. And one more person who is especially important today, who you might not know about. Jessica Slate, I don't know if she's in the room here. By day, Jess is our Jan Nolan Nuclear Security Fellow. She works on nuclear nonproliferation issues for us. A few months ago, we had a bit of a change up at headquarters. We needed somebody to take the reins at TruCon, which is a big job. And we asked Jess, and she very quickly and enthusiastically stood up, and she has been utterly fantastic in keeping all of this together and all of the moving parts that you're seeing, not just today, but yesterday and throughout the weekend. So if you see her, please introduce your stuff and say big thank you to Jess. We work with a wonderful team at Scott Circle Entertainment who makes a lot of the things behind the scenes happen again today, throughout the weekend. Claire Noble is over in the corner there. She makes so much of this happen. She puts up with all of my requests. Thank you, Claire. Thank you to everybody in the back who's making all this happen today. For members, we are just about done. Remember, we are starting early tomorrow, 8:55, a session that I promise you don't want to miss. Beyond that, that is it. Thank you, everybody, for a great day. Have a great evening. See you tomorrow.